Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. 2 steps forward. Excuse me. Ugh. Mic right, nothing's right today here. 2 steps forward, 2 steps back for your Seattle Seahawks against the Buffalo Bills today as they lose in the worst of fashions, completely embarrassingly so. All 4 of your games this year that your Seahawks have lost have been just outright embarrassment, and you felt like it's not just the wins and losses this year, but you were really feeling like you're taking steps forward at the start of the year, and then those 3 steps forward, right back those 3 steps. Get a win last week. All 3 phases of the football team working together in succession. Feels like things are starting to come together, getting healthier, not playing 3 games in 11 days. And yet then you come back and you lay this turd this week against the Bills at home, where nothing is really working at all in this football game. Defensively, you remain inept. You remain very easy to attack. Offenses can do pretty much by and large what they want to do. Josh Allen came out in this football game and wanted to run, they could run. They want to throw deep, they could throw deep. They want to throw short, they could throw short. When he wanted to scramble, he could scramble. You were not able to create a lot of pressure. Once again, tackling continues to be a mighty big issue, despite the fact Ernest Jones, your newest addition in this game, had double-digit tackles in this game. You still struggled to bring guys down to the ground, whether it was Cook, whether it was the backup. Those guys were able to run the ball really well. So once again, defensively, as we have faced so many times throughout the course of this season, already out the gate, you can't stop the run. You can't stop the pass. You're not getting really much pressure. You caused 1 turnover on the day, which was a great turnover at that, but by and large, you don't get anything really done defensively, and that sits at the front of the stack for why you lose this football game. Maybe beyond that, even that is trying to put blame to one side of the football. I think by and large, maybe you could say, even beyond anything, that Mike McDonald just didn't have this team ready to play today. This was not a team that was disciplined. This was not a team that was mentally sharp and on it as far as the details. They couldn't even control their emotions in this football game. And maybe that's as much as anything offensively, defensively, special teams as to why you lose this one. But the defense, certainly, if we want to go to blame on one side of the ball or the other, I think the defense has got to shoulder its share here. Offensively, didn't do anything either. You were down DK Metcalf in this game, a chance for you to maybe get a better chance to get a view of JSN and what he brings to the table as a former first-round pick at the wide receiver position. See if Tyler Lockett can give you one of those, reminiscent games of 2016, 2017. Sadly not. Those guys didn't seem to be able to create much separation on the back end. JSN ended up having a pretty good day as far as statistical output goes, but he got a lot of that in kind of garbage time in this football game, not because he was necessarily out there doing a whole lot early in this part of this game or helping you to kind of move the chains either. Geno Smith didn't play a particularly good game either. You were missing big-time DK Metcalf's presence, I think, from a variety of different standpoints. And first, I would say just from how he draws coverages, forces teams to stay in that cover 2 shell, and then allows you to be able to run the ball a little bit more better. It felt like the Bills early in this game really drew some of their defense up a little bit tighter down into the box because they didn't feel like they had a threat over the top to take the top of the defense off like we know DK is able to do. And that offense was heavily reduced, it felt like, in some of its effectiveness today and be able to get that done. From a ground game perspective, you got nothing done. Running the ball was non-existent in this first and second half. The commitment to it was okay. There was just no holes to be had. And the running game does not tend to be very creative right now as it stands either on top of this. You're kind of just running it up the middle by and large for the most part. Another game where there was really no fly sweeps or a lot of creativity being applied across the board in the running game, but you're just not getting any push either up front. And that stood out in this game. Also very predictable. For some reason, I don't know why. People have mentioned maybe it's the 2 tight ends versus 3 wide receivers. When we're in 2 tight ends, it's much more likely we're going to run. So the defense plays the run. Versus when you're in 3 wide receivers, they think it's going to be a pass and can kind of know it's going to be a pass because you don't run very often out of that look. Whatever the reason being, you can see defenses getting that 1, 2, 3 steps towards where the run play is going prior to the snap in addition to that. And it just continues to stand out game after game that they're on it in the run game in a variety of different angles, both in your lack of ability to create any push and their lack of ability to get extra men to the spot you wouldn't think they'd be at because they're just jumping on all of the details of where the play is going to go. And this is where I think there's more room to build in more of the fly sweep stuff, more of a little bit of the misdirection. Build in more of the fly sweep stuff, build in more of the misdirection. Early on in this game, You early on this game, you had kind of a couple stops from the offense, and then Grubb got it with a long field. I think you were taking over from like the 8-yard line or something like that. And you had that long drive up the football field where we got to see what we thought we were going to see from this offense. More creativity, more diversification, more eye candy going over here, but the plays going over there. Less of it being easy to read on what you're trying to do every single play about where you're going to go. And you had a lot of success against this Bills defense that felt on that drive like maybe they were being aggressive to the first spot. Maybe they were leaning a little bit to that first pit of eye candy, and that's what was helping to open you up on kind of the back end of things. Strangely enough, though, it just seemed like the offense kind of went away from that at any other points and times in this game when they had an opportunity with the ball in their hands. So the offense was mightily disappointing in this one as well. There we go. Hair here. The offense was mightily disappointing as well in this game. Defense bad. Special teams, Dixon punted great for you early on in this game. He almost had a punt blocked, but he was able to still get off a monster booming kick on it somehow or another. He flipped field positions a couple times in this game. Just didn't make much of a difference on that side of it. D. Williams allows a punt to drop in front of him. I know I've long beaten on the guy a little bit, but this is why. Allows a punt that maybe he should come up in field to just keep on rolling down. Puts the offense on a long field when you really can't afford that on this type of day. Then later in this game, he has another one of these moments like the 49er game from a couple weeks ago where he falls down, tips the ball with his hand because he's kind of panicking. You know, he just falls and knocks the ball haphazardly. And you go, okay, learn your lesson on that one, guy. Learn your lesson on that one, right? And instead, no, you got him falling down this game and still ball ends up coming out, fumble, recovered by the Bills late. Didn't make a difference in the game. Just another moment, though, that was emblematic of the fact that the team wasn't prepared to play on both sides of the ball to a man. And the mental mistakes, the self-inflicted wounds that have been so problematic over the course of the season and drive me up a wall. Yes, you're going to make mistakes in the moment. Yes, the emotions will run high and something will happen and I did that wrong. But the stuff you can control, the stuff that is mental errors, the stuff that is you getting too emotional, the stuff with you just trying to do a little bit too much is the stuff you can rein on in. Derek Hall in this game has a play where he's going to get Josh Hall, who's scrambling out of the pocket. It's a third down play, a big moment in this game. Josh Allen lets the ball go a little bit too far outside the receiver's target. It's going to be a stop on the play. You're going to get a stop. You're going to get a field goal attempt. You're going to get the ball back to your offense before the half ends and a chance to squeeze that game a little bit tighter. Instead, Derek Hall takes a blatant open shot there at Josh Allen, knocks him off of his feet, draws the penalty flag, and then it only gets worse from there because Jaron Reed, as you would want your captains or let's just say leaders on your defense to do, comes up and gets into Derek's face. You can't do that. You can't do that in that moment. Not in a game like this, not in a day like this. You can't make that kind of mistake. And Derek just doubles down on it and then gets right back in Jaron's face. And then they go over to the sideline, and Derek's got a chance to maybe cool down. Caldwell's brought him over to the side, chill out, cool off here a bit. Then he goes and seeks Jaron out. And it's like after he had a chance to think about it, he still thought Jaron was in the wrong on that one. No, that's on you, young man. That's you keeping control of your emotions, not Jaron Reed. He's being the good leader there. He's doing what an elder statesman's supposed to do for a young pup. You need to do your part now, and that's open these things up and listen to him there. Not freak the F out and lose control of yourself. Geno Smith in this game, all the anti-Geno folks are going to be out of my chat today. They're going to be loud as hell today because they get that ammunition they're always looking for. Where can I find it? I got my ammunition. You know, yeah, your defense gave up 31 points today. Where's my ammunition for my anti-Geno gun? Yeah, 31 points they couldn't. No, give me my ammunition for my anti-Geno gun. You know, look, Geno didn't play a good game. The interception, probably not a good choice. Should have dirted it instead of probably the running back just dropped that play, done, said live to live another day, that kind of thing. I get that bad mistake, okay? No doubt there. Him on the sideline getting hit late should have been probably called, probably, but you don't take the ball then and decide to throw it upside the ear of the defender and expect that that's not going to be called in that moment. It absolutely will be. Absolutely a dumbheaded play by Geno Smith, who's a quarterback who's got to know better in that moment than to do that. You get nothing by doing that in the moment. What'd you do? What did you gain by doing that? Absolutely silly, stupid penalty. And for those of us that are very pro Geno and have his back on stuff, we made to look kind of bad in those moments when he's that dumb in that moment because other quarterbacks, good or bad on that, are going to keep their head a lot cooler than that in that moment. Silly by Geno Smith. Didn't have the best of day today. I'm not going to give anything to really the anti-Geno folks because it's the thing that I've been telling you guys for years on this guy, and you have no counter to it. I don't think you're going to get any counter to it in this discussion today in this chat. Being that I have a defense that fails as well as lives on the football field so that the offense can dominate the time of possession. I have an offense that can't pass protect. I have a run game that can't run the ball. I have an offensive coordinator who can't really figure out how to sequence plays together to give his offenses better chances for success. I don't care if it's Geno or anybody back there, they are going to fail. This is going to be a no-go discussion point for me on this side of it because I've been banging this drum for years, and none of you anti-Geno folks have a counter on this one. We don't have to face the decision on Geno today. Don't have to go down to getting him the contract extension right now. I'm not even saying giving him the contract extension, okay? I'm not even saying that. We may come to the end of the year, and that's the smart decision, okay? But this is not the game where he's at the forefront for what went wrong. Coaching, having these players prepared to play, a defense that can't get anything done, an offensive line that remains one of the worst in football. These sit at the forefront for why you win this football game. You clean those things up, you deal with the root core cause and not the symptom, and you'll fix the issue, in my opinion. So a brutal game all the way around. I'm not going to dress it up any other way than that. You got embarrassed for a fourth time this year. All 4 losses have been completely and utterly embarrassing losses at that. We got to be patient with this team. I'm not drawing any conclusions. It is what it is. Hopefully they can turn their fate around here this next week against the Rams, because as bad as it is, this division does still remain wide open. Let me know what you guys think here in the chat. Let me know what where you stand on it. Going to be a lot of tough to come out of much good of this one for me in the game on this one. You guys are going to have to bear with me on my level of patience to be able to talk about this game. I'm normally very good about staying in the pocket, even on a loss, and being able to hang with you guys for a long period of time. But I would be lying to you if I didn't say that this one's got me in a position of just being a little bit frustrated with what I'm seeing from the team. Just a little bit like, yeah, come on, let's make some progress here. It's not about the 4 wins, 4 losses. It's not about being in the division even for me, really. And I've said this at the start of the year, so I was consistent with it. It's just about show me progress from the team as a whole. Things that have been plaguing us and have been issues for years. Get those things starting to round into shape. And unfortunately, 8 games into this year, none of the things that have been plaguing us in prior years are getting rounded into shape. So it's hard at this point to see cumulative process here going on, progress going on here through this early part of the schedule. And that's maybe, among many items here, the most frustrating for me personally. Let's see what you guys got to say. I'll let you guys this thing through. Like I said, I understand some are going to be on this Geno thing today. I've gone down the line of discussion with this in so many different ways, and you anti-Geno folks have nothing to offer me on that other side of it. When I tell you that there's all this other stuff that's failing, I get nothing but kind of quiet. I get sort of just, I've done it in the roundtable. I go into that weekly roundtable show. I bring it up to them, all 3 of them, nothing but dead-eye looks across the board. Like the brain suddenly, he brings up other parts of team. No, quarterback is everything. It is all about him. No, it's the other parts of this team. It's the other parts. But see where you guys are at with it. Alpha, how you doing, man? Says, man, that was bad. It was bad. Nick, very resilient of you to come back here and discuss this disappointing team. I'll always be here. I don't guarantee I'll go 4 hours tonight. But y'all guys know, win, lose, draw. I'll be here for you guys. You're always here for me. Alpha's Balloons, 2 steps forward, 20 steps back. Flag Sappa says, Jesus, man, how has this not turned into a drunk cast yet? Maybe it will yet. So by the end of the evening, I got to do my video breakdown deal on this game, unfortunately, at some point, but who knows? Especially if I watch the Niners just run away from the Cowboys here in the Sunday night game. Maybe I'll start tipping back the clip. Dune says, that's right. All 4 losses were embarrassments. No damn almost type games. Nope. All of them were embarrassing. That's what makes this a bit of the different flavor to it. It's not just you lose. It's that, holy hell, you lost so bad across the board. And I've said for weeks, Mike's got to find a way here to just start hanging hats on things. They're trying to kind of do a bit of everything across the board here, I think. And you got to start, You want to clamp the tackling, you want to stop the run, you want to stop the pass, you want to get better pass rushing the passer, you want to blitz a little bit more to start shaking things up defensively, but start to find something that you can find yourself to hold to and say, this is what we do really well. Granted, we pass the ball pretty well, but some of that's by the high volume of attempts. And the fact you just can't run as much as it is the succeeding of the passing attack. But embarrassing is right, dude. Spot says Mike Donald has to be one of the worst motivators ever. Boy, he had that Ravens defense flying around. Had the Michigan defense flying around. And maybe he's got to chew the team out. Brandon Jana, unfortunate outcome. Early F-ups altered the course of the game. No doubt the Geno haters will be in the chat. Crazy how it works with those fools. Ugh, but no trade DK crowd, right? Well, the lack of the no trade DK crowd for the anti-Geno folks, if we're putting our smart hat on, anti-Geno folks that I know are in my chat right now, think about that for a sec. Think about a contingent of a fan base who's on a player like that, who, if there's any time that player steps out of line, are the first to jump into my chat and tell me about it every single week, every single show, multiple times a show, into my comment section, just filling my comment section up. But then there'll be this kind of game which goes against their thinking of it, and they just get quiet. They just don't say anything. See, they'll wait to come back around. Those same folks will be quiet about DK. Will wait to come back around to when they can come back and grab something that they can then swap back onto that's part of their bias. And the same thing happens here with Geno. And I said during the live stream show on this with the play-by-play, in doing this for 6 years, there's been four parties that this kind of thing has happened with, that I've seen this commonality play out like this with my chat, with the community. It's Carroll, it's Russell Wilson, it's Geno Smith, it's DK Metcalf. Those are the four where it's just, there are folks that are in that trench. They are on that hill. They are the cavalry. They are Custer, and they are surrounded, and they're pinned in. And they may be right, and they may be wrong. But they are not approaching this issue. They are not approaching these players with an open mind. And if you're walking into something with a lack of open mind, a player's scheme, possibilities, then I'm going to have a hard time doing much talking with you on it, because you got pre-built biases that can't be changed ever. And this has always got to be about continuing to improve, continuing to evolve, continuing to grow your understanding. There are things I get wrong. There are things that in my scouting process of players in college the last couple of years, I've learned upon and trying to get better at as I go forward. You don't sit in a fixed spot on anything. Everything should always have an opening to be able to be changed with new data and new information. Unfortunately, on all four of those topics, I saw people rooted into a belief system that was almost fundamentalist in its approach that could not be moved. That this was, and that's where we fight against that in this channel, and why I have such an issue with sometimes topping into these topics too hard is that it's not a point of we're having a really good, true, honest discussion. It's that I've got a party that's dug in. I don't want to think about it. I know what I think about it. I know what I believe about Geno. He's not the guy. I'm telling you I know. It's that kind of spirit. And you feel it from in the chat. Your negative comments, the snipey attitude, the smart. Oh, man. Let's go with the discussion. Let's open it up. You know? But we'll see. But you're right, Brandon. We'll get no DK trade crowd. I would not think tonight. Maybe there we'll get some. Dar Sojo, I swear, no one knows what their hands and arms are for. So many missed tackles because no one wraps up. Yeah, it's a bit like you've got guys that are all out there who've had their arms chopped off right there at the elbow, you know, and they're all just trying to alligator that shit, you know. Sorry, coach. Here's their shrug move. Sorry, coach. I don't got any arms, man. What do you want me to do, coach? Look at it. Look at it. Look at it, coach. What do you want me to do? Hey. I didn't get him. Hey. That's the Seahawks tackling technique right there. You've heard of it was the hawk tackling technique back in the day. I call it the alligator tackling technique. You've heard of alligator arms for wide receivers and how they catch the football? That's alligator tackling technique. All of them right here. Right here. Somebody took some of those Civil War battlefield hatchets to him. Just, I'll do my best, coach, but I don't got full arms. Ryan says, well, Pete had a hard time with most of this group also. He did. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. What's the purpose of Ernest Jones if that's our product? I don't have a good answer. Unfortunately, that's going to be normally where I have a way to go with on some of the stuff the team does with this right now. I'm going to be like, I don't know. Didn't solve any run game woes in this game, and maybe you just weren't feeling like you could use him much as a blitzer because you want to keep things vanilla with him so new to the team. I don't have a good answer, Sanchez. I'm sorry. I don't know. Thank you for the 10-5er. You guys will have to bear with me on the don't know responses tonight too. Like I'm going to try, but Lord have mercy. I'm frustrated. Beamy, thank you for the $2 donation. Gino had every right to be upset, but handle it better. Yeah, I'm not mad with him being frustrated at this point in time with what he's dealt with the past couple of years. And here's another game where it's going down. And, he's got things on the line. He's got contract on the line this season based on his performance and what he does. So I don't have an issue with him getting frustrated. I want him to care. That's part of caring. But you're right. Got to handle it better. You don't whistle the ball past the head of the defendant. Just don't do it. You just don't do it. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $10 donation. Michael, appreciate you for that. I think we need to relax on Mike. Mike can implement his scheme all he wants, but at the end of the day, most of the guys were drafted to fit Pete's schemes. Give Mike some time and his guys. Go Hawks. Got to give it that time. I agree with you there. This is a requirement right now for patience, and that is something that I would echo there, Michael, is that, it is disappointing. It's you're licking your wounds and it's struggling when you're this badly embarrassed. I think that challenges that point of patience, that point of, well, remember where we're at, remember where this is at, where it's like, ooh. And I think that's where we can kind of do, I think, a little bit of both at the same time, as long as we're not flying off the end of the stick, whatever, however that saying goes. Off the end of the handle. And that is to say, okay, well, would like to be halfway into the year seeing a little bit more just tangible progress in what I'm seeing from the team across the board and improvement. A little bit better tackling, a little bit better discipline, more of a feeling of full buy-in of spirit on a weekly basis, right? A sense of identity may be starting to emerge. So when it does become so many thorough things that don't feel like they're kind of moving any forward, as I say, I do with Michael on that, it does then challenge that patience, I think, to a high level. But I think the bottom line remains still true, as you say. The bottom line to the point of your dome remains true, which is that we've got to get this year. It's time to develop. We can't understate the fact, as you say, that these are players that are inherited from a different scheme entirely. There are some echoes in what Coach Carroll wants to accomplish stylistically to what Mike McDonald wants to accomplish stylistically, but how they go about it and how they want their players to go about it are certainly diametrically different. And we can't, and that does mean, okay, more time to bring in the right players that are going to fit this. This is a bit of why we've seen 3 trades for defensive players here over the past month and a half. Because they're trying to get more of these, I think, physical guys, especially at the line of scrimmage, than what they've had prior. So good points, Michael. Great points. And thank you for the donation. Baller MJ381, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, not anti-Geno, but we need to rebuild, and he is only good enough to hurt our draft position. Well, I'll say from this standpoint that, Baller, thank you for the $5 donation. When it comes to the Geno decision, it's one that's got to be made this off season. And it's one that is not, as I say to the folks being, not you on this, Baller, but for the folks who would be anti-Geno and are very simplistic in their state of, he's just not the guy or he's not this. I'm in this of saying, I'm pro-Geno, but I'm not pro-Geno at all costs. Or that it's just, it goes without saying that we got to do this with Geno. I think that there is quite the opposite, that there are markers that you want to be careful of before making that determination. First, how much is Geno wanting to be paid? What's this true cost going to come down and how it's going to impinge the cap as we go into the future? That's number one. I think you're touching on the other number two angle of this, which is where is the team truly? Not where we would hope we are, not where the general manager kind of ideally thinks they're at, or you make a go for it move at the trade deadline. Not where are you really at? Is this in a rebuild spot? Is this in, we got to flip out all this defensive personnel because we have very few guys that are truly right for Mike Macdonald's scheme. And I think that that's a valid question, Baller, and I don't think that to your point, that's not being anti-Geno. I wouldn't say that that's that. And when it comes to being pro-Geno, I think that we got to be just as fair as to the pro-Geno as the anti-Geno people, and we say that it ain't, Geno at all costs. It ain't Geno regardless of what you got to do to make it happen. There are things that are also important on that one that have to be put into the blender a little bit, put into the process a little bit, the equation, in making the proper determination about whether or not to roll Geno. Because I agree with you on that, Baller, that if this team isn't close, if they're going to have 8 embarrassing losses on the year, we're not close. We're not a year away of getting to contending status. And if you're not ready to be a contender by 2025, again, to your bottom line, that Baller, if you're not ready to be to that point, and this team doesn't look at that point right now, I'm sorry they don't. There's time to get there, but they don't look at that point right now. Then you're right. The Geno thing into the long term at that point doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. Because he's an older quarterback, and this is about winning in the here and now with Geno if he's going to be kept in that long term. But this is also where we come down to the bottom line, which is we don't have to make that decision in the here and now. We get to let this full season play out to see where it truly lands when all of the smoke and the ash has stopped flying and settled onto the ground. And that's where we'll make that determination. But I promise you, Baller, I will be bringing those things into account as a pro-Geno guy, because it's a very important decision. You're talking about paying a quarterback that kind of money. Sports Dom, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Sports Dom. I appreciate you for that. Please do, folks, hit that like button if you could for me. It does help this channel grow. People are looking for Seahawks content right now. They're looking for somebody to explain this loss to them, looking for a chat that they can dwell upon and turn this loss over. Have a cat crying out every few seconds. Well, you could make them okay. Goodness. Somebody put a quarter in you. Don't at me. Thank you for the $10 donation. Don't at me. How important is player makeup for installation of an offense defense? Aside from maybe Love, Murphy, Mafe, rest can't say they're McDonald guys. Or offense, DK, Geno, Cross, reason to why they keep it simple. How important is player makeup for installation of offense and defense? I guess it's a very complicated question. That's why I'm kind of turning it over in my head here. It's a good question. And I don't know if I have a great answer for that, to be honest, Joe, or really a certain way that I feel about that on that given point. I haven't really ever thought about it that much, to be honest with you. I do lean more into the camp of saying at the end of the day, you have professionals and they're being paid millions of dollars. And they work 17 weeks out of the year, and they have all of the rest of the time to understand from a mental acuity standpoint what they need to be doing on Sundays. I struggle with it there being like player makeup impediments in this modern age that would prevent them from understanding how to properly operate the offenses or defenses on this kind of team. It's possible, I suppose, but I would struggle to accept that a little bit. I would tend to want to give players a little bit more credit for that. Don't at me, because I don't see as many issues of this across the board, in my opinion, in the NFL, from what I've seen from our team in previous years and in the issues that we've had. Tackling's a problem in the NFL. We've been some of the worst at it. Discipline's a problem in the NFL. We've been some of the worst at it. But especially when it comes to running scheme and stuff like that, I don't know. The other problem I have with keeping it simple, to agree, at least from a defensive standpoint, don't at me there, is that you've not gained anything by keeping it simple. Your defense isn't stopping anything by keeping it simple. So the benefits aren't really there to the inverse on that. That's that old thing I always say with Coach Carroll is like, well, you're running soft zone coverages to prevent against the deep passes and prevent against the chunk plays. The chunk plays are still happening. They're just not happening on 9 balls. but it's very possible. And that goes back a little bit in tandem. Don't have me with the previous point from, Baller and Mike. I mean, this kind of all goes in combination of this, I think, which is that there's more than maybe we thought at the start of this year that's going to be in need of being changed over and moved on from, much more than I would have probably have liked to have admitted at the start of the year as we stand halfway into the season. Polly704, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, that hurt my heart. Silver lining is they are young. They're young, GH. They're young guys. We are very young. And inconsistency, to your point, Polly, would be something that you would expect to probably see a little bit of with the younger football team. It's not a bad silver lining. I still think the future is bright for this team. It's just a little bit. It's a little bit of a few further off future than we would have thought. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, fire everyone, burn the field, move the team to Canada. Just kidding. Too much fart smelling after the Falcons game. I saw this coming. Jeffrey also says, Geno's like our 20th worst problem right now. Bingo. Bingo. Bigger fish to fry is the word I like to use on that. Is that you got issues and we come back to, does this one issue help this thing out? If you get this thing and this thing and this thing corrected, does this then fix that thing that you might have thought was just another problem to throw into the box along with those things? I tend to be one of those guys that football's interrelated in that part. That you seek out and you look for the root cause, Jeffrey. You grab that, you fix that part, and then the corresponding parts behind that root cause part start to get the benefits of that. I get a little bit to your point on that. So, probably feeling ourselves a little bit after the Falcons game. It was I think, a very impressive win from the team, and I think that they did some really good things in that game. 3 phases of the football, all working together for the first time. It's first place Falcons team. Went out and won again this week against Tampa Bay. They're still going to be back in first place this week. So, I think it was a good win. I just think this team's very inconsistent in what they give you week in and week out right now. Some of that maybe just coming back to the new coach. Some of that coming back to the young roster, new schemes, all that stuff. Some injuries at certain spots. It all working together, I guess. But Jeffrey, thank you for that donation, and I appreciate you, man. Mike Skinner, thank you for the $2 donation. I don't want a top 10 O-line play, just a top 20, please. I'm about that spot too, Mike. Said at the start of the year with it that if you offensively could take this offensive line from what it's been historically speaking over the past couple of years, which is both as a run blocking unit and as a pass protecting unit, worst in the NFL or around, not worst, but right, 27, 28, right in that territory of things. If you could just get them to middle of the road state, the offense would likely be a top 5 unit. And I still maintain that it would be true even as we stand here 8 games into the season. The problem is the offensive line has not been able to get itself into a top 15 state. They've not been able to get themselves, as you say, into a top 20 state. We're going to come out of this game probably sitting cumulatively 28th or so in the NFL. And quarterback, running back, consistency, moving the chains, converting third downs, limiting turnovers. These things are all hard to control if your offensive line is going to be at the worst of the worst. It remains in that place. And as I've said for now, I think 3 straight seasons as we'll be going into the offseason. I'll say it again this offseason. Maybe somebody will finally hear me. Can we please, for the love of God, make offense, hold on, the number 1 priority this offseason? Why is that such of a horrible thought for John? Why is it that he can't sleep at night at the thought of making priority number 1 building an offensive line? Why is he so scared by it? Is it the overpay? I don't want to overpay. I don't want to overdraft. No, I'd rather just dump endless amounts of resources into the defense and never see it pay off. 20 million here, 20 million there, another first rounder, another first rounder, another first rounder. Oh, bye. Let's not overpay on an offensive line. Let's not overdraft on an offensive line. No, let's do that instead to the safety position and endless to the defense. Let's do that instead. That's working out way better for us as an approach. That's not something that we haven't been doing for years. It's like he's been hypnotized. I think, did John go to a party at some point and guy hypnotize him and be like, hey, let's play a joke on him. Offensive linemen don't matter. And John's like, they don't matter. Okay, when I'm awake. And then like it's the movie with Office Space where he gets it and the whole point of the joke was the hypnotist was going to go back at some point and be like, let me undo the spell. But then he has a heart attack and he dies. Did something like that happen to John here maybe? You know, his wife or somebody said, hey, tell him offensive line doesn't matter. That'd be funny. Tell him that. Offensive mind. John, do you hear me? Yes. Offensive line doesn't matter, John. No, it doesn't. We got him. All right, I'm going to undo it now. Okay? John, are you listening to me? Yes. Offensive line. That's about my only explanation at this point because I'm running out of rational, logical things to hand him on this one. Please, this offseason. Please, John. Please, John, come here. Please, John. The offensive line matters. Offensive line matters, John. Offensive line matters. Okay? Please. See, listen to her. She can't even, Nikki G, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you for that. Nikki G. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $5 donation. I don't like players like Fant and Pitts. I feel like you need to be a good blocker and a good pass catcher, not one-dimensional to be good in this league. Well, Kyle Pitts is definitely coming out to become and look like one of your ultimate, I think, bit of tweeners that we've seen in almost any positional group in recent years. We're not quite a wide receiver, but not quite enough there to give even an H-back tight end kind of deal. And the H-back has come into vogue because the fullback left the sport. And something you knew you were always going to get with fullbacks was more of the hammer as a blocker and the ability to take on even a guy's like could be a defensive end. And you could, somewhat, hey, come in, fill the hole. And that guy's you can at least get some good contact, good wood on it, as the baseball folks would say. And what you lost when you went to the H-back is you basically lightened the pocket of the fullback. You said, okay, we're going to take 20 pounds off you. And now you're going to be a little more like a tight end. You'll run more routes. You'll catch the pass. But, now you're not going to be able to block necessarily as well. The thinking with Fant is that he's been able to be like a functional blocker throughout his career. But there are those moments that show up where he can get kind of plastered a little bit as a blocker, to your point, Feed Me. But this is a little bit as well that stylistic thing you get from the NFL going to more of these H-back types, and they've kind of progressively over the years gotten lighter and lighter and lighter, and less and more about what they do as a pass catcher and less to do with what they do as a blocker. But then, as we've seen, oftentimes you get an injury on the line or you have a porous point of an offensive line. And then these guys now have to go in there and put that hard hat on, and they're not really set up to do so. And you feel the price paid on that. I think the other side too, and then is that both of those two guys have in common as well, Feed Me, is that you have two guys that if you're going to be losing that blocking angle, then I need to bring the benefit to me on what you do as a pass catcher. And that you're getting down the field and you're getting big plays down the field and you're making it happen. And instead with those two guys, you don't get enough of that to offset it. And so it just puts more of a highlight than on their lack of ability to actually block. But I agree, they're more in that mode, and this is kind of a player model you see kind of by and large. I might be in your camp drifting more to just give me some inline guys. Let's just make it work with the inline guys so we can always keep the threat of the run and the pass there. Unless you got a real true difference maker kind of pass catching tight end. Lethal Lance, and sorry, cat guys, the cat's going to be a little needy right now. She's crying and freaking out. She's in just complete dire straits after this loss. Lethal Lance, thank you for the $5 donation. I don't want to trade DK because he's the problem. I don't want to because he's not the problem, I think is what you meant, Lethal Lance. So don't want to trade DK because he's not the problem, because it'll help fix the problems. How do you fix the team while spending all of your cap on DK and Geno? Well, thank you for the donation, Lethal Lance. I'm definitely going to, because I know that this is number one, it's a place that I like to get into to discuss a lot. Just anyway, I find it very interesting. We'll be doing a show focused on this into the future, because obviously, Lethal Lance, you're going to have to, to a degree here, you're going to have to, Kitty, you got to chill, okay? I got to do the show, and it's not going to be on you. I can't pet you and talk at the same time here. You're going to have to just take my word for this for the moment, Lethal Lance, with a promise that down the road I will present you the evidence to back up what I'm talking about. Let's first, just as what I would consider to be, there's the first fallacy that I think exists on this is that we got to, and I like that you're at least saying it's not because you think DK is bad, but you like to offload resources. It's a completely valid argument, by the way. It's a completely valid approach. So I'm not against that part, but my issue with it comes from this. When you say, okay, we got to let go of DK because we're putting, you're essentially almost saying, well, it's a resource or an asset load management issue where we have too much assets to the receiver position. And sure enough, you are putting a majority, I believe, of your resources from a monetary standpoint to the wide receiver position on this team of any other resource outside, let's say, the defensive line. So it's true in that regard, but it's not simple, because you have to ask the secondary question, being that, okay, this is taking this amount of money from our coffers to get this done. This amount of the pie is getting sliced up for the receivers, and it's a good, big, huge slice of pie at that. Is DK part of the problem within that receiver core? Is he part of what's holding you back? If you're hoping this is a receiving core that should be leading the NFL and that should be, hey, I'm putting this amount of assets into it. I expect it to be one of the best trio in the league, or the second best or the third best, and they need to be productive like that on a weekly basis. I would offer no. Lethal. It's not DK on that. I'd offer you put more of that onto Tyler Lockett, more of that onto JSN. And Tyler Lockett's been good in this last year, but they've really, by and large part, with Tyler Lockett here, given him kind of the retirement contract here through the past couple of years. Is he a good, still functional receiver? Sure. But he's not a game changer out there. He's giving you nothing as far as a yak guy goes. He gives you nothing as far as a blocker goes. He's not got a big, huge catch radius. He's good and he gets it done. And I'm not dogging on Tyler, but you're paying him a lot. And if you're talking about trying to offload resources off something that's taking up too much resources from a positional group on the team, target those costly players in that positional group that are truly causing that problem, not the one of those players that's actually being worth what you're paying for them, Lethal Lance. So I don't have an issue if you want to offload the balance. And to turn this back around, when I get to showing you the details of how this new contract works in with DK, I'm being a man of my word on this, because what I will look to do is move off of the Tyler Lockett contract. I will get off of that contract, save all that money on the base. I will offload that part of that high-paid positional group that I don't think is working up to snuff for the cost. So I'm looking to do the exact thing that I'm advocating for here on the bottom line, and that will save you money to sign other guys. I know that this doesn't make sense at times with this, but again, please take my word for it and what I'm going to tell you next. I promise you folks, when we get into more of the potential offseason we're looking at and some of the shows like that, I will show you the exact numbers and how this plays out. Lethal Lance, I have reviewed contracts given out to receivers in recent history. I will back up a lot of this, I promise to you. Obviously in this show, we can get into it if you really want to. We can get into the numbers even right now, and I will write them out for you. I will show them out for you. But take my word for it, if you will, on this. If you get in next offseason and you sign DK Metcalf to a $34 million a year deal, new contract, taking what other receivers have received in recent years and looking at the first year cap hit, okay, and looking what DK's cap hit's going to be at currently, because DK's cap is currently at something already, right? It's going to cost this amount right here. You're actually going to save $5 million on 2025 cap by putting DK on a new contract. $5 million saved on the first year of the cap. So you don't have to come up with new money. You don't have to release anybody. The Tyler money that you released, that can actually go to guys like a Boye Mafe or a Charles Cross. But you save 5 with DK. If you were to sign Geno Smith to, let's say, a $45 million deal on a 3-4 year extension, you would be able to save $5 million on that contract. Again, I'm very happy to go in the numbers and show you guys how this works, but you can take my word for it because we'll go do a deep dive on this at some point down the line where I can really get into it with you guys. But so we're not impeded in that way. DK is not going to cost more money out of your pocket from when he's on the books. You're going to save the $5 million. You can actually get more resources by signing DK to a new contract here. It can be done. And if you want to do a quick look, go over the cap, folks. Go take a look at what Brandon Ayuk's first 2 years of his cap hit is. Go look at what CeeDee Lamb's first 2 years of his cap hit are. Go look at Justin Jefferson and his first 2 years of his cap hit. If you're looking for some backing up to this, A.J. Brown. I can show you a wide examples of this. So when we come to Lance wanting to help use the DK resources to build other assets, number one, as you learned today, your receiving core is nada without DK on that field. Say nothing of the fact that I got to move on from Tyler as well here. So now you have JSN and you have Bobo as your receiving core. So you've maybe, yes, been able to create those resources to address other resources on your team, but now you have to come back and address major resources. I'm talking game-changing resources to get a receiver out there who can give you something even close to the productivity that you got out of DK Metcalf. So it's I know it doesn't always make sense on this one, how new contract extensions can save money. Part of this is the benefit, Lethal Lance, of having a general manager who does not negotiate contracts with 2 years remaining, but waits for that player to get into that final year of that deal where all of the bonus money has come off, save for that one final year. That's a big part of this and how you can save that money in that first year. But you can keep both Geno and DK as long as they're in a reasonable place on those deals and still be able to go out there and sign other guys. Sign your own guys. You got Fant, you got Draymond Jones, you got Tyler Lockett, a couple other deals mixed in there. You can easily create $50, $60, $70 million even if you want cap space here, if we really want to go crazy. I don't think they will, but those other guys, you'll be able to, I mean, another example of this, Lethal Lance, would be for me to go to you and say, okay, you want to offload resources, but why not just take the $17.5 million you're throwing down the drain on Draymond Jones and put that to fix the other problems, since he's really giving you nothing from that? You know, why not have our mind go to that as the first thing, I guess, would maybe be my counter to you on that a little bit. But good thoughts on where you're coming from on. Appreciate your donation. Esther Moore says, we're so cooked. Dune Moose, I wonder what would happen if we changed 4 snaps, 2 offensive and 2 defensive snaps. Could be huge. I mean, it could have been. I don't know if I said this game would come down to 4 plays. It felt a little more thorough than that. John says, Brandon didn't really seem Geno really, except for him losing his cool in the penalty. Otherwise, he didn't play terribly. No. And folks, we have a lot of people in chat today. Please hit that like button, but also just as well as a reminder, especially on a day like this, I'm not going to get through every single comment today. So if you have a question or anything you want me to directly reference on the show today, just do me the favor if you could, and put Brando, Hawks Nest question mark at the end of it. You know, those things are just kind of in sometimes, because we have so much discussion between the chat going on. Sometimes I can get in the middle of conversations that are happening without me, where you guys are just doing your own thing. So I'll make sure. You docs, Brandon 12s. I started watching the condensed game version of the NFL plus first quarter. K9 ran twice over Tomlinson's side for a net gain of about 2 yards. Third down, Tomlinson's illegal man downfield penalty. Ugh. He's not been good. Jeffrey Thistle says, did Spoon play today? I didn't see him. Nor did I. Nor not did I. Yeah, he missed a couple tackles today. He got beaten coverage, I think, on a play or two. Underwhelming. Addicted Bills do have a great offense. We knew this, but wow, our defensive line struggled against their offensive line. PFF grades for our 2 sides of the trenches, interesting tomorrow. Yeah, they should be horrible, both of them. Horrible. Calvin Newborn. They have been run on since Germany and no adjustments have been made. It's true. Germany tapped us out, man. Never been the same. Pumpkin's pissed off. She is pissed off. Bowling had a rough game too, Eric. Yep. Yeah. Big country, howdy. I'm disappointed in the effort we showed today. Also, safe to say we lost our home field advantage. Yeah, home field advantage at Lumen Field's been gone. I don't like saying it doesn't put a smile on my face, but when I look out across that stadium and I see nothing but half of it filled with the Buffalo blue jersey, and you watch how easily these offenses are operating in our stadium now, it's gone. Brings me no satisfaction to say it, but 3 straight losses at home. Sean Lee, how many All-Pros has Schneider picked in, say, the last 8 years or so? I don't think any. I mean, Wagner probably had an All-Pro in that time period, but, you know, it's going to be more of a focus to John as we go into the future on this, as these players do not develop, and the draft picks that you've made do not really come forward the way we want to see across the board. John says Gino will not go unless he asks for a ridiculous sum. I would think so. You're canceled from society. I'm not against moving forward with Sam next year. I'm okay with it if you're just kind of completely in that this is going to be a rebuild thing for years to come kind of thing. If they don't think they can compete in 2025, then I'm fine with that. Ask Kim, can we win the Super Bowl with Geno? We could. I don't know if we've got the supporting cast in place to be able to make it happen. That's more about where the question's at from my perspective. It's not really about Geno. It's more about, with Geno's age, as good as he is, do you have the rest of the team in a position to be able to go there and get it done? And maybe perhaps not. But that'll be an answer we'll learn, Kim, by the end of the year for sure. John says the team lost, not just Geno. Last I heard, football's a team sport. Amen. Amen. Bloody UAW. I'm sorry, man. Geno does not have an average offensive line and has not had an average offensive line since he started as a Seahawks quarterback. Unfortunately. Was his cross worst game of the season? Might have been. He's kind of come down to earth over the past few games himself. Special space outization. What is harder, replacing the entire O-line or quarterback? Because the personnel match does not work. Well, is it harder to place one player or 5 players? I think you're kind of asking what you know to be the answer in the question of that. I think a little bit of what's missing from the question, though, is if you put a different quarterback who's the right quote-unquote quarterback, who's in theory better quarterback than Geno Smith, does he get anything done behind this offensive line? My answer on that is no. And if you're talking about especially a younger quarterback who's going to be more apt to fail when you give him failing parts, I would say absolutely no. Consumer, is the lack of run defense a scheme issue or talent issue, Brando? It's pathetic. I don't know if I have a good answer. I'm not sure if I have my head wrapped around quite of what the problem is. The amount of talent that you put through here on this defensive line to get better stopping the run. I mean, they're in 3-4 looks at times, so they're going to 3-4s, which would be the thing I'd like to see versus running and staying in 4 down linemen with 2 high coverages, which can get picked upon a little bit in the run game. And there's some of that in there, but some of it's you getting beat with 3-4 looks as well. Like we saw the Niners bust off an 80-yard run against a 3-4 look a couple weeks ago. And I think everybody's kind of doing their part to be a failing point. I think certainly Baker did his part when he was here to be a problem and what he was bringing to the table, but he was not alone. I don't think Dotson's played particularly well this season so far either. I think you have Woolen has not yet come forward as a tackler. He's still bringing almost the same thing of what he's brought as a tackler, I think, to the play in the game. Josh Jobe, I don't think as good as he is a coverage guy, is probably as good of a tackler. Don't know a lot about the guy, but just kind of my read of it. Witherspoon this year has gone backwards big time as a tackler. He loses a couple of games, it seems like. And then you've got a guy, Kobe Bryant, playing safety for you in this game, who's a former cornerback, trying to play safety and tackle like a safety. And he's probably not going to do that as well. So some of that fits into this. Some of it, though, you don't understand when you look at the front four or a 3-4 and they're getting pushed out of their lanes, guys that should be better than the guy that they're going across. So I don't have as much of a good explanation for that one. Brandon, please say how, then I'll get mine. So Bloopy, the one thing you want to do UAW is that if you're going to argue a point, don't cherry pick the one outlier that you have in NFL history, right? Because that's part of what makes Joe Burrow special, is the fact that he got NFL history with an awful offensive line, how they got them sacked. I would offer you, as is offered below to your comment on this, that Cincinnati Bengal team ran way more efficiently than our Seahawks team has run at any point in time from a consistent and efficient standpoint in the past 2.5 years. I would also offer that he had a much better defense playing across from him, did Burrow, during that run. And that those are the things that also account for what you got to build into Geno's game. So he's the one guy that's done it with that offensive line. Every other guy that you see in the playoffs, Consumer, every other guy that you see getting to the Super Bowl, Consumer, is a guy that's got usually a top-notch offensive line that he's working behind. Or at least way more supporting parts that are working together in conjunction to help get them to that spot. It's very hard to grab an outlier and say, here's the general rule of thumb. Here's this thing that happened once in a 25-year period, 30, 40, 50-year period. That's our rule of thumb, gentlemen. That you can write down. Write it down. Connor Williams looked terrible. Wet conditions today, man. Definitely on those snaps. Probably affected it. He's had some weird snaps this year, though, in general. Hey, Lance, and how do you fry those fish by spending all your cap space keeping Geno and DK? That's the point. Well, again, I'm trying to think of how to answer this with it. It's that you have other things you're spending money on, Lethal Lance, that you can offload that aren't helping your team cumulatively, that can build up these other parts of the team without having to get rid of DK and Geno, was my point to this. The Seahawks, for as tough as the cap situation might look for 2025, have a top 3 cap situation for 2026 and 2027. And let's face it, at this point, we don't exactly have a burgeoning amount of players we're looking at necessarily paying at this point with how this team's playing with these young guys. So you're thinking of it as sort of like, you're thinking of saying, well, with Geno and DK, we pay them, then we can't fix these other things. And what I'm telling you on this is that if you concentrate on these other guys, Draymond Jones, $17.5 million per year. Tyler Lockett, Noah Fant. And we can go down the list if you want on this, my guy. But, you go down the list of those guys cumulatively, those are easy cuts. Those are the failing parts. Those are the guys that are getting paid high amounts of money who are not performing up to the amounts they're being paid. I would offer that DK and Geno, for the money you've paid them in the past to this point, have earned the money that you've paid them. And if Geno was willing before to take a middle-of-the-road deal, I know everyone's so certain that he's going to take this huge deal, which I don't know that there's that deal available for him to be had, number one. Number two, I don't know that there's necessarily proof of that. because it's a guy who took a very economical deal the last extension we gave him. He's been the 17th highest paid quarterback in the sport the last 2 years. So if Geno's willing to take that deal, yeah, I would target that as being worth the money myself. And I'd say that you can still take the rest of the money that exists, understanding, Lethal, that in 2026 you have top 3 cap space in the sport. 2027, top 3 cap space in the sport. You've got a lot of room here to make moves. And while 2025, you may not have enough cap space as you look at it right now, as I said, there's a litany of guys that are going to be easy cuts here to create that cap space. And remember, as I said at the front of this, when you sign Geno and DK to the new deals, you're saving $10 million collectively on new contracts to those guys this offseason. So it's hard for me to find why you have to do it. It's hard for me why you can't do both things. You're saying it's an either or, and I don't understand why you can't do both from your perspective on that. Holy Lord, I can already see the Geno obsession days going crazy. He's like, yay. Radu Turkin, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Radu. This was one of the worst games I've ever watched. It's about as bad as it gets, man. It's about as bad as it gets. I can't, I can't say there, very little good coming out of this game. We go, oh, well, this is that was a rough one, man. Thank you for the donation. Sorry you had to suffer through that one. Radu with another $5. Thank you for that. I'm convinced if you take the number 1 ranked offensive line and trade them here, they'll be bottom 15 once they play here just because we're the Seahawks. Maybe we're cursed. The cursed vibe thing. Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe one of the former players did some voodoo on us, Radu. Some wild voodoo on us. Thank you for the double dip donation, though, brother. Long live the king. Thank you for the $2 donation. Bro, D and Connor Williams are working my nerves. Yeah, Connor, the snaps were fun. Well, you talk about a moment, too, right? The big moment in the game there was just that, even early in the game, that snap on a 4th down call. And you go, oh, gee. Connor! I'll give Connor credit. He's at least been steadily improving over the past couple of weeks, maybe rounding a bit better into shape. I think he went probably a little bit backwards in this game, and Ed Oliver can probably cause a lot of centers to go a bit backwards from that perspective of things. But as you know, with D. Williams, I was done with D. Williams week 1. I said I've seen enough of the D. Williams experience. I think we can do better by just anybody else. And you can't have your punt returner scared to catch the ball. That's kind of a no. I don't need you to return the ball. I don't need you to be Devin Hester. I'd love to have that, but if you can just catch the ball, that'd be ideal. But team seems to like him, so I don't think we're getting anything differently on that one. Sam Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. This was my first Seahawks game I got to attend. It was depressing. Some of the Bill fans were obnoxious after the game. Oh, well. Go Hawks. I'm sorry, Sam. That's a tough first game to have to go to, man. And you never, especially to be embarrassed, and you just want a good game at least, Give me a competitive game. Make me feel like I can at least come away with my team feeling good about this or that. And okay, we went up with the toe-to-toe with the best the AFC had, and we fell a little short. Yeah, you feel all right with that, but you got boat raced, and there's nothing more you can say than that on it, You got lapped, taken out to the shed. This is the hydroplane races. Our boat basically stopped just off the finish line, and theirs just kept going. Zoom, 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 and we're over there going. Keep your head up, Sam. There'll be brighter days, man. And it's a hell of an environment to be in when it is a great game and things are cooking in there. And Yeah. A lot of Bills fans in that stadium. A lot of Buffalo fans traveling all the way out there. And who would have ever known so many Buffalo fans in Seattle? Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. 15-15 at home in the last 30 games. Season ticket holders should also be ashamed. We're getting owned by opposing fans at home. Tired of it. I don't know if the reason is that they put the tickets open at a certain time of year to where now we don't have enough season ticket holders to, I don't think we have a waiting list. So, but I thought that my gut instinct on this, Cameron, is that we have season ticket holders that are selling their tickets for profit. And they're basically doing this as a yearly way to get some more money in their pocket. And I get that it's a tough economy and all that. But if you're one of the people out there that's doing this, you're depressing that environment. You're helping to remove that tradition. Just the way it is. Because you're 15-15 at home, I'd say by a large part because you have non-Seahawks fans in that stadium. So when it's third down, it's a little bit less loud in there now. I'm sure there's other reasons, and we've gone through many of them before, but the bottom line of it is the truth to your statement. It's a long enough period of time now, 30 games. Home field advantages are supposed to be in the benefit of the home team, especially we're with our fan base. And maybe it just speaks to how bad your team has been through that time frame that even with that home field advantage, it doesn't do much to work in their favor. Certainly didn't do today, did it? Wow, great stat, Cameron. I wasn't aware that it was all the way back like that. That's brutal. Brian, he says, well, YouTube somehow borked their chat window. My comments don't show up. Too hard to type on my phone, so I'm going to deuce out. Sounds good, man. Sorry, YouTube's being weird. Mr. Hogg, we do need Mike Holmgren offensive line. Exotic Brandon, love the fix the O-line, please comments. Keep it up. Go Hawks. Also find the PFF grades and publish this coming week. Might speak volumes, I think. Very well could, man. Very well could. I'll get him out there. Definitely a lot of flags, Mike. A little greasy. Definitely a lot of flags in this game. John Robinson says, I would be opposed to blowing everything up, getting as much draft capital as possible, firing Grubb, finding somebody that is a great run defensive coordinator, and build both lines. I'm okay with that approach as well. I'm all right with that approach. Joe Smith, Dire Straits is a good band. Great band. Good licks. Rogers Green, defense was on the field the whole first quarter. Where's the defensive genius, Mike D? It's the part that I'm waiting for, man. A lot of four-man fronts, a lot of soft zone coverages. Don't see a lot of pressure-based model applied here. Don't feel like this team's coming downhill like I felt like that Ravens defense was always coming downhill. This defense feels like it's back on its heels every single game. And I don't have a great explanation for it. I'm sure, it doesn't have his personnel. Yeah, they're still getting the ins and outs and the details of the new scheme. Whatever the reasoning is for it, we're not seeing it. And it does make you get a little bit frustrated then about the lack of progress because it doesn't even feel like you're trying out the new things. You're living in the old world still. Chris is just tuning in. What a shit show of a game. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Don't at me. For contract purposes, I like to move on from Fant, Jones, Lockett, extend Geno below market contract, extend DK, all money spent to upgrade 2/3 of the offensive line. I'd love it, don't at me, and that's exactly what you could do. Lord knows this defense has had enough investment put into it in the last couple of years. There could be a place we could look back on and say, okay, Mike, you've got year 2 of this defense with all this talent now. Start to drive it forward a little bit. BP says, man, we got time. Brandon, tell us the contracts. All right, we'll walk through here at some point. If I got the patience to do it tonight, I'll try to roll through it. Am I going to take my word for it, BP? Maybe I'll just point you to Brendan Nelson's video on it. So he did a contract breakdown of it to show exactly what I would talk about on it. Joe Beggie, I see an undisciplined team and it's 100% on the coaching staff. I see the same thing, Joe. And yeah, that goes back to them. I think they inherited this from the prior organization, but it's your boat now. You got to get the motor fixed. Got to get the motor fixed. Jason Peters, that fourth down at the goal line, did Grubb trip Geno? No. Connor Williams did. Docs, Brandon, keep preaching here. Two offensive line free agents and number one draft pick is another offensive line or defensive line or linebacker. Yeah, something we haven't done is take it to that level. Half measure approach is too much to the offensive line. I covered in a video I dropped this last week, and stands out when you look in retrospect how limited they've been in their vision for how to improve an offensive line. BP says, I'm good on signing K9. I'm taking the guy from Boise State to replace him. I wouldn't mind. That would be a hell of a way to replace him if you did. I'd probably be a bit hesitant to pay K9 too myself. But I'm also a little bit against paying running backs. Henninger, Spredinger, would you trade Nwosu? Unfortunately, as it stands right now, Nwosu is going to have no trade value as it stands if he currently goes at the current pace that he's on. But he would be an additional guy that I would put into that camp. Draymond Jones, Nwosu, Fant, one other guy I'm missing here if I'm spacing out on my head here on the other guy that was going to be, but there's another Tyler Lockett. Those are four major contracts. When you cut the cumulative of all those deals, and then as I said before, keep in mind that you can sign Gino and DK and save $5 million on the first year of those cap hits. And it's really the only worry you have to be on this is 25. You can't really get on me too much about signing those guys onto the 26 and 27 contract because, as I said earlier on this, your top three in cap space in the NFL for 2026 and 2027. But those collection of those guys would be the guys that you essentially, it's like a piece of fruit, man, you know, squeeze it out. That juice that you get out of it is what you're able to do to sustain yourself with the other signings that you want to make. Be more Seahawks B. Thursday Night Football is on Halloween. You going to dress up for the members only stream? Maybe. I hadn't thought about it, man. Probably depend on how my mood is this week after this loss. I'm going to be probably in a pissy mood. Joe, do you think we get Lucas back against the Rams or until after the bye? Until after the bye is the plan that sounds like is in place, Joe. They're going to take a little bit of a slow roll approach on that one. Brian Myers, thank you for the $5 donation. Brian, didn't have any comment in there on your dono, but I appreciate the dono nonetheless. Thank you for that. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 dono. Bad as it's been, we're still 4-4. Control our destiny. It's a good point. Very good point, Adrian X. And as bad as it is a long NFL season. Anything is possible. You do get Lucas back here within probably the next two games, I would say. And he can certainly help out that offensive line, his impact coming in there, especially with crossing their side. Maybe you can kind of start to solidify some things down if Connor can start to get back to the right end of it as he was the past couple of weeks, Connor Williams. But, anything's possible in this division, Adrian X. And if you win the division, you get a home playoff game. And if you get a home playoff game in the playoffs, anything's possible off the offshoot of that. But thank you for the donation. Love your positivity and optimism. Cameron, thanks for the $5 donation. I'm down to give Grubb more time. He's a rookie in the NFL after all, but I actually miss Shoddy. 2018, 2020 was so fun to watch our offense. Well, especially 20 at the end there. Shoddy was able to get something out of it. I really just want an offense that is willing to do what offenses need to do in this modern era. And that is be willing to kind of attack you in every way, but understanding motion-based has got to be at the forefront. Getting the ball in your guys' hands. There's things I like about Grubb. I'm not looking to jump off of him either. And, on all these accounts, I really want to get to the end of the season and where we stand with it, as it sits. But he's been frustrating. And I'm hoping he's the answer here long-term, but I'm not sure. I really don't like how, for instance, it took him to the third drive of this game to figure things out. Like, he just kind of, the first two drives were just sort of, he has these kind of things where I call them kind of probing drives, where he's really not looking to attack. He just feels like he's more trying to learn about the defense. I don't know if the NFL, you can kind of afford to do these sort of probing drives. You got to kind of attack, have a purpose to your approach. Look at the defense leading up the week and how you can get after them. And, that's just, I don't know if I'm right on that one. It just feels that way. It's probably not that way, but it feels that way. But thank you, Cameron. I appreciate the $5. Hand grenade, thank you for the $5 donation as well. B, any quality O lineman fit into John, won't bother with it in the draft. I'm not aware of anybody that's going to be available on the open market that's really of all that good. I've looked into the free agents that'll be out there, and nothing's jumping out at me so far right now. But I mean, I could go look at the greatest offensive line guy that they'll be out there, and we know John's not going to sign a free agent offensive lineman. He'll make a trade for one. I mean, even that he's never done really. So it's probably, we'll go back in and we'll just draft another two. We'll draft one again in the third round, and we'll take another one in the sixth. Then we'll probably then sign some long in the tooth veteran whatever that costs $3 million and run it back again that way. I would imagine hand grenade. He's been so thoroughly in this mode, right? The last big offensive lineman as a free agent that he signed was Robert Gallery. And that's when he walked in the door, and I almost feel like he got so cut by that one, because that one didn't work out well for him, that he just kind of was like, F it, I just will never do that again. But I'd argue he'll probably go to the draft. He's not going to, but I don't think he'll spend it in free agency. Number one, I don't know if you're going to have really the money to spend for one free agency either, on top of that hand grenade. I think you'll have to just sign your own guys. And again, understanding he probably doesn't put that much of an onus on spending the money on those. He doesn't want to do that. So I'm not going to predict that he'll do it until he shows me he's willing to do it. Sages, thank you for the $10 donation. Sages, I really appreciate you on that. He says, I need some confirmation McDonald is a true coach in spirit and not just a football brain in a position of power like Robert Saleh or Adam Gase, etc., etc. Well, that's the place that remains to be seen, and which he's got to prove at this point. That's the next part of this process for him to prove is, are you that guy? Can you get this team motivated that way? Are you more of just a coordinator? And we've learned many of these guys in the past that Staley with Chargers, you learned was this way. And there are many coaches that are just at their best being just merely coordinators. I think that McDonald still is the right hire. I don't want to come to any final conclusion on him. Certainly not halfway into the year. But it's dissuading that you don't have this team at times feeling like they're playing as hard for him as you'd like them to be playing. And then if you got the buy-in from players, you feel them playing hard on the field. You don't have question marks about, does that guy really want to go tackle? Is that guy making business decisions? Is that guy putting his nose in that gap? And unfortunately, there is some of those questions there. And we're going to learn more about that as this year goes along. We'll learn more about that as the years go along. But I think that there's plenty of right to question that, where there's a way this year goes wrong where you're 3-3 or 4-4, whatever. And you're going, okay, well, we're 4-4. We have these games where he's going, okay, I don't have the personnel to run my scheme the way I want to run it and be as wild as I want to run with it. So I got to provide some help to my front because they can't stop the run. So I'm going to run some more blitzes, and they'll be like run blitzes that turn into pure blitzes if it's a play action kind of play. But I'm going to run more of this, like Flores I've referenced on this, Sages. Flores comes into Minnesota. He does not have his personnel there in Minnesota to run his scheme. He's inheriting another personnel from a prior defensive scheme. Does he let that hold him back? Does he try to run the old scheme? Is that what Flores does? No. So I'm going to run my scheme. I'm going to find a way to do this. And you know what? There'll be times we're going to get hit and we're going to get exposed. I don't have a lot of talent on this defense, but I'm going to take some chances. I'm going to take some risks. I'm going to dial some things up. I'm going to take it to the offense and be aggressive. If we fail, we're going to fail going 100 miles an hour. Is there anybody watching this defense right now saying they're failing going 100 miles an hour? Because to me, I see some school zone driving. I see some, hey, is there somebody got a radar gun out here on me? Driving. And I think that's a valid part to question here on McDonald above all else on this is just where are you helping these guys out? They talk about it. I hear about the big brain. I hear about the capability. I saw it last year with the Ravens, but I don't see it on the field that much here with this team. Very small amount. And that's my thing with this is if you're failing with the new style of scheme, you're failing by going wild and free, you're failing by being aggressive, no problems with that whatsoever, and by and large part to be expected with this new coach. You're failing by the old methods, you're failing by the old ways, it's a little harder to excuse. Doesn't mean that McDonald's a failure or not the guy long term, but it's harder to excuse, it's harder to explain. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. Notice how Dallas are trying something different, B. I haven't been able to watch much. I'm just now getting caught up on the donos, Adrian X, so I've been chat donos. I've been watching very little of the game out of the side. I've got it on right now, but I'm sorry. I've been kind of we've got so much going on here in the chat that I'm trying to just keep up. Sometimes when I'd love to be able to kind of just have the lizard eye thing going where I'm like, but I get drawn into the chat and just kind of ends up taking the sole focus there. But they're hanging tough in this game. Dallas is up 10-6 here with 1:30 to go in the half here. So, but is that how they're doing it? They're trying some different stuff. They're sort of, and that's what you got to do, man. Mix it up. You got to mix it up. And that's something that has been missing back to Sage's donation and question on this. That's something that's been just missing with this team is we're not mixing it up a lot. We ran like a couple blitzes early in this game and then we never went back to it again. What are we doing? Where are the stacked boxes? Where are the simulated pressures? Where's the man coverage concepts? Luis Bernardo Lopez Wilhelm, thank you for subscribing. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and I appreciate you for subbing on up. Thank you for the donations as well. Nate says, I don't blame the people selling tickets. This team has fallen to a new level. I hope attendance goes down and Jody realizes it's time for John to go. Calls are getting louder on this one. John says, Jarrell didn't do bad at right tackle, but we need another to back up or start. No belief in Lucas is coming back long term until I see it. Well, they say by after the bye, but you're right. We'll see. We'll see on that. June 32nd, I was high on this team, but after today, I don't even think we make the playoffs. I have a hard time seeing how we get there myself. This team that, if you don't have your A fastball, you're not going to have any chance in the game is what they've kind of taught us through 8 games. And I think that's a pretty fair assessment of the team. They don't have that prime stuff on game day, and it's 50-50 where you're going to get the prime stuff. I have a hard time seeing that type of team making it, to your point, to the playoffs. Agreed. Chris says, you can win with Geno. You can't win with shit run blocking and pass blocking. That's right. That is correct. I agree. Nick to Brandon, you're right now. Can you make the call on a permanent right guard, or are Bradford and Haynes still not riding back on this yet? Neither has solidified themselves in the position. Neither. Haynes is not going to come out well graded in this game. I don't know what Bradford did. It's hard to concentrate as much on the lines of scrimmage during doing the play-by-play, but neither have cemented themselves as answers in the long term. I mean, Haynes' third round status, I guess, gives him more of an inroads there. But if we're talking about performance on the field and what we've seen, it's not there. Trey Brown's still injured the best, I think. Probably just not up to snuff. I wouldn't mind seeing... I don't know, Charles, if you put Lucas at guard coming off that injury. Rada, I didn't even watch this game. Still weak in the trenches? Yeah, since 2017. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's been a minute. I'd say almost 2015, maybe, Rada. It's been a while. Oscar, why do you think the team, both offense and defense, can't seem to execute the schemes? I feel like we have the talent for the most part to be a decent squad. It's a great question. And one I wish I had a better answer for, but I don't. I don't even have a reasonable guess here. As you say, you've got better players than what they're showing you on the field. They should be more consistent than this. It's befuddled me as well, Oscar. I usually have a good answer on some of this stuff, but I just don't. And the thing with the defense and executing that scheme is that you're not executing that scheme, but you're not really running to the scheme that I thought we were getting here. I would offer, I don't even know if Grubb's offense really looks exactly with what he was doing at UW. It looks very much dialed down. But I wish I had a good answer, Oscar. I don't, man. I really don't. Dabna Trod, it's crazy how much we pay as fans to go and see this game just for our team to completely play like a high school football team. Shit, my local hometown high school team looks better right now. Yeah, it looks like they can't play the sport. I agree. They just look completely defunct, completely just not ready to play a football game. And I can't tell you how many times the past few years watching this game team be that way. You're just like, boy, how do you pro football player just show up and not be ready to play a football game? The Lance, if we traded 2 first-round picks for Jamal Adams, why not 2 first for Quentin Nelson? Well, I wouldn't have minded doing that definitely back in the day at all. I mean, I said back in the day, we were making the arguments back in the day when he was in his prime, would you do, if you have late first-round picks, would you go as high as even a 3? But I think that type of player, would I do it for that type of thing? That's certainly something I would go and do. And that's the way where I've mentioned is that, trying to see where he's at right now, how he's playing. I think he's starting to get a little bit up there at this point. 28 years old. He's not super old, but yeah, he's still dominant out there. At this age, it might be a bit old, but I wouldn't be mad if they chose to invest in the offensive line. I don't care really what the cost is at this point. I'm so desperate to see some kind of willingness to not only improve the unit, but put resources into the unit that I would do nothing but probably laud whatever they were to do with it. But I have no problem going that route. And that certainly would have been a much smarter role to go with, Lethal, than taking the Jamal Adams route on that one, which very much in retrospect has you sitting there going, what are they doing? Ishander says, I've been writing this in a lot of different comment sections, Brandon, but I want to know if you agree with me. I don't know if we should pay Woolen. His character off the field with the lack of his leadership scared me away. Well, it's a discussion that has to be a very serious one to be had, because with all these guys, when you're going to be paying them the money that they're going to want to be paid, and Woolen's going to want to be paid probably a $20 million payday, you better be sure that you're certain of it. And I definitely have some hesitancies as we stand right now with Woolen and how he's playing. I don't think he's playing bad, but this is again through the view of, do you want to make him $20 million payday? Does he have some deficiencies to his game that are too big that won't make that necessarily a net plus for me in giving that contract out, especially if in retrospect there is a team that's going to be willing to give me some draft capital of significant quality for him. Yeah, I think it's a valid question. You got a choice right now. The guys that'll be eligible to be paid after this year, because they've been through 3 years, are going to be Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Tariq Woolen, Technically Kenneth Walker, right? Those are those guys who can come up and say, hey, I've outperformed my rookie deal. You can give me a contract extension. And with Woolen and Walker, I think you got to be very careful on both those two deals there. You better be sure on both those two deals. So Shander, check with me again on that by the end of the year. But I would say it's not in a no-brainer category of things as it stands right now. And one that, give me that full season of data with him to see what he does here. If it continued through this year where it's at right now, he ends out with like 2 interceptions on the season, and this is what you kind of get. And he's good in coverage, but he's not really coming forward as a tackler. It's probably gonna be hard for me to give him that significant amount of money versus what I could probably get in trade capital on the other side of it. Snail says, we're the best of the bad teams, probably. We've been consistently outcoached by the good teams. Amen. Shander says he's really good. I just don't want to make an investment into him for the long run. No, you're right. I think that's the way too. It's not to say that Woolen isn't a pretty good player and that there's some things he brings, but you're not having him on a rookie deal anymore. It's not for a bargain basement salary for what you're getting, even with the deficiencies. Now it is a $20 million payday, and it's got to be a more serious discussion, because if there are things that he's limited in and he's starting to hold back the defenses, no matter the good, and you're paying top market for that, not where you want to be as a franchise and how you want to pay out stuff. Nick says, I'm waiting for McDonald and his coaching staff to take the next step, show that they won't be outcoached every time we play a good team. Me too. Joe, when you see players show up year one as good tacklers, then regress during season 2, that is 1,000% on the coaching staff. Same exact problems we saw with Carroll's defense. One. Inning says, honestly, I give our window with Geno 2 more years. So basically we need the O-line in place next season. If we can get good stuff out of Haynes and Bradford and get a good free agent as a long left guard, I'm with it. I'm completely open to that. Seahawks, the Niners don't have a lot of cap space for next offseason. They can afford to pay Purdy, but that will limit them by what they can do across the rest of the board. Nate says, don't blame people for selling tickets, B. We can only hope attendance dips more. Maybe John gets the boot. Well, it's always going to hurt my heart, Nate, when I see opposing fans in there. I understand where you're coming from on that, but it's always going to sting a little bit looking out there and being like, man, win or lose, Nate. I mean, this is the thing with this too, is that, that's not how we're supposed to be as fans. And this whole thing of like, you've got to make me earn the right for me to show up in the stadium thing, Nate. I can appreciate that that's where people stand on this, but you got to appreciate that that wasn't our mentality in the 80s. That wasn't our mentality in the 90s. And maybe the late 90s when you had basically the owner signaling he was trying to literally move the team. And they're like, I don't know if there'll be a team here next year. Why should I go check it out then? But every other time you show up to that stadium, usually you've shown up that stadium as a fan. It's kind of just this new recent thing of, well, they're not giving me as much we've not been a bottom cellar dweller team here. It's not been a 2-3 win team for a 7-year period or something. I know we haven't had a lot of playoff success, but they haven't been a bad team necessarily overall. I don't know, man. I think if you're in a position as a season ticket holder that you only want to come or go to the game because whether or not they're winning or losing, you probably should sell your season tickets. I'm not usually a guy that likes to jump on the whole telling a fan what to do or not to do, but, your actions are hurting the stadium with that mentality. Your actions are hurting our home field advantage with that mentality. So I'm not going to sign off on it. I don't want to see it. It doesn't help. It's not for the betterment of our fan base. Cozina, this is Michael Dixon, Seattle MVP today. He was the MVP today. Yeah, Dixon always brings it. CJ Brandon, in the slightest of ways, is the Hall-Reed interaction kind of okay? At the very least, they seemed like they care. They are getting stomped. Yeah, I'm not. The emotion stuff, and this was like the DK thing a couple weeks ago, I'm not as worried about it. It's not a great moment in the game when things are going so wrong that's got to happen. And quite honestly, it's more of Hall needing to look back in retrospect, understanding what's going on there, and a bad reaction by Hall. It's not bad of Jaron to do what he did. It's bad reaction by Hall not to recognize, yeah, you're right. I effed up. And then he doubled back down on the sideline, which is just like, when you have a team that's not learning from their mistakes, CJ, and you see Hall do something like that, in my head, it does go into it going, is this a little bit of a representation of why they're not learning things and they continue to make the same problems and the same mistakes? As you had a chance to go over that sideline as a Derek Hall and think about that and go, man, he just yelled at me. Did I do something bad? I did something bad. I probably should own that. And somewhere in his thought process, he went through that and it took him out the other end of it to, I need to go scream back at Jaron Reed again. Chris says, feels like a different style, but same result as Pete Carroll. Painfully average. Painfully average. I like that. Yeah. Joe Pesci, that 2026 cap space issue did not happen by accident. This team is headed for a full tear down and rebuild, and people are worried about making the playoffs. I'm hopeful for the playoffs. I'm not worried about it at this point. That's for sure. Maybe others will be in the chat. Charles, I was done when he made it through cuts. I don't know what they were thinking when they decided to keep him. So many better options that they let go. Trying to remember who you're thinking of. I think you're meaning D. Williams. He's been brutal. Brutal. Sages, thank you for another $5 donation. It says, stadium atmosphere ain't been the same since the name was CenturyLink. It's true. Once we went to Lumen Field, it was like, Lumen might bring the lights, but they don't bring the volume. You know what I'm saying? And it just hasn't been the same for many years. And there's probably a couple reasons for it, but you can make the excuses as a fan, or you can say, well, it's this or it's that. Here's what it is at the end of the day and what it means out. We lose one of the great home field advantages in all of sports. It pitters away. So we can have all of our silly excuses. They don't win this. They don't. Well, if they just gave me a reason to, cheer, maybe I would do my thing. Well, okay. And with that mentality, well, I just want to get my profit on my season tickets if I don't feel like going. If it's not going to be a grade A product on the field, then, I'm going to just sell my tickets to a, opposition's fan. Oh, okay. We lose our home field advantage. We lose this great singular thing that separated us from other fan bases, not only within this sport, but across sports worldwide. So you'll excuse me if I take a pause on that and kind of shake my head and don't quite understand. CJ, only reason we can control our destiny is because we've only played one division game thus far. It's true. I'm not sure I saw a clip of the fish tossing at a pole place during the breaks of the game, which is odd. That may have been the jinx. Maybe so. Bloopy, what is the Seahawks identity? Before it was Legion of Boom. Now it's been lost and needs a narrative or identity. It has none. Just peddling water. I agree with that. Scooby Snack says, here's a hug to all the real Hawk fans in the chat for today's loss. Big hug to you too, brother. I think, Doc Brandon, to be fair, you even said it has the quality of our teams the past years deserved top-level fans paying overpriced tickets. Well, it's the part that I understand. People are broke and all that, I guess. So that's a fair enough point to it. I don't know if I would, as I think about more on Addicted Ox, I don't know if I lean on as much of that's what's going on here. And I don't know for sure on this, but my instinct on this is that we've got guys that have season tickets and they're like, maybe I'll go, maybe I won't, and I'll sell it to an opposing fan, and I can afford to do it. It's more about maybe I have something else I'd rather do on a Sunday, which I don't know. again, it's whatever the reason being on this on Addicted Hawks, it's being lost. The home field advantage has gone bye-bye. You've lost 3 in a row here, 15 and 15 over the last 30 games at home. You're watching opposition's offenses easily do whatever they want to do. Daryl Chapman, it hurts so much watching this team when the problems are so glaring and we've been ignoring them for so long. I just want an average offensive line at least, man. You know how bad it is for a fan base when they just get to the point of just asking for an average. You've not been the first one, Daryl, that are just asking for the average at a positional group. It's been that bad. You know? Thank you again, Sages, for your double dip don't know. Folks, please hit that like button if you could for me. I would appreciate it. House of Brown, take a look at the Ravens defense this year. It seems like it was a fluke. I hope not. Well, they've had some breaks in their defense there in Baltimore too. I mean, they just lost the lost the Browns today and miscommunications and stuff like that in their defense this year. But we'll see. Like you say, hope not. Hope not. Grubb does need more time, Addis. Definitely not jumping to any conclusions. Disappointed, but not trying to jump to any full-on conclusions here. Elizabeth, am I the only one who was just laughing at the end of the game? Like, I had to make sure I was watching Fox and not Comedy Central. Yeah, I was there too, Elizabeth. I almost had to look away and just kind of read the chat. I was just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Well, that was a brutal game. Russell Marcuse says somehow we say it can't get any worse, and somehow it gets worse every time. Yes, it's true. When he says it's like falling down a black hole with no bottom. I just keep falling. I feel like I'm Loki in Endgame. You know? Wait, no. Ragnarok. He's like, Thor's like, I need my brother too. And he's like, oh, yeah. He brings him out of the portal, and he's like, I have been falling for a half of an hour. I feel like that's us, but for a couple of years as a football team. Snail B, I think was clearly a mistake to combo McDonald and Grubb. Having an experimental offense combined with the inexperienced across the board isn't working. Definitely not giving you much opportunity to win some of these games when both sides of the ball are both trying to find themselves at the same time, which by and large is what we're seeing in these games, to your point. It was a home run kind of swing, which I liked about it. I can't get retrospect on where I stood with it now to where I stand with it. I do like swinging big on coaches, but I have to acknowledge that there was if you're going to try to swing to put it up in the upper deck, that means that bat ain't going through the zone as long. That means you're going to have a little bit of an upward stroke to your swing, which means that there's much of a better chance at that point you're going to swing and miss. And they may have done that here. We'll give it the more of the time, but that certainly is a potential. Let's hold them off. The best says, yeah, D. Williams needs to get off the team. Agreed. I haven't watched any of the press conferences yet, Silver Ace. I'm sorry, man. I go right into doing the post game as soon as we wrap up on this. Flipping Flapjacks, a lot of this team is inherited. I'll give that to Mike. It is. The part that you got to definitely give the room to him on, that you're coming from two different schemes and two different requirements for the type of players you want to look for. And he's basically inherited what was here prior. That's definitely worth noting. And true. Scooby says the whole team played like S today, not just one person. Agreed. And John, yep, says give McDonald and Grubb a chance. Rome wasn't building a day. Yeah, agreed too, man. Well said on you guys' part. Yeah, Woolen was not good today, Russell Mark. I agree. Hand Grenade B, I think we got carried away after the first 3 games. We have to remember this whole new coaching staff, and there are going to be growing pains, patience. Yes. And I'm definitely in that spot. Definitely in that spot. Brandon, I saw us do some Raven-like things in the first 2 drives. For example, Ernest came up free up the middle. I think we got gashed by Allen, and Mike quit the pressures. I saw the same thing, Brandon. Well saw it. Yeah. Just kind of decided we're not going to do any more of that. But then you're making it so easy for then Allen and just hoping your front 4 can get pressure, and they couldn't do it. Lance, I pray every night Lucas comes back from his knee 90% of what he was. That would be nice. For me, almost every player is struggling in Mike's defense. At least it looks that way. Like, hell, Witherspoon is like non-existent out there most games. A lot of missed tackles also. What the hell happened? I don't know. Witherspoon's regression is very odd. This should be a defense that uncages him, that allows him to run free and wild and free. Instead, it seems to have impeding him. Bagland, Haynes' play strength is not there, but he has good pass blocking. Bradford is strong as F, but he's slow in pass pro. Yep. 2 just different players on either end on that one. Either end of that scale. Little Lance says, oof, at that $20 million for Woolen. Yeah, it gets to be a hard conversation at that point. It's one thing if he's not tackling well and he's intercepting 7-8 balls a year, but if he comes out to the end of the year and he's getting you 2 or 3 interceptions and he doesn't get off blocks, and he's not the most voracious of tacklers, do you want to make that guy $20 million payday? That might be hard for me to pull that at that point, especially if I think I can go get a 2nd-round pick for him. I might be more opposed to moving for a 2nd-round pick. And I don't think Reek's got any problems off the field addicted. I think you're right on that. Bad glances. Woolen doesn't deserve a contract extension. It looks like he doesn't try in the run game. I won't worry very much about his effort as a run defender. It's not just the tackling, it's the getting off the blocks. We saw it today. It does stand out with them. Teams attack it. Teams go after it. And he's got to step forward on it. Mike says, why in this economy would fans show up for a team that has shown us that they won't change their ways? We lose the same way we lost years ago. No wonder the stadium loses its swag. Fans aren't ignorant. It's definitely something that's being mentioned quite a bit. I can't push too back on the stuff of, hey, you make tickets this expensive. People are in a tough economy. I can get that. I'm not going to push back against the fan that says I'm not putting money out there for that kind of thing. It'd be just the fans specifically from my perspective that would be the season ticket holders who you've chosen to be a season ticket holder. If you don't want to be a season, then give it up to somebody else at that point. Part of the reason the tickets go high is that you get these season ticket holders that all paid tickets, but they're not actually going to the games. I don't know. Honestly, I don't even care anymore. If no one to be loud, then it don't need to be loud. Dune says there's just a bad culture that's been lingering in the Seahawks locker room. It's carried over from the Carroll days. House needs cleaning. Not saying everyone, but ID the culprits and send them. Amen. I know this group doesn't want to win. They got in their own heads after it should have been 14-7 and never could come back. All said. With Lance, honestly, I feel like one blue chip left guard really boosts this line to be good enough. I think it'd be any blue chipper on this line in addition to what you got would be a big boon. But yeah, that'd be a big help, especially if you have Lucas back in there. And yeah, Mike says I think it's demoralizing for a fan to go to a game like this. Makes them never want to go again. And what a shame. Yeah, We had somebody in here going to their first game today. That must have been a brutal one to have to go check out. That one would have been a tough one to go check out. Strike, thank you for the $5 donation. Strike. I grew up in Illinois, became a Seahawks fan because of the 12th man rep, and got to visit for some games in 2019. I still have hope. I love that hope, man. And 12th man is worldwide, nationwide. And I still have hope as well. I would like to see that essence come back. And I guess to the point on these people that are saying that right now, we're in a horrible economy. No one's got any money. The team isn't good. So why do I want to spend $400 for a ticket that I can't afford for a team that's piss poor? So to their point, once we get a team actually into good shape again, maybe that will mean that people are then willing to pay that cost, and we'll see less of the opposition's colors, almost like a flag across the bottom whole layer of our stadium as we're seeing in some of these telecasts. But I love that you're a Hawk fan out of Illinois. And look, the 12-man rep is still real. It is. We'll come back. You know, we might be a little bit on our knees right now, but we'll find a way. We'll find a way. Thank you, Strike. I appreciate the $5 donation, brother. Keep that hope. Keep that hope, man. Eric Michelet, thank you for the $10 donation. Eric, losing to the Lions, 49ers, Bills is not anything to be ashamed of. Excuse me. Losing to the Lions, 49ers, and Bills is not anything to be ashamed of. Season comes down to the next 3 weeks. Beat the Rams, get a solid bye, beat the 49ers. We would be rolling. Let's go. Oh, love the positivity, Eric. Everything is still possible in this season. It's an open division. The schedule's not going to be simple by any measure going forward, but it's not going to be treacherous either. The team can clean up some of these matters and items, then anything is possible this year. And take care of business in your division, handle a division, get a division playoff game at home. Certainly anything by that measure is then possible then going forward through the rest of that playoff run if you get on it. 1 second here. I certainly think the opponents that you've lost to have got to take into a little bit of account to your point on this, Eric. I wouldn't push back at that at all. I think that's a valid point. Say, hey, these are some of the better teams. We might be looking at 3 of the teams of the Final Four in the conference championship when it all gets said and done, right? Like that could be how that all ends up bearing out to 3 of those losses on your schedule. That's, nothing to overlook, and I think that's a good point on your part to really keep a little bit at the forefront. Now, you do have the Giants loss in there too. And you have lost now 3 of 4 games, and all of these 4 losses have had a very similar note to them in that you haven't really felt in any of the games that you have been thoroughly outclassed. And I think that that's where people have a right and understanding to be a little bit like hard to find as much of that optimism or the cup being as half full. But the bottom line point is true. Everything in this year is still attainable. Winning a division, getting a home playoff game, getting in the playoffs, just getting a chance. You get in the playoffs this year, it's a smashing success this season. And that is still possible. That is still well within their crosshairs right now, 8 games into the season. Just got to start cleaning up a variety of different issues if we're going to hope to get to that place. It ain't a one thing, ain't a two a thing. It's about 6, 7 things that need to start taking some big time steps forward if we're going to hope to get there, especially with the opponents we come down the line, because it's less of the Patriots, Dolphins, Broncos with the rookie quarterback starting his first time, and it's going to be more of, here come the Vikings, here come the Rams twice, here come the 49ers. Even the Cardinals game looks tough right now. But Eric, thank you for the $10 donation, and I love your optimism and spirit as always, brother. And let's go get this. Let's go get this. Slobby1, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I'm just tired of the lack of effort every week. You touch on something that I see also the same, and I felt like we saw it last year as much as anything for the first time from Coach Carroll teams. Coach Carroll teams had moments where they had been outclassed on the field from a schematic standpoint. We're playing checkers, they're playing chess. But Coach Carroll teams, by and large, every single week brought an energy level and a level of spirit and can-do to what they were doing that you always felt was out there. If they got beat in other ways, but it wasn't because they weren't giving you everything they got. And there are times that drifted away last year from Carroll. I've seen it again more from this team as well. It's not that everybody on defense isn't giving out that effort. It's that you don't have everybody with their oar in the water. You got a couple partial oars, guys that are kind of mealy mouth, kind of right on the top of the water. You know, everybody else is buried in, and they're pulling it like back Viking Day style. You know, oh, and you got others that are kind of like. It's a little bit of that feeling, right? A little bit of that spirit you're feeling. And I'm the same way. I go out there and be ready to play. Put your nose in there. You're playing millions of dollars. You do this 17 times a year. Get in and get after it. But business decisions, you know. I'm a multimillionaire. I got to think about my retirement, I guess, or something. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Eric, thank you for the $5 donation. Also, what's the best way to get you the $100 for charity for the kids? Well, Eric, maybe we'll do hold off on it, Eric. Let's do, because I'm going to do before the year is over with. Maybe we'll do it as like a push to, Eric, we'll do it as like kind of a push to 20,000. So, you know, we're getting closer and closer to that area, Eric. So maybe what I'll do is do like a 24-hour stream for charity. And I've been thinking about doing that anyway as we get around to the 20,000 mark. So hold off for that. I'll commit to trying to do that at some point on this when we get, you know, kind of deep into 19,000, and maybe we'll see if we can, you know, you're winding down. I'll just do a 24-hour straight kind of stream day thing. But we'll do a St. Jude's stream when I do that. So I know that they do a lot of good stuff, a lot of good work. So hold that in your pocket for now. And then let's do it for that stream that we set up. Cause I've been thinking about doing that as a 24-hour stream kind of thing. And just, we'll have it be a lot of everything. You know, we'll be watching some reaction vids to stuff, having some fun on it. I'll try to kind of set it up too with more just me, just like, you know, here's hour 14 with Brandon and his IRL's charity stream. Oh, Eric, thank you for the $20 for the children. A little bit like that. But very soon, we're going to crack our way here through past 18,000 subscribers. So before the end of the year, let's set it up for that, Eric. Let's set it up for that, because I'd like to really juice that up when we do that. And I think it'd be really cool to do 24 hours, see what we could come up with for some charity, do a little charity stream. I would dig that. I dig that big time. But thank you, Eric. Appreciate you on that. Appreciate you on that big time. Man, the Niners are playing good. We're going to be the only team in the NFC that loses NFC West. Oh my God. Z, need another fast receiver with DK because JSN and Lockett aren't that shifty. They're not, nor fast. You definitely felt a lack of team speed there on the receiver core with DK out today. To your point. Eric, thank you for that double donation, man. And I promise we get close in on that mark. I'll let you know in advance on that. But as we round past that 19 mark, I'll start trying to set up a timeline on that and see if we can 24-hour our way to get into 20,000. Patrick, we do need Bobby Boucher. Bobby Boucher. Big Docs, Brandon, if available, do you trade Woolen for a stud left guard or right guard if someone coughed them up? Kind of reverse Jamal Adams trade? Yes, I would. I would indeed. That wouldn't be even hard for me to think about on that one. Yeah. Very quickly. The line's gotten too problematic. Joe says these new faces are spoiled by the winning culture Pete built. Most of us had to suffer through 2 and 14 seasons, the Rick Meyer seasons, picketing against Ken Behring, moving the team. We've had some rough roads. That's true. Ray-Bans, Derek Hall, penalty was the start of the downfall. They may pick up the 3rd and 11, but if not, we are only down 10-6 at the half, and that would change the mentality of the team. Yeah, it made a big deal. Big deal in the game there. Why Jaron got on him so hard there, and rightfully so in my opinion, is because you can't have that in that moment. You've got to be aware of what's going on. Situationally aware. John Ruiz, I can't fathom why they are not using Chenault or K-Mac for returning punts. Can't be any worse than Williams. More than likely would be better and more productive. I echo your thoughts on this. I feel the same way. Don't have any reason why. I don't know. I don't get it either. He's awful. He's awful. I guess they don't trust those guys much more in receiving the ball, being able to catch it. Good morning, football breakdowns. They don't need to fully rebuild, though. They can fix cap. Yeah, they possibly could. Just all depends about how much commitment McDonald feels like he has in these guys, or how much these guys fit to how he wants to run his scheme. Mike Skinner. Oh, I missed that one. Sorry. Mike says, the fact that D. Williams has a job gives me hope one day I'll be the first American king. What an inspirational guy. AC, do you realize we are at a point where we celebrate after getting off the field on 3rd downs? Kind of, yeah. I think even then now we're sort of like, ugh. Brian says, with the signings, trades, and practice squad call-ups so far this year, Williams having a spot on this team is egregiously dumb. Yes. Said after week 1, you could see it too. It wasn't that I was some great insight on my part, that I was seeing something far ahead. You guys have been seeing the same thing since the first game. This guy does not look like he's comfortable back there returning punts, which is kind of a problem if you're a punt returner. Dizzy says, I think Grubb's been severely limited in his play calling due to the O-line play. It's week 8 and we're still rotating guards. That says a lot. It does. Doesn't mean your offensive line's in good place if you're doing that, right, Dizzy? Yeah, you're right about that. Dizzy says center Connor Williams is a great center and he's been getting better, but today he made incredibly costly mistakes and he'll learn from it and get better. Yeah, he's been improving steadily here. Just a bad day at the office for him. Highlighted by the fact he had so many who had so many bad days at the office, had a bad day at the office. Austin says, how worried are you for Mike? Also, how bad is Spoon's down year? Will he bounce back? Great questions. Jury's out on Mike, Austin. I can say that I still feel all right about him being the hire here, and I think that he will find his footing eventually. But the tangible proof that he's on the pathway to getting there is not yet shown itself to me. So it's sort of kind of a blind sort of faith you're applying a bit here, right? In regards to Spoon, I would think he would bounce back. He's not been awful this year. His tackling has gone really backwards. As a cover guy, he's still been pretty good overall. But the tackling has gone backwards. And so, he's probably a top 20 guy as a coverage guy in the sport right now, but just not bringing what you thought you'd get to him from an ability to bring ball carriers down like he did last year in the open field. So I think Spoon will be fine long term. But it sucks. It's gone a little bit backwards for him this year. Daniel Doyle, still here, win or lose, to say great coverage as always, Brandon. Disappointing loss, but on to the next game. Well, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you watching, all of you guys watching for that matter. Thank you. I know it's a loss, tough one to turn over, but you guys are in here checking it out with me, and I do appreciate that. So thank you for the kind words, Daniel. Please do hit that like button if you could for me too, folks, since I would really appreciate it. P. More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, my first game, we got shredded by Colt McCoy. Yeah. There's been some tough, like I said, these have been some brutal losses this year and some embarrassing losses this year, but it certainly has also been that we've seen a few of these in recent years, haven't we? We've been down this road a couple times. It's not our first dance. Thank you, Feed Me. Sorry that had to be your first game, man. That's tough. Lethal says, I have to weigh my belief that John Schneider's a good general manager with the fact that he thought it was completely fine to roll this year with Lincoln Tomlinson as our starting left guard. There's going to be more questions to John, and he's had a little bit of an umbrella above him in Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll's been his boss. Pete Carroll has had oversight. So when it comes to personnel decisions, you've never been quite sure on what is necessarily Carroll and what is necessarily John. But there's no more of those questions now. It's fully on Sean's plate. And if he goes through this offseason dealing with that offensive line in the same manner by which he's dealt with them for 10 years, I am going to tear through John like he was paper effing mache. There will be no support going into training camp of like, well, trust the process. Well, trust the process. No. No, 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 no. You've had so much time on this one from Schneider's perspective to start to learn your lesson. And he's starting to look abstinent here. He's starting to look purposeful in his lack of ability to understand why this is an important part to start to shift here. AI says, no way Woolen's $20 million a year, 15 maybe. I still wouldn't pay 15. Good morning, football breakdowns. I'll be honest, I don't see us re-signing Woolen or Witherspoon when their rookie contracts are up. Both are just too small. It's possible. I think with Woolen, if they don't sign him to a contract extension this offseason, I think that you would probably move him by a trade. That you would try to get some capital back at that point. Louise says the only constant this team has is BS penalties and D. Williams being the worst returner in the league. It's facts. Facts. Thomas says, I'm more frustrated with how they lost, but Rob Stanton has a point in that who is the leader of this team? Who is the all-pro players? I believe eventually it will change, but when and how? That's the next part that's got to come forward here. And if you go through the next 2 years and you don't have any all-pros, and John's had the time of drafting that, I think he'll probably be out at that point. So, if that's where we come to learn that's ultimately the conclusion of all these drafts and the Russell Wilson Hall. I mean, you come out of the Russell Wilson Hall and you've brought no all-pros into the house off all those picks. It does become a little bit of like, hey, come on, Johnny. Scooby, I mean, I certainly would, these guys may be a part of the team going forward, Scooby, but I think that the questions have to be asked here. There are no sacred cows really on this team, in my opinion. At the end of the day, every question's got to be kind of asked about everybody who gets to the end of the year, especially if this team is not taking steps forward. If they're regressing, and everyone's got to be looked through the view of, is this the proper, appropriate decision to be made here? And I like Woolen as a player. I'm not down on Woolen as a player, Scooby, but the thing that Mike McDonald's scheme is going to require is that his cornerbacks tackle. Woolen has not taken steps forward as a tackler. I had more moments in this game I'm watching him where he's not getting off blocks. The commitment's not there. Business decisions. You can just feel it in his energy and his effort level. He's not trying to get it done. It's a bare minimum thing for him. He's operating like a wide receiver convert at the cornerback position. It doesn't mean that he can't come forward with that. It doesn't mean it can't improve with time, but it does mean it is where it is. And he may come to the after the end of this third year and say, I've outperformed my deal. I want a new contract. And you're looking at him going, I don't think you've earned that yet. And I don't know if we want you to be as part of that long-term part of the process. So that's where there's no answer is just as easy as auto yes, auto no. I think all these got to be questions we ask. They're not questions that have to be answered now. We can wait till the end of the year to get to the point of trying to figure out what's what and who's who. But I'd have a hard time paying $15-20 million a year for Woolen if he's a kind of a big negative as far as all the way around on the tackling front of things. If I can't trust him to get off blocks, if I know teams can target him in that element of things, that's going to be rough. If guys can throw, he's a 6'3" corner with insane length, and guys are throwing fade balls and complaining it to him down by the goal line. That's going to be tough for me seeing moments like that, saying that's something I'm going to reward $15-20 million down. It starts to become, okay. Yeah. Big Dizzy, I don't know why we're running jumbo at the goal line. The play calls around the goal line were weird. Really weird. Kevin, I just want answers as to why they're not trying new things. Like, why keep it so simplistic when that is failing due to being so blatantly obvious the line of scrimmage? That's a bit of my points on this too. If you're going to fail, fine, but fail doing new stuff. Fail trying different things. Don't fail keep running the same kind of plan of attack into motion that you've been running in these games. Wilbert says we need to make a big splash on both sides of the ball. Boy, do we ever. Henry Diesel, Rams are bringing the same baby oil the Bills used to throb the Seahawks. Yep, they're bringing that Diddy baby oil. That's special stuff, you know what I mean? That's special. Dick says, okay, finish the bottle of red wine, now digging into Costco almond toffee jar and drinking milk. Mr. Obsessive Compulsive, hell yeah. Elizabeth says, as a fan from the Faroe Islands, what was so awesome in Washington was the passion people had for the team and how grateful they were for even having a team in the state. Where did that passion go? I don't know. It seems to have kind of bled out a little bit. I mean, people are pointing highly here, Elizabeth, to the ticket cost, and I do get that part of it, but I don't know. I mean, I know tickets were cheaper in the 80s and 90s and all that stuff too, but teams were also a lot worse in that times too. People still showed up. More football says, I hope we get Starks from Georgia. Move Spoon outside and play Starks up and down like Kyle Hamilton. He's a good player. Fun player. Swiss Army knife. Yeah. Kyle Hamilton kind of player on that front. Isaac, I'm a Seahawks fan from Utah. Used to live in Washington State. I've been since they won the Super Bowl. I also have hope. We're a young team with lots of issues. We just need to clean these issues up. Love the optimism, Isaac. Love the optimism, man. Let's go. Kieran says, I made my peace for this team. Scooby says, these fair weather fans that have grown up in the Carroll era of football and championship football is all they remember, and how I feel sad for them because they weren't around to see this team when they were really bad. True. John, I'm surprised we're 500 at this point. Yeah, kind of surprising. Slobby 1, 24-hour stream would be hard. Nah, I could pull it off. I'd probably take like a half-hour break at one point as I go live, but I could do it. It'd be worth it to try to get over the 20,000 mark. I mean, we could probably be within like 500 if I did a full 24 hours. I could probably push it over 20 off of a 24-hour stream, especially if I pick the right time of day to do it. I'm getting over that 20,000 mark this year, folks. You believe that? We're getting over that. Isaac said, we also have to remember when Pete Carroll first got here, the first 2 seasons under him, the Seahawks were 7-9. Yep. Got to give it some time. And Leave Alliance, I'm very appreciative we don't have Dak Prescott as our quarterback. That is for sure. That is very much for sure. Snail says, B, when do we start asking if JSN is a bust? It's probably going to be hard to get to that spot when he's being at least moderately productive, I would say. projection-wise right now, he's looking like he's going to get 90 catches for 775 yards. So, a bust is a guy that's getting you nothing on the field, really. But he's averaging 8 yards a reception. I think more than saying bust, I think you just kind of go, you're going to look at that one, and I think you're going to say, well, JSN's going to be kind of what he is at this point. Not a bad player. He can be productive and he can be helpful, but I don't think he's a game changer out there. I don't think that he moves the needle. You like the plan, Eric? We'll do that, man. We'll go with it. Once we get past 19,000, we'll start setting the plan for when we're going to lock it into play. Probably about a month or two here down the road at the most, but we'll lock that in. I really want to do that. Scooby says, I remember after years of sitting there watching this team be the worst in football with absolutely no signs of getting better, made me appreciate the Carroll era of football a whole lot more. Amen. Amen to that. Brian Myers says, I can tell you with certainty that the Hawks fans' noise made a difference at times to the Bills' offense. Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear there, Brian. Geno Smith. So I know our team sucked today, but if we scored 2 touchdowns on those drives, we stalled out. Wouldn't be 24-31 make us feel a little bit better? I mean, you feel better about the game if that was where the score was. I think that the reality of it, though, is that you got outclassed in every way in this game. And I'm okay with coming out of this game not drawing some certainty that the team is over with or anything like that. I'm not speaking in the terms of the season's toast in this manner, but I think we also got to call an embarrassing performance. And this was not a game where you were a play or two away. This is a game where you got worked in every which way, shape, and form, as you've been worked in every way, shape, and form in the other 3 losses. I think we can say that without coming to some cumulative, certainty about what that means about this team in the long term. It is what it is now. Team's got time to turn around. Team can get better throughout the course of the season, but I think that if we call anything of these last losses anything but really embarrassing all the way around, we're not really discussing these losses right. Did they mostly come against really good, high-quality teams? Sure, they did. And that certainly factored into this. But you didn't even mount much of a fight in these battles. You got lapped. If you get lapped, you don't come back and go, well, we were just, ball bounce here, ball bounce there. No, you go, hey, we got a lot of work to do. And I think that the leadership thing is a valid point to bring up. I think the leadership is missing a bit right now for the team. Though, I mean, even that, Jaron Reed's trying in that moment. He's trying to show leadership there. I've seen Leonard Williams show leadership at times. You just saw it on the field, on the mic stuff here last week. So I think some guys you need everybody in. Everybody's got to be in. It's more than guys telling them to be in. It's that you really got their spirit in like that. Slopey Juan, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm not going to lie. I was out on John since the spoon pick. Ooh. Twisted early on that one, huh? Well, I'm definitely got some issues with John on some of the approaches that he's taken over the past couple of years to certain positions. The spoon one's one I'm still myself okay with. My reasoning being is that Jalen Carter, who's well graded but is used very much in a specific way by that Eagles team, is just a pass rusher and not really as a run defender. And you always do have that ticking time bomb thing with him of, we'll see if the off the field stuff holds up. The Texas Tech guy that the Raiders took isn't anything special. Bijan Robinson has not been supremely a difference maker really for the Falcons. He's been good. He's been solid, but has he been top 10, running back? Great. Meh. Maybe not quite in that mode of things. So, kind of just, I think it was a little bit too there, Slowby one, what it was on that pick where It's just not exactly the greatest of seasons to be picking number 5 overall, where the blue chip talent was in that draft, because it was a pretty thin group of blue chip talent. But thank you for the donation. I understand where you're coming from. I do. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Great to see you in the house, Randall. Hope you're doing well tonight. Appreciate you on the dono. Randall says, to me, after the mistakes in the first half, I think the team, for lack of better term, gave up. The self-inflicted wounds and missed opportunities were too much. Yeah, I think once you had kind of that fight on the field at that point, there's just a sense of the spirit just kind of dripping away off of them a bit. I agree with you. I think that the energy that was there to fight on the day was taken from them, and they just kind of rolled over at that point and showed their belly. And it's not a good thing. Certainly not it doesn't show you, oh, look how much resiliency we have. You know, look how much, you know, no die attitude kind of thing go on. But, you know, shoot, it was what I saw too, Randall. You know, no other way to put it but that. It was what I saw too. Randall with another $5 says, more frustrating to know that we can play with them. Not a talent deal. 100% lack of discipline and focus. I think that those things are definitely at the heart of this a bit, Randall. I think it's also playing hard. It's playing with the spirit of really laying it on the line. And I can watch NFL teams across the sport and different teams that you feel that from them, the teams. Maybe just on one side of the ball or the other, for instance, but you're feeling it from those teams. And right now I don't have a lot of feeling from a team of they're laying it all on the line. They're letting it all hang out. They're leaving nothing on the field when they're done. I'm not getting a lot of that necessarily from this team so far. But discipline, focus, absolutely right there in lockstep with it. But that's how I think you also get to getting blown out by this bad, Randall, and that's what we get to on this stuff being not about a bounce of the ball or just one particular thing gets cleaned up and everything's all right. So there's a variety of things that are in bad spots right now. Doesn't mean they remain there permanently throughout the year. Doesn't mean there can't be some optimism for this season and that they don't still have a chance to turn these things around. But let's not missell it. Let's not undersell it. The team has a baker's dozen of major items that they've got to get cleaned up and fast. And time is running out. Living on that 3-0 start, you can't live much more on that anymore now. So we'll see if they do it. If they don't, Randall, if this team gives us more of these performances throughout the whole rest of the course of this year, then I am going to be on board with cleaning house. Then I will be on board with saying, well, you don't have the right players in here because I can't get them to play on Sunday. And no matter how talented you are, no matter how much your physical ability, if I can't get you to play hard on Sunday, then you got to go. And you can disagree with me a lot of things on this football team. You can disagree with me about Geno, or disagree with me about DK, or disagree with the Mike. You ain't going to be able to sway me in any way, shape, or form that we have every player on this team playing balls out every given week. That they are bought in and they're balling out. They've tapped that tap-in sign like they used to. I don't see it. I don't see it. I see too many players making business decisions. So if it goes this way the rest of the year, I'm down to lose, but I want to lose with us playing our ass off as hard as we can. Blood and guts. And I'm not seeing anything close to blood and guts right now. I'm seeing can we make it easy for ourselves? Can you make it easy on us a little bit? Get out there and lay it on the line. So I will be at that spot at the end of the year. Because I have a problem with that. And I don't care how talented you are if you're here. I don't care who it is at that point. If the buy-in ain't there, if you can't get there, then we gotta move this in a different direction because this ain't working going this route. That's if it doesn't improve, of course, Randall, right? That's if it doesn't take the steps forward in progress throughout the course of the year. Because you can live or die on Mike McDonald's new scheme and Grubb's new scheme. That may or may not work, but you can't ride it out with just the old players that are here just because you think they're talented at that point. If they're not the right players, if those coaches are looking at John saying, this guy does not work. I do not get him in every week. I do not get his full effort. I do not get his full attention. Well, then we got to make some hard-ass decisions after this year at that point then. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Burrow has a bad defense, run game, and a bad O-line. Look at their record. It's almost as if it's not Geno. There we go, Jordan. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. And yeah, to your point, Bengals lose today against the Eagles. They fall down to 3-5. Burrow's been kind of balling out. 14 touchdowns, 2 interceptions from Burrow this year. He's handling business. But you're right. Those other things fail out. Can't run the ball as consistently. Defense can't get as many stops. Isn't as solid as it once was. You collectively as a team take that step back. Great point there, Jordan. Great point. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I'm having second thoughts on Mike McDonald. Well, it's just about high time to start impressing with some of what you're supposed to bring to place as a defensive mind. And having a defense that has 8 games into the season, no ability to hang its hat on any part of itself defensively. You don't stop the run. You don't stop the pass. You don't really get turnovers with any level of consistency. You don't make offenses uncomfortable. You just have nothing to quite lean on and say, hey, here's our strength, you know? You have nothing to quite lean on and say, here's what we can at least hang our hat on. We suck here, 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 and here, but at least we got this thing. This thing we can do well. And now we can build off of that. They've got nothing as a building point. They are scrambling. They're shuffling through. They're desperately, you know, like a guy sliding down the side of a hill trying to grab for a bush to hold him from stopping. They're just desperately looking for something. And yet there is nothing there. And if you are a good defensive mind as a head coach, maybe I'm being unrealistic on this even in a first-year head coach, but shouldn't there be something that I can get from you? Isn't there something you're bringing to play on that? Does the talent have to be just perfect across the board for you to be able to get your scheme to be executed the right way it needs to be? I mean, and it's not maybe about perfect. I don't want to be unfair to McDonald here because, again, he has inherited Coach Carroll's players, so I don't want to overstate this, but you are kind of looking for a little bit of the benefits brought. It's the equivalent I've talked about of the offensive-minded head coach that, you know, can maybe not have all the best talent, but can still work an offense and manufacture stuff offensively speaking, even without the creme de la creme out there across the board. But it's not to draw any finalities on McDonald. It's just initial thoughts here. We're just getting our first flavor of him. Plenty of time for this to find some of its footing as the year goes along. But I'm not having any second thoughts myself. I'm just definitely you're looking for a little more of the point of emphasis to get impressed. Where you go, okay, this is what we're seeing on why we brought him here and what he's bringing. Okay, here we go. Especially since you just don't feel like you're running much of what the Ravens were really running. God, it looks like a different defense. I'm going to get some more coffee, folks. 1 second. With Lance, hopefully that bye week can help Williams since he hasn't really had any time to recover off of his injury. That bye week will also give Ernest Jones time to completely get comfortable. It will. Yes, sir. Gilbster, we can expect Geno to shed more tears on the bench against the Rams. Unfortunately, can't imagine being a rookie and looking at your team leaders pouting on the sidelines. Jack Maloney, hey B, I know you're a big Geno guy, and I am too, but I think we need to draft a new quarterback because of his age. I'd like to keep Smith for a bit, but because of his age, the ceiling is low for this team. If the team's not ready to compete, and right now, quite frankly, they do not look ready to compete. And we're talking about the 2025 season. If you're going to sign Geno Smith to a contract extension, it has to be, in my opinion, with the very, very strong, not the slight belief, but the strong belief that you are ready to compete for the 2025 season. And right now that looks like a far cry away. And that if it is a far cry away, then it doesn't make any sense to really be paying Geno Smith at that point the kind of money you're going to have to pay him because you need to get everything retooled, really. And as you say, I'm a pro Geno guy, but I also understand that the conditions have to be right to pay Geno Smith. And right now, those conditions do not look right. If they continue and persist in the way that they persisted so far, you're middle of the road coming through this year. You're 9-8 again. It's not Geno's fault, but it also is that, unfortunately, the timing sucks. And you just can't afford to be paying a guy if there's this much that needs to be fixed. I'm with you on that, Jack. I am. I think it's fair. Joe says, maybe it's just me, but I think the Hawks could bring in an all-pro offensive line and this coaching staff would find a way to ruin them or they would regress. It seems like players get lazy after coming here. I mean, so Joe, and somebody else mentioned this above. The issue with this, though, is that you've brought in an all-pro offensive lineman, so it's like you don't have to kind of guess on this. You've done it. You've done it. Dwayne Brown came in as an all-pro left tackle. And did he go down? Did he get worse? No. He was just as good for you coming in as an older guy at 34, 35 years old. I understand that there's maybe a thinking here we can't develop or it's just such a crappy environment, you know, like they're all just doing, I don't know, whatever, just they're smoking up in the practice facilities. The team has not put the commitment to doing that, Joe. That's why I'm kind of drawing on this a little bit is that you mentioned that, but they did it once. It worked out phenomenal. It was a wild, sensational success. And then you never did it again. So the people that want to say, well, if we even got a good offensive lineman, number one, that's kind of a defeatist attitude. I mean, that's the ultimate in defeatist attitude, right? But number two, when we did it, it was great, and we never have done it again. How about before we determine it will fail, let's just go do it and try it out and see if it's successful like it was the prior time. Ryan Scarborough, the strength and conditioning coach, is the name of Ivan something or other. We call him Ivan the Terrible. We're always usually, I think we've had last year was a bit of an outlier where it wasn't this way, but most years we tend to be one of the most injured teams in all of football. What's up, Haley? She says, hey, B. The game was just bad, man. Haley, it was brutal. Brutal game, and we've had to go through a few of them today. Just, oh my goodness. Can't be said enough that the Adams trade really screwed us. 3 picks in 2021, and 1 was Eskridge. If any of those picks from Adams trade or his money were on offensive guard, F. Yeah, we would have been in a lot better shape. That's the gift that keeps on giving, that Adams trade, I'll tell you what. Lee Lance, Big Cat, definitely our best defensive lineman. He is, for sure. Kieran says, bro, it's not just the running game for Woolen. Like screen defenses is mostly about outside corner diagnosing a screen, getting off block, and making a play. Why are the Hawks the worst screen D in the NFL? Yep, that's what I was meaning. Getting off blocks is another part of it. Yeah, it's not just the run game. It's how he gets off blocks, how he plays the bubble screen kind of plays. Yeah. It's not sufficient. It's not going to get the job done if he's going to want to be paid a high paid amount as a cornerback, and he will. If 3 years ago Shaquem Griffin could get paid $13 million a year, yep, somebody's going to be willing to pay Shaquille Woolen. It's not like Shaquille was all that great of a tackler either. Thomas says, I've gotten to the point drafting 2 or 3 offensive linemen, linebackers, wide receivers, defensive tackle, tight end, and edge. I think Seattle needs to copy John Harbaugh's drafting philosophy this year. I'm with it. Scooby Stacks, I agree with you, B, about Woolen, but something still tells me this team won't get rid of him no matter what he looks like. Just a feeling I have. Possible. It is possible they just like him that much. He's going to need to do, from our perspective, it sounds like he needs to do a little bit more to earn that range, though, from our perspective of it. And it's a big wound right now. It's a big hole in his game, that tackling side, as we were talking about here. It's a couple different ways it affects the game. Freedom Joe, Dan Quinn, and Bobby had a good day. They did have a good day. Haley says, gotta follow your board in the draft. The problem is just not enough picks this season, plus money on Adams and Diggs, making us skimp elsewhere. Yeah. I remember too with that, Haley, you did get those extra picks on the Russell Wilson trade after the Adams deal, but point still stands. You haven't drafted and developed great here over the last few years. That is faux show. Renaissance is here because Brandon with the good old soft zone and more stacked box BS again. Oh, not at all, Breslin. I like front four, man. I'm loving living in front four defenses and letting them pick us apart. I like those slow drives, man. Don't let them get the quick strikes, bro. Make them take 10 or 11 minutes, you know? Make them take their time with it. I'm with it. They'll make a mistake eventually, right? They'll eventually blow it, right? You can't possibly be disciplined all the way up the field with their execution. Playlist Trav, Woolen was nonchalant at times to me. Even that first touchdown he gave up, he could have fought for the ball harder. During the tight end touchdown, he was also giving the same energy. Thoughts? Yeah, same feeling that I have from him. And I was lamenting the same thing during the live stream about the fact that, you know, he just has the fade route thrown to him 2 plays earlier. So it was like he was caught off guard by the fade ball there. How are you caught off guard by that? They just showed you they're going to try to attack you in that way. But I agree. There's times with me with his body language where he just looks kind of nonchalant and like there's a going through the motions thing. He's certainly a very tight in coverage. He's good when it's that. But if it's going to be a run play, if it's going to be a bubble screen, even on that in coverage there, I did not see a guy that was being tenacious with it. And so, yeah, I saw the same thing. He hasn't been bad this year. He's been very good in coverage. But the criticisms in regards to him as a tackler and to his willingness as a tackler are still very much a question mark here as we're into his 3rd season. And everybody wanted to blame that on injuries last year, and I've been willing to give him time on it for being a wide receiver convert to cornerback in recent years. But the conversation starts to get really real when we're talking about the guy that's going to expect a contract extension after this year. If these are, you know, kind of what we're seeing. Dune Moose, thank you for the $5 donation. Seahawks will not practice indoors the remainder of the season. Ha ha ha. One way I'd sum up this team is mentally and emotionally immature. I think that's a good way of putting it, Dune. I think that's accurately what we've seen from them on the football field. And that stuff needs to come forward if they're going to be a contender. Well said. Good thoughts. I like them. Make them practice in the rain the rest of the year. Make them masters of the rain. Kieran says, Brando, it's no butt fumble, but how many weeks is that 30-yard botched high snap on ESPN's top 10 worst plays? I think that could be a worst plays in the entire year low light package. It's bad. I mean, it's pouring down rain there. So, you know, I'm not trying to let him off the hook. He's had some bad snaps this year already in addition to that, but it is pouring down rain. Those are the kind of situations you'll kind of get that. But it'll be a low light, that's for sure. Big Dizzy, new linebacker didn't look great. Elizabeth, one thing I miss about Russell Wilson was that it wasn't over until it was over. No matter how bad it was, there was always a chance. That is true. He made some plays, Dizzy. He tackled already. He wasn't the problem on defense and home. He didn't necessarily splash a lot, but it's fine. Robert, it's Geno, but nobody says anything because he does some good plays, yet he has tons of flaws. Robert says, John's not picked well over the 2 years. Stop giving pass when one or two players out of the draft do good for a couple of games. Well, I definitely think that the team took a bit of a change in their drafting style a couple of years ago, which I think I have supported and I think has worked out well for them. Charles Cross has become a good player, and not just a couple of games. He's turned into a good player this year. Kenneth Walker is playing like a top 5 back when you can get some actual holes for him to some degree and not just instant penetration. Boye Mafe has been a good player. I think there's a couple of guys that we can find that have rounded into very good players the past couple of years over the past 3 drafts. The hard part that comes into play on this, Robert, is that Coach Carroll had oversight over John. You have few situations in the league where a general manager has a head coach who can tell him what to do when it comes to personnel. So what this then draws, Robert, is it draws a situation where we don't exactly know what was John and we don't know what was Carroll. I think we've got to lean back a little bit into the ownership on this one, having not made 2 changes there, to take a little bit of something away from that, being that a lot of those bad choices and decisions we were seeing through the years, a Jamal Adams-like trade, perhaps a Jimmy Graham-like trade, maybe those were being driven a little bit more from a Coach Carroll side of it, and that's why John did remain and was not on the chopping block along with Coach Carroll. It's a guess, but that's what the part where I go to where it's just hard to determine on this, where prior to this year, Robert, there was no doubt about it that Coach Carroll was John's boss. And that's an unusual situation in football. So it gets harder for me to be my end of my rope with John here, understanding he was uniquely situated in what would be a tough situation for any general manager to deal with. You get all the blame seemingly for decisions that sometimes you may not have anything to do with, and you just have to sort of swallow your tongue and not say anything. You can't say, well, that was the coach. You just sort of have to eat it. So QB Sam Howell, he's making a comparison to Geno Smith and Burrow in a rightful way. He's showing how supporting cast affects those people around him. And so Sam Howell, QB Sam Howell 1, think about this also on the depth of what he's speaking to that. Yeah, Burrow went there with the no O-line, right? But what did Burrow have on that Super Bowl team, Sam Howell, that he's missing this year? That's exactly the thing that the guy above you was just referencing. Let's be intellectually honest in this discussion. Burrow had a running game. He had a good defense. So the poster above is showing you right there, he's bringing it up to you that now we look at Burrow without the offensive line and then the no running game and then the no defense. You don't have a winning Bengals team, even as great as Burrow is. It's the part of the discussion that people can't have with this quarterback position or seem to understand. It's like they can get up to the bridge, but they can't cross the bridge. Supporting cast matters. A complete failing supporting cast matters. And then you can get angry about that. You can wish that quarterbacks flew on high and were a superhero and had a freaking cape flapping off their back, but they don't. Even a Burrow don't. And yeah, he didn't have an offensive line, got the Super Bowl, but he had a running game. And he had a good defense. 2 things that Geno Smith hasn't had in 2+ years, Sam Howell. Greg Kemp says, I want Hawks to pick Drew Aller because I don't want the Rams to take him. Dig Dogs, Brandon, thank you for calling out Dwayne Brown. The current penny pitching on trenches must stop. Yeah. The one time you took this road, it was a great success. And what did Brown do for that offensive line? It was the same kind of situation where you had an offensive line complete disrepair, broken across the board, nothing working, a catastrophe at the left tackle position where you had a guard playing left tackle who, if I'm not mistaken, was missing like ligaments in his fingers or something that year, or broken fingers. It was weird. And you got Dwayne Brown, and he was able to come in and almost just by his presence alone start to steady down the rest of that offensive line ship that year and get you into a manageable state. And a must trade that you had to make at that moment. And then we never went back there again after we had such success with it. And that wasn't a young Brown. That wasn't a Sprite 25-year-old. That was an aging, left tackle, but you got something legitimate. You actually invested legitimately into the position and it paid off for you. And that's the part where we overthink this sometimes, where let's just not overthink this. It gets really simplified down to, you've decided there's only one method for you to be able to improve your offensive line as a football team. We're going to draft. And we're not going to draft a lot of guys really high. We'll occasionally draft high, but we'll just draft a lot, mainly on the back end of the draft. And then we'll always every year buy one bargain basement free agent on his last legs. You've done it every single year, the same way. The same way. Brian says, not having DK removed any chance of quick strike attempt at a comeback when still close. Agreed, yeah. You couldn't play from behind in this game like that. Rednecker, I miss the days the Hawks didn't lose at home. This was embarrassing. Yes, it was. And yes, I do. Me as well. Haley could trade Geno after the season for a first or second easily. I love Geno, but if this is a 3-year rebuild, we need to look at who can be dealt to enhance the team long term. I think this is a valid outlook on it. I think that we can say Geno's a good quarterback. We say he's been held back by the supporting cast, but then to your point, if you're a couple years out, then you got to make a pivot here a bit. You're right. And I would be, I would understand that approach. I would. I don't think you're getting anywhere close to a first. You're probably getting a late second for him, a playoff team that can see bringing him on as a quarterback and take them over the top by their belief. But I don't think you're going to get a first necessarily on that way unless you're including some player back in return. But a third, I think, is reasonable. Or second is, I think, reasonable if he can continue to play kind of where he's at for the most part. Quarterbacks are a bit tough to assess on that, to be sure. John Wees, I'm not concerned about McDonald yet. Jimmy Johnson looked a lot worse than Mike does this first season. He went 1-15 his first year. Good point. Good point. Dizzy says drafting a quarterback without an O-line isn't going to save the franchise. It'll just kill any confidence that quarterback has. Amen. We set up to break the next quarterback we hope to bring in if we don't deal with the offensive line first. Seahawks blue and green, I don't think you're going to have much teams looking to buy for Geno right now mid-year. You need a quarterback injury to happen in the next couple of weeks for that to go down. Geno to the Browns for a third and a fifth. I think the Browns have already gotten into sell mode there, Lizard. They move Cooper. I think they're going to probably roll. I know they won today, but I think they're going to probably just roll this out. Big Docs, Brandon, the game stunk for sure, but probably aren't giving Allen, his O-line, and the rest of the Bills as much credit as they deserve to. Just thought, dealing with the Rams trench is scary, maybe. Yeah, the thing with that, and I give credit to the Bills. They beat us in this game, and they're a great team. I mean, they deserve to be at the top of the pop in the AFC. They're addicted to Hawks, but just the thing with this is, again, this ain't just the one game, right? You just go, well, let's just flush that. That's one game. This is now 4 out of the last 5 games that this has played out this way, at least defensively speaking. And that means it's more of a trend now that we're seeing than just kind of an outlier because you faced a good opponent. And that has me a little more unsettled on that one. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, should I trade Jay Taylor for a first 2026 and 2027 pick? Dynasty fantasy football, pretty high odds. I finish last this year if I make this deal. Well, if you're going to finish last anyway, you might as well turn to the rebuild, Y2K. Nobody wants to be in between. Nobody wants to be in purgatory in fantasy football. So if you find yourself there, then start building draft capital for the future, I say. I mean, if it's a matter of you being on that bottom edge, what's the difference at that point? I say. And with Taylor, he's getting a little older as a running back now. He's got a lot of carries on that body. So I'd go with it. I'd do it. Yeah, I'm a yes. Randall McDaniel with a couple of $5 donations, double dipping back up here. And appreciate all of your support, Randall, as always, to the channel. You guys are absolutely amazing here on the channel. Come win or lose, you guys always show up and show your support and show out. And plenty of people in the chat today on top of it. I really appreciate that. And thank you guys all for watching tonight. Randall says, to me, the one thing is, how can we change that makes the biggest difference is running the football. We've got to figure that out. Helps all facets of the game. Well, indeed, Randall, you've got to get better at running the ball, and I think that's a great place to start out it with. When we come to start, let's start, as I say, hang our hat on something. Let's find something we can hang our hat on. I think there's a couple of places here to find improvement with the running game especially, and certain things that you can utilize that have worked for you in the running game. The tunnel screens to the running backs out of the backfield, that's worked pretty well. We've seen some success with that. That's something you can utilize if you can't traditionally get the carries, just kind of running up the gut like you are. More of a use of the pitch plays and getting to the edges of the defense at times, less of a predilection with hammering the A and the B gaps. I think that could, definitely take you a little bit further. They continue to refuse, Randall, to run any fly sweep stuff, any stuff to attack the edges in that way. And I think just to at least just keep defenses honest, you should run it a couple of times, in my opinion. But they don't go to that at all. And that's another thing that you can do to kind of manufacture some things in that way if it's not working traditionally. So I'm okay. I'm great with that. I'd love to see more of that too there, Randall. I do. It is going to be hard to stay at the running game if you can only gain about a yard a play, or if you're getting negative plays, you're getting the penetration, and you can't lean on it to get yourself into 3rd and 5s, but instead you still end up in those 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s, even when you've run on 1st and 2nd down. It gets hard then from an offensive coordinator standpoint to stay with that running game, but that's where we come back to mixing it up a little bit and running a variety of other different things in addition to it without just kind of, again, hammering your head against the wall as we sometimes do when we're trying to run that ball. The other thing we've got to do, Randall, is find a way. I don't know if it's because of the 12 personnel versus 11 personnel, where when teams see 12, they know it's a run. When they see 11, they know it's a pass. But there's something in how we're running the ball too that's too much of an indicator to the opposition of knowing when it's run and knowing when it's pass. We're not catching anybody off guard in that way. And that could be a part of what could help out the run game too, is a little bit more of what do we got to get in on the details to hide this stuff a little bit better, so these defenses can't quite figure out what we're going to do every time prior to the snap. Randall with another $5 dono says, not for firing guys after 1 year, certainly not mid-season, but if Grubb won't commit to run or adapt, maybe it's on the table. Seems stubborn to pass. Yeah, I think he's definitely been too locked in at times on, to your point on that, and I agree with it 100%, on getting too pass happy at times. I've said that with coaches, you've got to give coaches the time. You can't come back to Mike McDonald after 1 year and say, well, not the guy, I got to move on to another guy. You've got to give him time to get his system in place. But I have said the thing with coordinators is that you're not stuck to coordinators year in and year out, and that there's more that you see in the NFL with guys moving on and off guys all the time, Randall. Dan Campbell, when he came into the Detroit Lions, had an offensive coordinator. It wasn't working, and I think by mid-year he had fired him and gone to Ben Johnson. And I'm not advocating for Grubb to get fired by any measure here. I'm not, but that there's nothing wrong, in my opinion, if you get to the end of the year and say it's not there. We don't owe Grubb another season of development and finding himself out. And in fact, I could say that, look, with the talent that you had on this team this year, I know where the offensive line's at, but the talent you had on this team, you should be getting more out of it. We should be getting more bang for our buck here a little bit. So I'm not calling for it or saying it should happen, but if it did happen, or if the team stays in this place offensively speaking throughout the course of the year, I think that it's fair enough to consider, Randall. I do. You got to give the coaches the time, but with OCs, you can flip them in and out on a year-by-year basis is a little bit more. You could be more willing to be a little bit more changeable in that way, I would say. But that's where we come down to. We see where it's at the final point of the year, where it all settles in at, and then we can make ultimately the right, I think, determination on that. And then I would estimate Grubb will probably end up coming back, but I think that there more needs to be done here. We need to see getting more out of this offense than we're getting. There's too much talent there for where they've been at, in my opinion. I know the line's bad, I do, but we're just leaving the meat on the bone, it feels like a little bit, Randall. Joe, the high snap was bad, not getting around it, but it does happen. It happened to Manning when we pounded them in the Super Bowl. Remember, we got a safety out of it. It's a fluky thing. Yeah, it's a fluky thing, Joe. And then you combo it up with the fact it's in wet weather conditions, and those are the kind of conditions that do cause that. So it's a bit understandable. Brian East, it's going to be harder and harder to find committed talent in the draft when college ball is now about the NIL and the title shopping via the transfer portal. Very well could be. Yeah, very well could be. Going to have to find some creative ways to get around that. Kieran says the reality is back in the day, the Hawks used to be the best rain team in the NFL. It was a real thing and a part of the home field advantage. Seems like that's gone. It does. I think lack of being able to run the ball with any kind of commitment or effectiveness is probably a big part of that too. And if you're gonna play well in the rain, you got to run the ball well, and you got to run the ball consistently. Chad, looks like your own team was fighting each other after Hall roughed the passer. Seattle crumbling. Yeah, we did on that. Looked a little bit like that on that play. Brian Meyer says, John Schneider, Mike, and the scouts will work together for every draft. John Schneider ain't going to shut out a new coach who needs to build his roster. Count on it. Yeah, I agree with that. He knows how to work with head coaches. I think that's what that does help you with the situation you have with Carroll, is sets him up for that kind of ability to not be a dictator, but be able to kind of more work with the head coach. Joe says, how does Schneider approach drafts? Does the team's current needs matter most, or is it takes the best available? 3 years ago that they transitioned from a need-based model, which had not done well for them for about a 6-year period, Joe. It got them in trouble. They tried to rebuild their defense. Sorry, 1 second, folks. Got like a cat here. Bop, 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 bop. So, Joe, John Schneider changed approaches to a value-based model 3 years ago, and I think it's a good change. It is more now one that's going to be less about what your needs are and more about who's the best guy available on the board. And that's led them to pick where they picked on it. You know, that's led them not to pick as much to the offensive line, for instance, where that might be looked at as more of a need. And I'm okay with this approach when it comes to drafting, Joe. But this is where we also come down to, as I've said on this, there are 3 ways to improve your offensive line or any positional group. You can draft, you can be active in free agency and go sign a high watermark free agent that costs you a lot of money, but you know what you're getting with them, or you can make a trade. And the Seahawks have approached this offensive line only utilizing one of those methods for improvement. And that's, I think, a big part of why this has been held back, is it's less to do about the value-based model there, Joe, and more to do about, you got to be willing to trade. You got to be willing to sign guys if you're going to go that other route. It's too hard to just build a line, specifically through the offensive line, through the draft. Sorry. VP4 Seahawks B, didn't we have an elite offensive line, a little above average quarterback, and almost win the Super Bowl? And I don't want to go there, though. Yes, we did. And yes, we did. Oh, there we go. Come on, Cowboys. Boy, they got to make some ground up here, don't they? Nick says, we've been talking about how bad the O-line has been for over a decade. It's a tired conversation. It really is. It's such a weird blind spot for the team to not, at some point or another, figure out, like, oh, hey, we've been ignoring this for years. Big Docs Brandon, is losing to the Lions and 49ers a bad thing either? The loss to the Giants does stink. Our O-line and sometimes our D-line just aren't cutting it yet, it seems. Yeah, I can't subscribe. I think if, and maybe I'm reading into your question differently, or there might be a word left out there that you meant to include kind of to what you're meaning on this. So I think what you're meaning on this is, hey, we lost to the Lions and 49ers. They're good teams, so not too bad. I can't be in that spot. You've got embarrassed 4 out of the last 5 games you played. You've been thoroughly embarrassed on the football field. I can't have any sort of like, well, I take comfort in this. Well, I can take consolation in that. I go, it is what it is. It's embarrassing. And it's a variety of games you've been embarrassed. And I don't really care for the opponent quality. And the fact that you got Giants mixed in there too sort of defuncts the whole argument of, well, it's just great teams that are doing this to you. No, the Giants did it to you too, at home. There's some big problems at play here. There's a lot that needs to be corrected. We are not just a little bit away. We're not just like an inch away here. Is DK the Seahawks Christian McCaffrey? I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry, QB Sam Howell. I'm not sure what you mean on that question. Akirian, we don't run sweeps. We don't run off tackle. We don't run power. We don't run counters. We don't run traps. We've run a couple of draws. There's a difference between running the ball and being a running team. True? Yeah, it's a boring running game, to your point. Very one note, to your point. Lethal Lance, remember Bobby Wagner giving speeches on the sidelines when we weren't playing good, not pouting on the bench. True. True. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation. I believe at UW we could rely on all wide receivers and tight ends to block and have some sort of ability to yak. Grubb could be struggling to figure out how to run effectively. Only certain players can run block. It's true, especially trying to run out of 3 wide receivers, which you probably have had very little luck on this year. If we were to look at the bottom line statistics on this, I would imagine that you've run very poorly out of 3 wide receiver sets. And the reason on that's probably very plain to see, being that when you're in 3 wide receiver sets, you have Noah Fant on the field, JSN on the field, and Tyler Lockett on the field. So 3 guys that are net negatives there for you to run the ball. And if you're going to run to the edges, if you're going to run outside, Jordan, to your point, you're going to need those guys to be able to block to the edges very strong, to be very good on those, for their blocks to not get exposed, just get blown right up at the point of attack, essentially. That by and large does happen a lot, and certainly would be holding back Grubb to a big degree. You bring up another part that certainly I wouldn't understate as well, being that Grubb was able to utilize guys at UW that could be yak guys after the catch and could give you something with that. And right now with guys like JSN and Tyler Lockett and Bobo, you got guys that don't give you a whole hell of a lot after the catch. DK can give you a little bit after the catch, but that's not at the forefront of his game either. And so can his scheme run as well, being that he's got a spread scheme that's going to just quickly get the ball into his guys' hands in space and let them work? Well, if those guys can't work in space, right? Yeah, you might be a little bit onto something with this scheme on that front of it, Jordan. For sure. For sure. I think there's a little bit of something to that, my man. And thank you for the $10 donation. Jesse says, why were Derek Hall and Jared Reed were getting into it so much? Like I know it wasn't the smartest play by Derek, but they were getting into it. Well, people are asking about leadership here on the team right now, Jesse, which is the part that no one's yet noted in my chat on this. For all the people that are asking for leaders and people to step forward, Jaron Reed's going over there to be a leader in that moment. He's going over to Derek Hall saying, and yeah, he's probably using colorful language going, you can't do that. That can't be something that goes on in a football game. That is unacceptable as a far play. You could control that, Derek. You're playing dumb. That's a stupid play on your part. And so he's going over there letting him know of that as he's supposed to. And Derek Hall gets in his emotions and gets in his feelings and starts mouthing back and freaking out on Jared on that play. But to me, that's what Reed's supposed to do. That's an elder statesman coming up to the young pup to tell him to, you got to get in line on this. Especially for a team this year, Jesse, that's had so many shoot yourself in the foot moments. Moments just like that, where you can control it if you're using your noggin and not just in automatic mode. But Derek got into automatic mode there. Unnecessary hit. Probably a little frustrated, not able to get pressure on the quarterback up into that point. I'm guessing where some of that came from is there. And it's a horrible play in that moment. It changes a lot of the trajectory of that game. Jaron Reed's right to be mad about it, in my opinion. And we're definitely not spoiled as a fan base having one playoff win in 7 years, right? We're definitely not that recently. Brandon says, D Hall asks, not holding out hope. Third to first place in the West, whatever. Give this thing some time. Yep. Joe, got it. Thanks, Pete. Anytime, Joe. Let's hope for some talent in the draft, the O-line position then. Let's hope, man. Let's hope. If he's not going to sign anybody or trade for me, then make him like the first 2 picks or 3 picks or whatever. Do whatever you got to do. Yeah, Lethal Lance, I liked how Reed did it too. I like that he did that. We need more of that. Alvin Joyner. There are a lot of overrated players on this team. There are red flags in Mike McDonald era, but we're not going to win a lot of football games with this roster. Well said, Alvin. Don't have a lot to offer, just other than well said. Yeah. Jackie Treehorn. Hey, B, remember when Pumpkin sniffed the Hawks food and walked away in disgust? Pumpkin for the win. Yeah, we should have maybe known at that moment, Jackie, it was going to go sideways, didn't we? Shouldn't we? She didn't fully eat the bowl. She just sniffed it and went back down the hall. Yeah. That right there was our indicator, man. Damn. Lethal says, can we see some toss plays to K9 on the outside? Yeah, I'd like to see it, man. Like I say, I think some of this might be some of that lack of blocking out to the edges of some of these receivers you have holding you back in that way. Oh, Dak trying to throw this ball away. Jesus, Dak. Come on, Dak. First throw of this game-driving touchdown that you're hoping they'll get here, and he just tosses it right to the freaking middle linebacker. What were you looking at? God, he's got a clean pocket, too. Just staring down CeeDee Lamb and throwing it into triple coverage. Everybody, 2 guys are going to pick that ball off. He just must not trust anybody else on that team. What's up, Donnie? John says, good thing the owners are mighty patient. Otherwise, coaches and staff will be a constant revolving door. Probably, yeah. I'd say so. Kieran says BPA and need-based drafting aren't always mutually exclusive. A lot of it's value assignment, i.e. the top cornerback versus the top left guard in the draft. You may need either, but how you value the position means a lot. Yeah, I mean, that just does speak to how you measure. I mean, to me on that, the bottom line on that, I think it's a little semantics, Kieran, because it basically means it's the bottom line of who's the highest guy you got on your board. Teams are going to measure differently in how they look in view of that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's who's the guy that's at the top of your board when you're coming up to pick. And the point of going to me to value is to sort of distill all that down, just to distill away the positional value to this and that, and to get it down to a bottom line point where I quite literally, quite tangibly has the number one guy on my board up at the top of the board, and the next guy below him, and the next guy below him, and the next guy below him. And that I have, in addition to my value-based charts as far as where guys should go in what rounds, I've got my truly who's the highest valued guy I've got on my board. And I think that it's very, very hard, Kieran, because people have mentioned this to me before on do both. You know, do both. Do value and do need. And I maintain on that. That it's hard to do. It's hard to do both. You have to kind of, in my opinion, in covering drafts for years on this, Kieran, you got to pick one road or the other. And when you go to pick both, you end up doing neither very well, would be what I would offer. Hand grenade B, is there any point where you have to ask, is it the players? They say they like Mike, but not showed on the field. I'm not accusing anyone, just like everyone else, just one answers. No, I think it's valid on this to be questioning the players because I think we're seeing a lack of buy-in from the players. I'm not seeing them running around with abandonment out there. I'm seeing guys kind of on their heels. And I don't know if I can just chalk that up to learning a different scheme. I think I chalk that up more to we might not have the right guys here. You know, we might not have the right ones to make this thing go. You might have to turn this over. Kind of a decision that we'll have to make in the offseason, though. It's not for sort of today, so to speak. Jake to Brandon, I bought a Honda this year. Zero doubts it would work well. I didn't buy a maybe this car will be great after 2 to 3 years. Schneider must up his game. He must. Yeah, agreed. Hondas are good, man. I got a Honda right now myself. Dak makes me yak. You're right, Brian. No general manager hits on the majority of his picks every year. That's true. Geno Smith says binary measures, win-loss can be very misleading. I think in Pete's 2 first years, we were 7-9 both years, but there was a tremendous difference between those two teams. Dominance was emerging. Yes, agreed. Agreed. 2 different seasons, 2 different things going on. First year was kind of just a wait and figure. It's like we're doing right now. You inherit the personnel you got, you see what you got, you start to make more of the heavy slices and the cutting and the changes into that first off season. And something of what I would probably expect this year with that too. And then you came back that next year, Joe, with a little bit of a younger team then, but they were going through their youth. They were going through up and downs of youth, but they were showing you those signs you talked about as well. Ricardo says, Gino gets so much crap, but Dak doesn't look much better either. No, he doesn't. I'll tell you, Cowboy fans are pretty realistic about it. They aren't really in on Dak. I've never heard many Cowboy fans like, I love me Dak. Christopher Crown, I don't know if that was PI. I think their legs got tangled up. I don't know if it was a catchable pass either from Dak. Christopher Crown, league is trending to run heavy offenses and the Hawks aren't getting caught. And the Hawks are getting caught trying to implement a college scheme. Good points, Christopher. Good point. Very well maybe where we're running here. Yeah, that might be. LC Williams, Yo, B, I'm disgusted as a fan in the 12, but we have to accept new coach, new teams, more run pass between, less fighting each other. Get it right, Hawks. We can turn it around. Got to be patient with it, to your point, LC. And I agree with that. It's going to be hard for the Hawk fans, I think. There's a little bit of impatience because it has been a little while since we've won and been a real true contender. But patience nonetheless will be what's called upon here, to your point. Yeah, I agree. Maybe less of the fighting would be nicer, yeah, on the sidelines. Yeah, I think that's a good no call too, Osvaldo. It looked like their legs got tangled up. Looked like the ball was thrown over the top of the head, and they had 3 other opportunities before that play from Dak. So Dak, his ass is more of what I would chalk that throw up to than anything else. Nick says Dak getting paid all that money to play like that. Geno could be that. Yeah, the difference there is that Dak has wanted to be paid this high watermark contract. With Geno Smith the last 2 years, you've paid him at the 17th highest paid rate. If Geno was willing to go on a contract for the next 3 years where he was going to be paid around 15th highest paid quarterback in the sport, is that a worthwhile investment from my standpoint? Yes, as long as you're ready to compete. If you're not ready to compete, if you do have to turn this thing over more wholly, then I'd probably be less apt to be in that mode. Kittle's been kind of going crazy this year. He might be on pace for almost like a career year this year. Chris says Shanahan looks like a dude that paints houses and smokes Marlboro Lights. I don't know why I said that. Could be the Diamond Knot. Rams are contenders. Good morning football breakdown, that's for sure. The Seahawks, tell me, Cowboys, do you feel lucky? Said my best. Do you feel lucky? Yeah, lucky. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Dak throwing into triple coverage like he was paid to do it. Boy, was that an awful throw. Just staring down CeeDee Lamb the whole way. 49ers dropping triple coverage to CeeDee Lamb at that point. Ugh. You watch that as a Cowboy fan, you're like, ugh, what are we doing, Dak? What do we do? You got no one else to throw to? I know it's game time. You're trying to get this done, but bro, come on. What was that? Oh, bear with me one sec. Braden Larson says, so Brandon, how soon into the round table do we hear that Geno isn't our guy? I'm sure it's the first thing they're going to want to talk about. You know, and it's going to be a very quick discussion this week with them because I've already gone round and round with them a couple of times and they're not kind of hearing my point. And it's like what I get to with the Geno folks who still right now refuse to listen to my points because they won't counter it. They won't mention anything on it on the other side of it. They just keep repeating what they think about Geno. And it's like, give me something from your side that's got something tangible. And I've said it to them for the weeks and they just look at me with these dead doe-eye looks like I'm speaking Egyptian to them. Give me any effing quarterback in this league who has a shit-ass defense, who has crap-ass offensive line that can neither run block nor pass protect, who has receivers who gets drop-itis here and there throughout the course of a game, who has schemes on both sides of the ball that are holding them back. You show me any quarterback that's going to excel in that environment. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, and it's such an important part of this discussion. It is maybe the most important part of this discussion. Because if we're going to fix this team, if we're going to get this team right, we got to concentrate on what's truly failing. What is truly failing at the root level? I know quarterbacks are the thing that everybody loves. Everybody loves their quarterbacks. Give me my magical, fantastical, new, shiny quarterback. Give me my QB of the future. Give me a fresh one. I don't want the secondhand parts. I don't want a guy that's already been somewhere else. Give me that nice, fresh one. I want the fresh one so my imagination can just run wild with all of the beauties and greatness that will entail in his body. You got to deal with the root problems at the core of your team if you want to become a contender. And looking at Geno right now and concentrating on Geno and getting caught up on Geno is looking at the wrong damn thing. And as I've said to that reference many times over, there isn't one damn person who's come back to me in 2 years of talking about this that's been able to come back to me. They bring up guys like Burrow. Well, Burrow in that 1 year. They bring up Burrow, that 1 year he had. Then he gets to a Super Bowl, win again, has a better defense than Geno's had the past 2 years, win again, has a more consistent ground attack than Geno's had the past couple of years, win again, actually has a modernized offensive scheme that comes off of the Rams tree that actually runs their scheme like the Rams a bit. That 1 year that Burrow got there, right? And sandwiched in between that time of getting the Super Bowl, you have also Burrow getting his knee shredded because they decided to not get the offensive line in place before they got Burrow there, did Cincinnati. But it's the point people can't counter, and it frustrates me so much because it should tell people something, and the fundamental thing it should tell you is not continue to be obsessed with Geno Smith. It should tell you that the supporting cast drives the quarterback success. As I said, I'm not a Genoite. I'm not Geno, Geno or bust, Geno come hell or high water. I'm even telling you guys right now, I'm a Geno supporter, but I say that, but if this, but if that. If you're not ready to contend, no. If he's going to insist on being paid like a guy like Dak, no. But the anti-Geno folks don't have that. They don't have that equivalency. It's just, no, he's just shit. No, he's just bad. No, he's just not worthwhile. No, he can't get the job done. And how they can come to that point of determination when all of these things have been failing in this manner and have been failing in this manner for multiple years at that, I don't get. But the roundtable will do the same this week. I'll bring up what I just brought up to you guys here in this chat. Mark my words when you watch that roundtable. What you'll see is this reaction where none of them say much of anything and they just sort of stare at me. And that just drives me more crazy about this. Because so you don't even have a counter. You're just going to look at me in silence. I think that Brandon Snyder brought in Tomlinson and now Peters. Is there an older O-line guy that the Hawks can sign to play against the Rams and the Niners? Well, he'll find him if there is one, Addicted. And we'll get Dwayne Brown off the couch yet. And Brian, I agree. If we play like we play today against the Bills next week against the Rams, you're going to get boat raced once again. Little Dallas Cowboy, great show, Brandon. Thank you. And never forget, Dak sucks. Boy, that triple coverage throw, Little Dallas Cowboy. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, Dak. And he had a clean pocket too. He threw that from a clean pocket. Big Dizzy, if we don't have the talent on D, where do we lack it and who is the problem? I'm not sure about either of your two inside linebackers right now. Your other safety position opposite Julian Love has been porous this year. Your cornerback situation, Job had a good game for the most part last week, and he had a pick today. I think he had some other completions he gave up, but Trey Brown has had some problems on his side, and what he's done as that other starter. Witherspoon's gone a little bit backwards this year. Draymond Jones has not worked as an edge defender. I think Derek Hall's run defense kind of sometimes can come and go a little bit, but that's something that will come more with time, I think, from a consistency standpoint. A young, healthy one tech in there that can control the action up front. More edge rush depth than just Hall and Mafe, so you can round out the rotations. Obviously, thought you had that here when Chenna, but he's injured and you don't. Dak is whack. Haley says, honestly, compared this year before the Super Bowl, I just want to see life. I want a beastquake. Just want to look like we have hope. Sadly, that seems like 2025 at the earliest. It does indeed. This looks like this is now a bit of going to take us some time, and maybe that's, like you say, at the earliest, maybe. I mean, we might even be another year out. We look far away right now, Haley. We just kind of do it. There's time for this. I'm not saying anything's said. It's just the way it looks right now is we're halfway into the year, 4-4, and just look like you're kind of still a ways away. Ricardo says the closest we've had to a fair Geno evaluation was 2022. Our O-line has disintegrated since. Indeed it has. And even that year was a tale of two different sides of that season, Ricardo, because your offensive line and your run game through the first 10 games was much differently than it was through the rest of the 7 games on the year after that first 10 games. Like it shifted after 10 games, and somebody else said it before, in that Germany game, something went completely out of whack. I don't know if the Germans did some weird European gypsy spell on us or what it was, but the team has just not been the same since that game. Richard says, how much will the franchise tag be for Geno? You don't have the franchise tag in play here, Richard. He still has another year on his deal, And I would almost guarantee the way this plays out is if the Seattle Seahawks aren't willing to give him the contract extension, I don't think Geno plays out the final year of that deal. He probably goes to another franchise that would then give him an extension of some kind. TikTok, Brendan, just have the PFF blocking grades ready for the roundtable. Hawks O-line PFF, 49ers PFF, and Rams PFF. That might keep the other roundtable guys quiet. I don't know. It's like many people on this discussion, Addicted. They're dug in and they're not really interested on having a sharing of the mind and the processes, you know? And I try on mine. I try to probe to the other side of the anti-Geno folks, by the way. And it always comes down to these non sequiturs. He is what he is. He's just not the guy. He just does it's a lot of things that don't mean anything. And the same thing that they'll probably throw at me tomorrow a bit with it. That's okay, though. I've learned you're not going to convert everyone on this one. Big Dizzy, Reed, Big Cat, Hankins, Murphy. Is this a problem? Seems like there's some talent there. Edge and Mafi, Hall, Jones seem solid. Linebackers, Jones, Godson, Rookie of the Year. It's linebackers, Jones, Dotson. The rookie could be better, but not terrible. Yeah, I think those guys have been fine for the most part there. I think the inside linebackers have not helped you this year, Big Dizzy. Jerome Baker, a part of that. I think one of your safety positions has been a pretty big negative through most of this year. But it's also Big Dizzy where it's not as simple as this guy good, this guy bad. It's like the Woolen discussion, Big Dizzy. Woolen, good player, great coverage man, great man coverage man. Does Mike McDonald have an intention to run way more zone like he has this year throughout going forward? Because quite honestly, if we're going to run this much zone going into the future, not going to be in the best road there for Woolen at that point. He's more of a man coverage guy. Okay, well, he brings that stuff to the coverage game, Big Dizzy, but then he's not a good run defender. He's not good at getting off blocks. He's not. You saw today him get dusted up on a bubble screen where he couldn't get off his block, and they got a great gain on it. I've seen that happen a lot with him. So then it becomes also like you might have guys that have good stuff they bring to the table, but then there's some negatives to their angles as well on this, which just muddies the water on that kind of question. But one that you're going to have to ask, and we'll have more of a solid understanding of this by the time we get to the end of the year. Brando, don't drink on an empty stomach. No, I'm not going to drink tonight. Big disease, yeah, so you got the response on that one. Nate Speltzer, Geno wasn't the issue. Our team looked uncoached with the mistakes. They did, Nate. Not prepared to play today. Addicted Brandon, didn't Donnie Osmond star as the new fabulous shiny quarterback, or was that the Joseph and the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat? I can't remember. One of the two. One of the two, man. Hawks Eye View looks like McDonald's lost locker room. Well, just they're undisciplined. It's a bit right now. Yeah. Patrick's John doesn't value guards. This happened. John does value guards. He just thinks they're overdrafted and overpaid. But needs to probably reverse course on that one, doesn't he? Hawks Eye View, Geno can't throw the ball when he's running for his life or face planted on the turf. True enough. True enough. Hope you're right. Good morning breakdowns. And Mike can get in John's ear this year and say, get the line right, man. Come on. I don't know if Mike's lost the locker room. I can't see that. John Schindler. Brando2345, any player you think Hawks might consider trading away before the deadline, thinking Noah can't for a 4th or 5th, but might be copium? To your point, Brando, I'm in sell mode at this point. If we're in buy or sell mode, I'm in sell mode. So I think that the team probably ends up just standing pat and letting this thing play out when it's all said and done. If somebody comes calling to you, Brando, and they want to offer you significant capital to move off of a player, I would do so. I would do so. And I'm not going to mention the guys right now, but there's a variety of guys on this team right now that I would be perfectly happy with moving and getting whatever draft capital we can at this point. But to just start to send a message to the players. You don't want to toe the line. You don't want to be on this. You don't want to give everything you got. You're getting moved out. We tried to tell you guys this was going to be the way it was with Baker. You didn't learn that, so we'll just keep getting this message across till it sinks in. Enrique says, I miss Max Unger so much. Boy, the line went to hell once he left, didn't they? Robert Ed Grubbs can't keep making Geno throw the ball 30 times plus a game. I understand the offensive line sucks, but 9 carries for only 12 yards. Where's the creativity? Yeah, I mean, definitely you're missing creativity for sure in your attack and how you're doing it. What's the reason for that? Is it the poor O-line play? Is it that he can't trust his receivers on the outside to block when he wants to maybe push to the edges? Anybody can kind of, I'm not sure on that one. You threw the ball 29 times. You ran the ball 17 times. I understand wanting to run the ball more. I get it. I do. You do want to run the ball more. It does get hard to run the ball when you're averaging a yard per carry. It does get hard to average the ball. It gets hard to run the ball when you're going to lose 2-1 the time of possession more, when the defense can't get off the field. Right. And it wasn't necessarily just the ineptness of the offense today. The offense wasn't great today by any measure, and they were pretty bad, but your defense also living on the field. It's the combination of all that, which starts to remove back the carries and what you can do on the football field. And so I think there's probably a couple of different issues with this where it's not just one thing to fix it. It's more than just the commitment to running the ball. It's running the ball better. It's defense getting off the field more. It's less of the self-inflicted mistakes putting you behind the chains at times where you're 2nd and 20, 2nd and 15. Hawks Eye View, I've been a Hawks fan for almost 50 years. I'm glad my late and got to see my win a Super Bowl. I'll never see it again in my life. Maybe not, man. And if it's the case, that would be brutal to see from my perspective too, as a guy that's been about in that same level as far as the time frame watching the team. But if that was the case, if that's the reality, that is still a lot better than a lot of other franchises get out there. Hope it's not. I hope it's not. But it might be the case. You never know. Next is Rick about to get the Trey Flowers treatment? No, I tell you this, if I'm patience is wearing thin there on that side. Patience is wearing thin. But if we're in sell mode now, I think you've got to listen to all offers for all players on the table, especially if you get a team that comes down willing to offer you maximum capital on a player more than even maybe you could get this offseason if it's in play of them being traded too. Split face, to be honest, beyond leverage, we were out muscled. Yeah, they wanted it more than we did, split face. And that's something you see for this team on a weekly basis at times. The other team wants it more. There's more of a spirit of them flying around trying to go get it. Your team's just sort of trying to go through the motions in certain spots on the field. Not everybody, but too much. Too much. Kyle, I don't like the fact that McDonald looks silent on the sidelines every time the camera is panning to him. Some coaches are just more stoic in their manner. I don't have as much a problem with that as long as behind the scenes he's, tearing ass and getting into guys. Nathaniel Parks just hopped in. Seahawks just OU is worse. Should I give up on football this season? Hang in there for another couple of weeks, but it's getting close to the line, my man. Hang in for a few more, but it's inching towards that line. I'll tell you that. WWDB71, how do I watch your roundtable you're talking about? Oh, I do the weekly roundtable. It's so WWDB, it is the weekly roundtable on the NFC West. So I'll put it in here for you guys. I got time today. I'll link you to it. It's a separate channel though, so it's the NFC West Roundtable. It's a channel that is built around all three content creators from the rest of the NFC West. in there. And I go in there on Tuesday at 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time is when you'll catch me in there. So here's a link to that in the chat, to that round table there. But it's the NFC West round table. Hawks Eye View, I think that the snap came out because it was such a wet game. It was really pouring at that point. CJ says we need more run game creativity, especially around the goal line. I love Walker, but he isn't Lynch. Run some pitch plays, misdirection runs. Don't always have to pound it. Agreed, CJ. I think in general, that's my issue with the run game and the offense as it stands right now is they are just too much in the A and the B gaps like we have in prior seasons on this. You're just, as you say, hammering it up the middle all the time. It's tremendously predictable. The one drive they had in this game that was a really legitimately great drive where it's like 90-yard drive that they get up the field. I thought throughout the course of that whole drive, there was a lot of misdirection. There was a lot of sending the eye candy for the Bills in this direction and then you come back this way. But then we proceeded to not go back to it throughout the rest of the course of the game. And I couldn't quite understand as to why. Odd. Very, very odd. Patrick, KJ Barner is better than Noah. He actually is surprising me in the passing game. Me too, man. He's looking good. He's looking real good. Gambling Goat, first game I've turned off in the third quarter in a while. Feel like it was lost on our first drive. Yeah, Gambling Goat. I definitely felt that way halfway into this game as well. This thing's toast. It's just hard to find much coming off that. For you felt outclassed in every way. Haley says we need a legit nose tackle. Hankins was getting bullied today. Definitely would be welcome, Haley. And I guess Cameron Young is not good enough to get it done. That guy's now active. It's a 4th round pick you took last year. Didn't like the tape on him. Healthy scratch today in favor of 33-year-old Hankins. I guess that's another miss for us in recent draft history. Ethan, thank you for the $5 donation. This offense could really use an explosive wide receiver that can take the top off the defense. Laughing out loud. Where can we get that? Yeah, Ethan, we definitely saw and felt the effect of DK not being on that team. You saw the Bills not living as much in their cover 2 shell high. They were willing to bring that safety down the box to stop your rushing attack, to squeeze down on those routes a little bit more. And you need that guy that can threaten. You need that guy that can draw those double teams, to your point. And you definitely were missing DK's presence to a big degree today. And no doubt in my mind, he's a part of this future here with this team. No doubt in my mind, that's a guy that I by and large can count on. But yeah, good point on your part, Ethan. Great point. Thank you for the $5 donation too. Slobby1, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, run the ball, stop the run, trade everyone. Let's go, Slobby. Let's go. Half measures is what you're talking then, right? Let's not panic. Ease into it a bit. But thanks for the donation, Slobby1, all your support today. I appreciate you for that. Haley, like, is Mike not installing his defense yet because he's going to clean house in a season and doesn't want to give things away? I don't think it's that. I think he just doesn't trust these guys to run his scheme. And he thinks there's going to be mental errors and mistakes if he tries to go whole hog with it. That's my only explanation for why it could look so different from what the Ravens run. And that's all I got on that one, Haley. I don't know. Very simplified, very bare bones Mike McDonald scheme we're running right now. Will Hendrickson, tough day for the Hawks. Really tough to watch. Ugly. Still love our Seahawks. Me too, Will. Me too, me too, me too, and me too. All the way around on that. Tough day. WWDB71, thank you, Brandon. Thanks for all you do covering the Hawks. My pleasure, WW. I appreciate you as well for watching tonight. A lot of you guys can be checked out, tuned out, not interested in what's going on, and you're here with me hanging out into the depths of the evening after all the football action's gone down. So I thank you guys for that. I really appreciate it. Helps me out. If you guys can hit that like button if you could for me too. Maybe sub on up if you're not subbed up already. Radu Turkin, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, why can't we get a coach that schemes what to do? Why can't we get a coach that schemes to what his players do best, his team players do best, not what the coach wants or believes is best? It's a great question. I think that that's what we thought we were getting in McDonald. I think that if he's not able to bring that in the next couple of years, that will be him failing as a head coach here, in my opinion. So that it would be very dissuading if this is the final form of McDonald's defense to me. I think there's a little bit of that's what's going on, Radu, but not from the perspective of how you'd like it to be, being that do this to take advantage of what they do best to make that player be best. I think what's happening is that you have McDonald hampering his scheme and dialing it back heavily because he has players that can't do everything the scheme needs to require of them. So it just doesn't build the confidence in him to be able to run it fully at that point. So now he dials his scheme back, leans into what they do well, but now all he's really done is just neutered his scheme rather than put those players in a position to go out and be successful. Part of the reason I say, Radu, that I'd much rather be just dial up the pressure, go the Brian Flores route. Okay, you're going to get hit on some deep throws over the top, but guess what? Your defense is giving up 30 points a game anyway right now. You've lost 4 of your last 5 anyway right now. What do you got to lose? What do you got to lose? So I think that's why he's doing it that way. Haley was asking above on that. Why is he not running his team? Is he holding it off for next year? Can't trust the personnel. I get all that from McDonald's perspective, but eventually you got to kind of recognize that this sort of trying to, again, straddle the fence on the middle point of this or trying to run the old with this old, it ain't working. It ain't stopping anything. It's not causing you to be a productive defense. So stop it. Try something else. Man, I just want to see the team fail in a different way for once. We fail in the same effing way every single time we lose. Every single time, years on end. Just give me just something different. Please. But I don't know, Radu. That was supposed to be a big part of what McDonald did, is he put his players in that position to succeed, to get the most out of them. Thought you were going to get an unveiling of Witherspoon this year and moved into that Kyle Hamilton package, yet Witherspoon looks diminished in this defense. Make it make sense to me. Rest of the schedule is very tough, Seahawks Blue and Green. Part of why I say I would be at the trade deadline at this point in sell mode, not buy mode. Hawks Eye, if we trade Blitz, how many draft picks can we get? You get a late 3rd rounder for Blitz. David Yang, once we get talent or focus on the trenches in the draft, the team will be way better. Witherspoon hasn't had a great year, but Jalen Carter's having a decent year. Jalen's playing well. Again, he's being used really heavily as really just a pass rusher and not much as a run defender. And he's a negative as a run defender as Jalen Carter. So not to be undersold there with him on that part of it, but he's been a good pass rusher for them. Brian says, thanks, B. Thanks for the therapy session. See you in the 12s next time. Sounds good, Brian. I appreciate you for that, man. My pleasure. Brian, he says, that's what I think too. Mike McDonald can't trust the personnel to absorb this scheme without giving up more big plays than we're already giving up. Yeah, that definitely speaks to then, if that is the point, then Brian, that this isn't about this coming together and them getting the ins and the outs throughout the course of this year. This is more than about turning this thing over and that we're more heading to truly a rebuild. It doesn't make me happy to say that, but I think that that's indicative of that if that's the case, and it very well could be. Kevin, I could see people looking for Kenneth Walker. We don't deserve him at this point. Complete waste of talent. Agreed. Yeah, we've wasted his whole rookie deal with this offensive line. And John knows better, knew better at the time. I love Walker, but it's like, you're going to put him on a crap-ass offensive line. Yeah. He'll be a miracle worker back there. Good morning. Says, please just get corners that can tackle. Please, man. They're hard to find. They're hard to find. A lot of these guys love to make business decisions even on a college football field. Part of the thing that threw me off with Nehemiah Pritchett and DJ James in this last draft is neither of those guys wanted to tackle at all. But that's something that's a necessity to this McDonald defense. Brandon Jan says, wild guess, if we win our next 5 inter-division games, we make the playoffs. Might just be hopeful, or am I? No, I think that's right if they could pull it off. I like it, man. Anything's possible this year. Anything's possible this year. Seahawks Blue and Green, trade Draymond Jones. Unfortunately, he restructured his contract at the start of the year, so you'll have to trade him this offseason or just outright. I think the team will probably post June 1st him after this season, Seahawks Blue and Green. Hawks Eye View, you have a great night too, man. Thank you for that. Appreciate you watching. Haley, I want to see Knight on the field with Jones. Dotson gets washed out of plays too often. From there, we need cornerbacks that can tackle, cause Woolen and Spoon have forgotten how. We may be going down that road at some point this year, Haley, to your point on that. I mean, they may come to where that's the time to pull that lever. I don't know if we're quite there, but we're heading down that road at this point. Henry, what a message that would send to locker room if we trade Walker. I'm sorry, but if there's a team that's offering me a second round pick for Walker at this point, I'm gonna make the move there. Not that I don't love Walker, not that he's not a game-changing talent, but it's like was referenced above by Kevin. You've wasted his talent here. You don't have a line in place to get the most out of him now or seemingly anytime in the near future. So if a team at the trade deadline wants to offer you a second round pick for Kenneth Walker, I don't know. And like I say, everybody's got to be kind of put into consideration at this point if we've got a long way to go. And right now it looks like we have a long way to go. And I don't see us beating LA, Arizona, or the Niners. I honestly think we're cooked. Everything looks like unintentional chaos. Terrible. Yeah. I see a lot of the same, Kevin. David says, I have a feeling we're going to be many trades to get McDonald's guys he wants. I have a feeling there's a lot more of turnover that's going to have to happen now than I thought maybe at the start of the year on this one, to your point. And I think that's valid, David. Yeah. TJ says, based on how the NFC North and Commanders, Eagles look, we should just feel fortunate how shitty our division has been thus far. I think a wild card spot might be a long shot for our division. Yeah, I agree. You're going to have to get the division win to get in the playoffs in this division. That's for sure. Blue and Green says, I'm not seeing a for sure win the rest of the way. No, not the way this team's playing right now. Brandon Jana, Draymond Jones is the only player I have zero issues moving away from. Total phantom, performed at 1/8 of the value of his contract at best. Amen. Glenn Karn, we sign in free agency offensive linemen. They're not very good. Then we draft offensive linemen. They're not even good enough to play. Schneider drafting those linemen in late rounds. A lot of late round linemen. I don't think that we're very active really in free agency when it comes to it. You go for bargain basement. You go for guys in their last leg. Austin Blythe on a 1-year, $4 million deal. Evan Brown on a 1-year, $3 million deal. Laken Thompson on a 1-year, $3 million deal. You know, you've done this over and over and over and over again. Cross has been a good lineman for him. We'll see where Haynes is. They certainly don't draft a lot of hot guys up at the high point of the line, right? Especially considering Lucas has not played, but for like first 10 games of his rookie year, basically. So you've decided not to reinforce that one either. So they do spend, but they spend on the cheap guys in free agency there, Glenn. You know, they go as bargain basement shopping as they can. Yeah, Kyle, I agree. If we're going to lose, let's lose with some style. Let it rip. This is the worst way to lose. This is the worst. At least if you're dialing up pressure, you're doing that stuff, you might get beat on some deep throws, but you might cause some incompletions. You might cause some interceptions, forced fumbles. Kevin says, you saw a lot of business decisions today on the field. Very concerning. I saw the same thing. Yep. A lot of guys not giving you the spirit that you're going to need to get to make this defense work. And that makes you think that you're a lot further away. Good morning, football breakdowns. Hawks Nest. Look at the Ravens with Mike, big corners, safeties, nose tackles, might need to rebuild. Yeah, I think we're getting closer and closer to that spot of things. I think the safeties are one where, you know, a guy like Geno Stone, for instance, wasn't a great big tackling safety. You know, Kyle Hamilton was that way for them a little bit. Marcus Williams is about average size. But the corners on the outside that can tackle. That's what you have to have in this scheme. Everybody's got to be willing to put their nose into the gap in the right place, and we don't have that going on right now. Especially we have Trey Brown and Woolen on either side of the field. In Trey's case, he's too small. In Woolen's case, it's a little bit of a lack of spirit. But this is also, as I point out here, Good Morning Football Breakdown, why are you drafting DJ James and Nehemiah Pritchett then? Neither of those guys tackled awful on their college tape. Like all over their college tape, it was brutal, especially when it comes to playing the run. So it's, again, what are we doing? Those are 2 later round picks. Maybe you're not counting on much from them. Maybe it's just like you're throwing them kind of the wind as a risk. Maybe it's that. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation, Chase. How much turnover are you expecting this offseason? If it continues at the current pace we're at right now, even if we end up middle of the road where some games good, some games just atrocious, I think you're going to get a heavy amount of turnover. I think the players that want to be in-house and continue to remain here moving into the future, they better right this ship real quick. Because if I'm Mike McDonald, I'm going to John Schneider after this year saying, A, B, C, D, E player is not bought into this program and the system and doing everything they can. And if we've got to go through the roster churn like we did with Coach Carroll through his first couple of years, so be it. If we don't have the right guys in the house, so be it. But it's got to improve by a large degree across the line here if you're not going to hope to expect to see quite a significant amount of turnover this offseason, Chase, in my opinion. A lot. I'm expecting a lot. Much more than this past offseason, Chase, at this point. Thank you for the donation, though. I do appreciate you for that. Hope you're having a good night, brother. Seahawks Bowling Green today showed us a lot of guys don't belong. Yeah. Kenneth Walker III is the best damn running back in the league, and it's not even close, but he has the worst offensive line in the league, and again, it's not close. Amen. I love how Kenneth Walker is. I think he's a great back in this league. I think he could be a game changer, but your line is in such atrocious shape that it's not prepared right now to get the most out of him. I don't think it's going to be prepared in a year from now to get the most out of him. And we're talking about this offseason. You're talking about having to pay him on a contract extension. Hard to do that if I don't have an offensive line that's going to be able to get the most out of him on that front of things. Malachi Starks, Good Morning Football Breakdown. I'm Malachi. Let's go. I'm with it. Kevin, I want Grubb to be grilled to get an answer about simplicity of play. It's just so Essie and Carroll-esque. I'd like to know too. Lack of motion. Why aren't you using any fly sweeps? Why not have a real plan in place for a guy like Laviska Shenault? When your offense is going through these large run of games where they're just not able to get anything done, where they could use a manufacturer kind of player. Haley says, I actually think Jones was pretty good all day, things considered. Best defender versus the run today, but a little lost in coverage. Makes sense with only 2 practices. Yeah, he wasn't the biggest of the problems for us out there today. Michael Haney says, how about relax and start valuing the hogs? Hell yeah, man. Get us some hogs, I'm with it. Patrick, how long you think Mike John has? Most our drafts have been mid to no impact since we got some gems, but we say we're never truly a contender. I think you can't come back after this year and say he's on the hot seat just off this season. I think you got to give him a couple years here with McDonald. Most of the time with Carroll there, he did not have true control like you would like a general manager to have. And if you didn't give him that, you have to give him a little bit of time then to make the right assessment about him and where he stands and sits. Not that what you have said isn't right. It's just that he hasn't operated for 14 years with the end-all, be-all, final swing and say. Some of this really is an answer. It's a hard one, and I get asked it a lot, Patrick. It really is an answer that comes down to what did those committee members know behind the scenes about the decisions over these past few years? What was driven by Carroll? What was driven by John? How much is his misses? How much is it? And that part I don't know on really clearly, to be honest with you. So it makes it hesitant for me to say how hot the seat is beneath John because of that. As Jamora, man, Mafe, Cross, Walker are keepers in the 2022 draft. Just might be. Kevin says you would think Ernest Jones would have earned something from playing them a week prior. Yeah, you would have. Hell, even Dotson, right? Dotson played there all last year. You'd think he'd have some indicators about what they were doing between the combination of the two of them, but not so much. Brian, he says, that's the one thing I imparted to my kids today. You're going to drop a game, one to an inter-conference opponent. You cannot and must not lose to your conference and divisional opponents. It's true. Very true. It's part where we've already kind of done that, though, with this conference where we're, I think, 1-3 or something like that in the conference. But there's some room there. There's time. Regardless, I'm pretty out on Grubb. I get that he's a big believer in his plays, but this isn't college. You got to build around the talent on the team. Amen. Amen. Ma'ala says, hi guys from Abu Dhabi. Oh, how you doing, Ma'ala? Appreciate you checking on in. And that was ugly. That was very ugly indeed. Haley says, B, do you think it was weird that we didn't see more turnover when Mike McDonald took the helm? Is that because John Schneider was controlling the personnel? When Pete took over with Schneider, it was all new faces. The first year, they kind of stuck with what they had, Haley. The first year was kind of a, let's read what we got and then let's turn it over from there. They brought a few different parts and pieces in, but then it was that next offseason where the churn really took hold and where you really motored through different guys at that point. So it was a little bit of let's register what we've got here first and foremost, and then we'll make the change after the season. I think that's by and large what coaches tend to do. They want to make sure they're not making evaluations of the prior, but that they're getting a chance to make their own personal assessments on these guys, which takes kind of that full year to kind of feel it out a bit. Carson Youngren, would be embarrassing if 710 talked about trading DK again this week. Tough look out there today. Yeah. Yep. And you guys notice on this, like I predicted on this, all the anti-DK folks, tumbleweed rolling around, nowhere to be seen. And it's about the exhaustive nature of this discussion with Geno and DK. So when Geno goes out and balls out and has a great game, all the anti-Geno folks quiet as a mouse. DK goes out and balls out. The anti-DK folks, quiet as a mouse. Have a game where he balls out but has one thing bad or two things bad happen. Woo! Loud as hell. Loud as hell. And Mike Salk with his little tired, I'm going to trot out the should we trade DK thing once every about 4 months thing that he likes to do. Haley says trading DK would make us worse, but if we're not competitors and won't be for 3 years, you have to consider it, right? All matters have got to be in consideration at this point if we're in a true rebuild. And that's really hard for me to say, and that I think DK is a part of this plan going forward now and into the future, but we look really bad. We do not look close right now. And this is where we've got to let, at that point, Haley, give it the full season, because you could make a decision now about something and come to find 7-8 weeks that things start to click into place and they look a little bit different. But if it trends into this same direction it's heading, everything's got to be in consideration. There is no sacred cows at that point. What is the way that we can get back to winning now? This thing is off the rails. This is not close. What do we have to do to get it back? And that's going to mean everything's got to be in consideration, I think. Don't forget, Prezon, Carroll's had personnel say over the top of John. So to say John somehow been the bad guy in this and Carroll was the good guy, and boy, the pro Carroll folks, like, how long are we going to hold on to this one, man? Like, is there a point in time we can let this go? Like, he's no longer here. He's not going to be here. Carroll was not being good at his job, President. If Carroll was good at his job, he would have been hired as another coach somewhere else. You know, there's a reason that nobody else hired him on. It can maybe both things are failing here. It could be that maybe John's crappy at his job and Carroll was crappy at his job. But Carroll was crappy at his job too. And the pro Carroll folks don't seem to like to hear this, but he was fired for a reason. And it's not because he was doing his job well. He had plenty of opportunity here. And you can't go, well, it's John's. He had the oversay on John. Yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to tell me, President, that you don't believe in your heart of hearts that it was Coach Carroll that pushed for that Adams trade. I can see John sitting there going, you don't like the blitz, Coach Carroll. Why are you going to want this trade? Yeah, but he's an impact player. He brings the juice, man. He brings the juice, man. He brings the juice, man. That's not Schneider making that trade. That doesn't fit to what he sees from picks and what he wants to do. That's Carroll telling him to go do it. You know? And I think Carroll did that a variety of different times. At the end of the day, we don't really know. But we do understand one thing for sure. Carroll had one of the more unique situations in all the NFL, one that was like Bill Belichick, where he got to have oversight over the personnel matters. And what did we see happen in New England when we had a coach who had too much say over the personnel matters? It got his ass fired. because a coach shouldn't have say over personnel matters. So it gets real hard to blame this just squarely onto John when you're ignoring then the fact that Pete had so much pull in this situation and what he was able to do and what he was able to call upon. I don't know for sure, but I can say in watching John's draft strategy and seeing how he's traded picks since that Adams trade, knowing how he values picks, I don't think he's trading 2 firsts and a 3rd round pick for a guy that's not really a fit for a defense, especially when you already had the Graham trade on the books, which was very much of a similar thing. You're trading for a guy who's doing this thing here and he's doing that really well, and you're going to move him into this role here, which will be much different than what he did there, which caused you to go out there and trade for him in the first place. Young guns, our defense actually absolutely got ran through. Josh Allen and Coleman ran a clinic. Offense was riddled with penalties, mistakes, and honestly questionable play calling on offense. All said, young guns. Yes, sir. Haley, I don't want to trade DK, but like, if we're not competing for 3 years, what's the point? No, I get it. I get it, Haley. It's a valid question to ask here on this. I don't like asking it. I don't like talking about it, but it is valid. Rudy says, I wonder how much of the swath of one-year deals affects the player's willingness to buy in. Well, if you like to be paid, I mean, at the end of the day, you're putting on tape that all these NFL teams can watch. And if you're putting on tape that shows you're not giving out the full amount of effort you could be giving out, that's not going to get you any more future money. So I would, in the past, players have been typically, you want them on that final year of the deal. In the past, you atypically get them playing at their highest performance level, at their true fully buy-in spirit as they're trying to earn that next deal. It's when you pay the guys that you tend to see them maybe pull off the stick a little bit. Little Dallas Cowboy, Brandon, help us out here. A realistic way to move Dak, no trade clause. Sit him till he waives the clause. Draft a first-round quarterback and just eat his contract. Yeah, you're stuck, man. I mean, you guys just gave him the contract extension. You had the way out of this. You had the way out of it, you know? I mean, this is Jerry Jones being a dumbass like Jerry Jones is. He's the most moronic owner in football because of this very thing. Everything on this was just pivot this off, make Dak play through the final year of his contract, and call it a day at that point. Now you're stuck for years to come with kind of a mid quarterback. I mean, the base salary is down at $1 million this year, Little Dallas. They raised the base salary next year to $47 million. But the reason that they're doing that is I think they want to try to take the base and turn it to bonus. Because right now you only have $28 million of cap space. So, you know, you're going to look to want to even restructure this beyond this year. Technically, after this season, you could make Dak a post-June 1st designation, and I think find a way out from under the deal maybe by that way. If you really wanted to, you need a ton of money and you need to be in full rebuild mode for a year or two. But that bonus money comes off the books, man. You know, I mean, that's the part, Little Dallas Cowboy, you can't get around is Dak signs a deal here where he's getting $129 million of fully guaranteed money. It's just a awful contract, bro. I don't know what to say to you other than that. Like you can definitely find a way out, but you're looking at years of rebuild if you did that. And maybe you're willing to go that route at this point. I just think Jerry Jones, that he set himself up fully with the situation to just let this thing play out. Lame duck coach year for McCarthy. Dak going into the final year of his deal. You could have pivoted so easily in this way if you just bit the bullet. But Jerry's almost about to shuffle off his mortar coil and he wants his championship. I get it. Ricardo says, I wouldn't trade DK for less than a first rounder plus a third, fourth. Otherwise, what's the point? Yeah, you'd get that this offseason if you moved him for that, Ricardo. Ski Nation, thank you for the $10 donation. Plot twist, he says. It's been John's scheme and playbook this whole time. And he rips out 70% of his head coach's playbook and tells him to use his instead. It's like Scooby-Doo Ski Nation, or they pull the mask off. It was me the whole time. They pull off Carroll's mask and it's John Schneider beneath. Hey, man, maybe you're right on that. Maybe you're right. That at least make it make sense, you know? And yeah, you need to get a first for DK. You get that trade capital for him. If you chose to do that trade, you'd get that back for him. And I'm not advocating for this. I'm just saying that everything's got to be in consideration this offseason if this is in a broken state. Thanks, man, for Ski Nation. That kind $10 dono, bro. Glenn, John Schneider certainly wanted autonomy over player personnel. Now he's going to have to listen to McDonald if he wants to trade some of the players he acquired. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rudy says, I've never been anti-DK, just anti how he's been used by the team over his whole career. That's fair. They haven't maximized out what he could bring to the table, that's for sure. I mean, this is the first year we started to use him in motion and use him in the slot. CJ, didn't the early regime trade a third for Whitehurst? Yes. What did they see in him? I don't know. You hit on Russell Wilson, but you also kind of missed on Whitehurst. You also kind of missed on, you did miss on Matt Flynn. So the decision-making at quarterback hasn't been perfect. I think the team's also been on the right side of this with Russell Wilson and Geno Smith, and the fact that we know that Schneider was there on the pro days for guys like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Give me a moderate amount of, I have a good amount of actual faith in John and targeting the right quarterback for the team. He's got to be sold on the guy, but I think he knows quarterbacks pretty well for the most part. I think they were just trying to build competition there at the QB position as much as anything else with that trade, more than they were Whitehurst will be the guy. It was also more of a commonality at that time too, CJ, where there was more of what you saw across the sport where these QBs got developed in a spot and got flipped for a third round pick. And you saw more of those type of trades go down. I get where you're coming from, Haley. Totally get where you're coming from on the can't stress enough. I'm very pro DK and pro Geno, just a factor of aging contracts not aligning with our window if we don't have to consider it. No, I agree. Consider if it doesn't line up and it's with both those two players and deciding to pay them to the new contracts, it is a bit about, are you ready to compete this next year in 2025? And the team has got to be very, very, very certain about that answer. It can't be, sort of, we kind of think maybe. It's got to be that we know if we're going to be riding with those guys into the future. Sexton Green, I'm probably DK, but not Geno. Geno falling over today on 4th and goal at the 1 showed what I already knew. Well, this guy stepped on his foot. WW says, look at how Sean Payton's Broncos are looking in year 2. Get those lines fixed this offseason. Amen. Tay says, do you think we could get Dylan Gabriel? Yeah, it's possible. I don't think he's going to be a very high pick, and he's going to have some size limitations, and he's not got the strongest arm, but he's a, Brock Purdy kind of guy, He's very gutsy. He can scramble and move. He is old, but he won't cost a lot. It's probably going to be a, third rounder, 4th rounder. He's the Oregon kid, yeah. Haley says, Dak got that 8-incher that Jerry Jones loves. He loves 8.5, Haley. 8.5. Don't rob him that half-inch now, Haley. All right? That half-inch makes a big difference when you're an NFL football player. That's the winning difference right there. They say it's a game of inches, Haley. Well, it's a game of inches for Dak, too. It's the Dak fanboys. They'll fill JJ's wallet, so he rolls out what they want. Going to buy another yacht off Dak fans. We suck. You right? I feel where you're coming from, man. It's definitely a situation where you just look at it and you go, boy, there's a lot to, and then we're looking at our team in the same way. There's a lot for us to fix, but you guys might have farther to go. You might have a coach you need to go get. You might have to get under this albatross of a contract with your quarterback. You got to figure out what you're doing with some star players like a Micah Parsons with his deal. There's a lot to fix. We're both in the same boat on this one, man. Oh, I saw it, Haley. Yeah, Haley's referencing this funny bit where Jamie Foxx is like filming in the stands on a Cowboy practice, and Jerry Jones is right next to him, just blah 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 blah, and Jerry Jones just starts talking about a dude's, wang size as like a determination of him as how good a player is. Like he literally says on the thing, you guys can go find this if you look on YouTube, and he's like, yeah, he's 8.5 inches. It's like that gives him like an extra helping hand on the field or something. And Fox immediately, live stream off. Don Mata, thank you for that $20 donation. He says, thanks, B, for your time. Well, thank you for all of your support to the channel, man. I really appreciate that. Very, very kind of you as well as a member of my channel here. So thank you for doing what you do, brother. You allow me to do what I get to do tonight. I don't have to be getting to bed early for work tomorrow, and Monday morning I get to talk with you guys because of your kind support. I really appreciate that. He says, thanks, B, for your time. Carroll people, shut the F up. McDonald may be the wrong hire, but Carroll was overdue. I'm truly lost about my team. I'm afraid we're going to be mediocre indefinitely. How can we avoid this? Wow, it's a great question. Thank you for an awesome donation, but a great question on top of it. We get into binary states of mind as a fan base sometimes, Is it this or is it that? Is the guy great or is he trash? The nuance and the place of nuance is nowhere to ever be found. And it's a hard place to end up landing on. Things can be true at the same time. Coach Carroll, it was a high time for him to move on. McDonald might not be the right hire. It's the part that I've gone to on folks that want to get into that binary state of mind, where the point I'm moving on from Carroll is the acknowledgement that this is not working as it's currently going, and it's not going to work into the future. You're not guaranteed that then a hiring of Vinny McDonald or any new coach you would have hired behind him was going to be a success. But you are back to being committed on the road to progressing to something, not maintaining in the same state like a mind situation like we were with Carroll there for years. And that's the part I think that the pro Carroll folks don't quite understand on this, where it gets more to either McDonald, Carroll. No, it's this has worn out. This is no longer working. Maybe the game kind of passed him by. And this new guy may or may not work. But this initial decision to move on from this guy was still the right one. Maybe this decision was the wrong one. It's hard to hire the right coaches. There are always risks on this. Nothing is guaranteed. So I do still maintain that. I'm not surprised to see the Carroll folks start to come out now. They were mighty quiet through those first 3 games, weren't they? Get back to this discussion about consistency and nuance and balance and being principled in your stance. You love Carroll. You hate Geno. You hate DK. Well, keep that energy every week. Keep that energy in my chat every week. Don't go silent on the weeks it doesn't work in your favor and go loud on the weeks that it does. Otherwise, it looks like you're being intellectually dishonest. It looks like you have an emotional dog in the fight rather than just trying to figure out what's best for your team truly with as unbiased a state of mind as you can absolutely apply. I understand the love for Carroll. I love Carroll. Again, we can do 2 things at once. We can celebrate his time here. We can celebrate what he brought to this team, our only NFL championship, and at the same point in time say, hey, you had 1 playoff win since 2017. The Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than us since 2017. I think they're going to go through after this offseason like their 3rd or 4th coach since that period of time. They've had more playoff success than you, yet they've gone through 3-4 times the amount of coaches you'll have gone through after this offseason. You don't just hang on and hold on to it in the NFL. And you're not rewarded as a franchise for doing that. In fact, you'll just prolong the suffering and the misery. As to your question about how do we avoid this, that's a little bit of, I think, what we're talking about here. And that there are guys that I am heartily behind and that I want to see a part of the future of this team, and I hope they are a part of this team in the future. I hope we're good enough to be a contending team next year so Geno can remain. I hope we're a contending good enough team next year so that it makes sense to keep DK here in the long term. But you have to also be very sober in getting to this offseason where let's say this thing plays out the way it's played out so far this year. And you've got some good wins, but you got god-awful, embarrassing, get your pants pulled down kind of losses all across the board. Well, that means you're going to have to do some big major things to get this turned in the right fashion. You're not just a little bit close. You're actually kind of far away. And if you're far away, everything's got to be on the table for how you improve this team. There is no locked, well, we've got this is this, and that's going to be a part of the base, and there is no foundation at that point, in my opinion. It's all got to be in play for being potentially turned over. Not that you will turn it all over, but like I say, there is no sacred cows on this, Don. There is no guy that gets to be held up on the high and he's separate from everybody else. Everything's got to be in consideration to how to maximize this team out going into the future if it's going to look this way throughout the whole rest of the year. And I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't, but I think we got to be open-minded to all possibilities here. And the way you avoid being a mediocre is you make that decision. As I say on this, a team finds itself in 4 states. They say with water, it can be in 3 different states, right? 3 different states of and how it can operate. You can have a team in 4 different states. You're rebuilding, you're ascending, you're in between, you're elite. You don't go from ascending to in between to elite. You go from ascending to elite. In between is the purgatory. That's the place that you fall into if you don't make those necessary moves to really change things over and turn things over. And I would estimate that the team's going to have a willingness to do this, understanding that they just got the new coach, and this is atypically what you would do with a new coach anyway, from Schneider's perspective. The team's given them plenty of evidence that they got to take this approach. So I don't think that they're going to have any hesitancy in doing that. I think even Don, they did this 2 years ago. You know, if this was an organization that was more about just keeping itself in that middle state of mind and holding into that purgatory, a couple of years ago, you wouldn't have made the Russell Wilson trade. You know, you wouldn't have eaten all that dead money at that time. You wouldn't have eaten the dead money this offseason and kind of just clear away from Jamal Adams. You didn't post June 1st him. You said, oh, we're eating all of Jamal Adams' dead money this year. It's coming all in the books. It's going to count all right now. Quandre Diggs, you're going to count all for this right now. You kind of had to with Quandre because he was going in the final year of his deal. But that's how you rolled it. That's how you played it. And so you have shown a willingness to go down this margin, and that's how you stay out of that in-between state, Don. Little Dallas Cowboys talking about this Cowboy team, that's just what they do. Every year they kind of talk themselves in. They never fully buy into the rebuild process. They never set themselves up cap-wise to move over into that state of mind. I mean, even the Seahawks right now, 26, 27, we're in a top 3 cap space situation. We've kept ourselves that flexibility moving into this future state. So I think that I do have faith the organization will take this trek, Don, and that's what keeps you out of that state of mind. I think they will not allow that to be the way that this plays out, but it does mean that there's going to need to be a lot of heavy motion in the ocean to get this boat back up sailing on the open waters. Thank you, though, Don, for the $20 donation. I appreciate you for that. Very, very much appreciated. Mike Skinner, thank you for the $5 donation. DK is and always was a cornerstone. He's a beast. I'm a Hawks fan in Philly. They would take him over AJ if traded to a contender. Watch him win a chip. He's my favorite player on the team, Mike. So I do not want to move DK. I think it's going to be a bit of this is all a bit of playing out, and this is the hard part, guys. And I know that this is where really the discussion wants to always go after these losses. And boy, this year especially, it just seems like every loss, every win, it's like, this guy gone or is he staying? Is he traded or are we signing him? Is this guy gone? Is he traded? And I keep kind of coming back, which is an answer that I don't think you guys like to hear from me, but it's the reality of the road here on this one, Mike. And that's that we've got to let this season fully play out to see where we end up. If this team goes off the rails, if this team ends up in a 6-7 win state, if this team basically again underperforms this year, you know, there's a couple of things that come into this play on this that you got to wonder about. Number one, are you years away? Is DK Metcalf going to be 30 years old by the time you're ready to go out there and compete and go out there and actually win divisions? And I don't like to say it, but that would have to affect my outlook on this a little bit. Not to mention, you come into this offseason, DK wants a new contract extension. If DK sees that the team is in a rebuilding state, if he sees Geno's moved, if he sees there's no quarterback there moving into the future, does DK then draw for more of wanting a trade at that point? Kind of would think, logically speaking, yes, he would. So I agree with you in that, from my perspective, he is a cornerstone player. I would agree with you that I don't want to see him traded here. But there's a couple of parameters to this kind of deal that unfortunately aren't going to make this just necessarily as clear as I think we would like it to be, where it's just no doubt about it, you sign him. On top of, again, that part that's not to be undersold. Players have as much control as ever. We have a Devontae Adams there with the Raiders and the hamstring that, my hammy. Forces his way out of town, right? The DK going to the final year's deal and saying, look, I'd love to sign a contract with you guys, but I want to win. And I haven't won since we've been here. Every year we're in about the same state. My career's winding down. I'm going to be 28 years old this year. I want to go to a team that's contending. I mean, I could see him easily. I could see him easily getting to that state of mind on this one, Mike. And by all things being equal, I want to keep him here into the long term. But if the team is far away, if the team is not going to contend in the next 2 years, it's going to get hard to sign him to that contract, I think, because you're not really in a state to be able to take advantage of that time period. You're much further along than you would think. And as we stand right now with this football team, you have a team that cannot stop the run, that cannot stop the pass, does not get turnovers, does not consistently generate pressure, offensively cannot run the football, cannot pass protect. You feel like you got a long way to go right now. And there's time for this to get to the end of the season. I know we're trying to make our determinations about this right now. And no, he stays here now. No, this guy goes right now. No, this guy stays right now. No, that guy's got to definitely go right now. Let's just let this get to the end of the season and see where it all settles out at that point. But you got to, it's going to be hard pressed for me to say anybody on this team is untouchable. If this team is in a state where they look right now, which is that they are far, far away as it looks right now to me. You've been outclassed by any team that's even sub-legitimate here outside the Falcons game. And this goes in conjunction with what we've seen the past couple of years, which is not a lot of quality wins, which is when this team over the past couple of years has played those teams that are the better teams in the NFL. They falter. They fall down. But thank you, Mike. I appreciate the $5 donation, and I'm not out on DK anyway on this. I'm not changing my boat with it, just that it's going to be hard on that if you're this far away. We've been thinking, and I've been thinking for the last year here, that we're a lot closer than we seem to be at this moment in time halfway into the season. And maybe it's just a loss that's got me twisted, but it's the way it feels right now. Young Guns, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, now that Pumpkin's awake, can she get a W pet? Yeah, she can get a W pet. You want some W pets? You got anything to say about this loss? What do you got to say about this loss? Are we going to bounce back next week? Can we beat the Rams? Was that a yes? We're going to beat the Rams. You're sure? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? You told me we were going to win before and we didn't win. Are we going to win this week? Can we beat the Rams? Just give me one good yes. Thank you. Even if you're lying to me, I don't care. I need you to lie to me tonight, okay? I need you to do that for me. Yeah. We're going to win that one, right? She says we got this. She says we got this, Young Guns. Write it down. Write it down. Thank you, though, Young Guns. I appreciate it. Pumpkin appreciates the pets, too. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. Could John Schneider be let go if this year is bad enough? I think it's going to be hard for that to happen. Taker, you're not alone in wondering this. It's been wondered about my chat quite a bit here since we've started up. And it will be a question on this one. You're going to hear me pretty consistent in answering it kind of the same way on this one. We don't know how much Coach Carroll over the past 14 years came into John's office and said, you're going to do this way, and you're going to do things that way. The people that know this information, Taker 610, are the committee, the ownership committee that is there to inform Jody Allen, the ownership committee that told her, hey, Coach Carroll's got to go, but John can stay. I take something in that you didn't clear house fully, and that you didn't say Coach Carroll and Schneider both have to go. So I take some logical rationale, logical deducement from that. And I could be wrong on this, but this is the issue at times on getting asked. Man, I get asked so many questions at times, Taker 610, that I can give you this educated answer on, but man, I'm really not basing it on a whole hell of a lot to you. And it's one of these times where in these questions where I will get asked that same question over and over again. I just feel bad because there's nobody knows the answer on that, Taker. There's nobody that would know the answer on that one. Logically, I would deduce from the fact that the ownership didn't fire Schneider at the same time of Carroll, and that they're telling you at the time making that move, Coach Carroll had a lot of say over the top of the personnel decisions that have gone to crap. This team and the bad moves you look at over the past couple of years, you can backline trace that to Coach Carroll overriding John Schneider. Now, I'm making a complete I'm making a complete guess here, but you guys donate, and that's why I make these guesses. So please don't get in your emotions in the chat and go, John's been awful and you're let off. I'm being asked a question, so I'm just answering the question to the best of my abilities. I don't know the true answer on this, Taker, but I would read into it that the ownership committee in that way, deciding at that time to still run with John Schneider, is a complete representation of the fact that Carroll did come in, that was too heavy-handed on these personnel matters. We saw in the very same offseason that the same thing was happening with Bill Belichick, who got too heavy-handed on those personnel matters. We have seen this time and again. We've even seen this here in Seattle with Mike Holmgren. Had to have the general manager duties ripped from his grip because he just couldn't do it well. These coaches, man, Taker, they love having personnel to control. They love being able to tell the GM what they're going to do. But there's a lot of evidence that they're complete shit at it, that they are crap at it, that they don't know what they're doing, and that they make a lot of poor, in-the-moment, emotional decisions when you give them that kind of control and power. So I'm making the guess that the committee looked at the situation and looked at John and said, that's the way this is played out. I don't know all the way. Only those that are in the committee or a fly on the wall in that committee that can really know for sure on that. So I would guess that John is not on the hot seat here. I would guess that he's going to have at least another year or two or through the end of his contract to kind of figure this out one way or the other. But it's hard for me on this one because it's totally as a guess, Taker. No one really knows on this one. And I'm really trying to do kind of some advanced math on that to make ultimately the determination on that one way or the other, to be honest with you. I wish I could give you a better answer, but the team gave us no background on this one. The ownership group, and they gave us no indication on this. The whole Carroll thing and being let go thing was, they tried to make that as just kind of just like, blink and it just happened all of a sudden, So it's really hard on that front to know one way or another. Mikey Muse, we need a linebacker that's a culture setter, leader and stud. Can't have our wide receivers leading the locker room. No, sir. No, sir. Misgendering pumpkin. Jessica, I can't give up on Mac yet, but this team needs to run the ball and find identity. Yes, sir. Who do we want to be? What do we want to be? Dig said, Brandon, another idea for a video this week might be to look at how well JSN, Lockett, Chanel, Bobo actually generated space to be open. DK haters see life without him. Yeah, good suggestion, man. See if I can put something together on that front. Gene D says, can't believe we couldn't punch it in twice when we're at the 2-yard line. Brutal goal line offense, brutal red zone offense today. That is for sure. Man, we got a lot of folks still in the chat here, man. You guys are rocking. We have 4.5 hours, well over 200 people still in our chat here. You guys are superstars. Superstars. Seahawks blue and green, rebuild means a new quarterback as well, right? Yes, it would. If you're going to be going in rebuild mode, there's no reason to keep Geno here. It means you're in rebuild mode. There's no reason to be spending $50 million on a quarterback if you're not competing. Mike says, as long as we got a good trade for DK, I'm okay with it, but I'd rather him not leave. I'm in the same place, Mike. It's definitely not the forefront of where I want to be with this, but we got to really look at this with a sober eyes on this roster and this team this offseason if it's going to twist in this direction. I dig Doc's Brandon, great point. Wait to see how the season plays out. Your cut, Draymond Jones, is interesting, but Schneider kept pro size. Collier, Eskridge forever. Can Schneider admit he made a mistake? Well, as John will tend to get married to draft picks. He does not like to admit failure on a draft pick, and he will squeeze out a draft pick that obviously failed even from day one. Like, you can have a draft pick that fails in the first game. You look at it and you're like, that ain't it. That's not going to make it work. And John's like, I'm going to squeeze, like he's got a dry cloth and he's going to keep squeezing the cloth until the sweat from his own hands causes a drip to come off the cloth just to prove that there's some quality there. And he's not applied that in the same manner, I would say, to free agents, Addicted. So when there's been guys that haven't worked free agency-wise, look out how fast, even in trades like guys like Jamal Adams or Percy Harvin or Robert Gallery, go through a variety of other guys too on this. You haven't been active in free agency as much to show some guys that are like this, but you didn't draft these guys. There'll be much more of a willingness on this one, I think, to pivot off of these guys after this year. But the guys that he drafts are the ones that he gets real kind of married to at times, a little bit too long. Greg says Hawks have never tried to maximize DK's talent outside of this year. Agreed, Greg. Yeah, agreed. Doc's Pumpkin's so upset she's almost speechless about the Bills. She thinks the Rams will be beaten. She does. She's having a hard time with this loss, though. Look at her. You see her on my lap. She's just hold on for dear life right now. Yeah. Femi, I know John Schneider has not invested in the offensive line, but it's asinine to think John isn't a top 10 general manager in the sport. Well, I mean, I think he's a very good general manager, but you know, we're getting painfully close to the spot where he's living off of the reputation of 10 years ago. We're getting kind of painfully to that spot. And I'm not anti-John, but how many All-Pros have you dropped in the last 7 years? You know? How many difference makers? How much bad money's been thrown out? How many bad picks have been layered in there? I like John, I do, but I don't think he's had the best run of the Seahawks tenure here through the last few years. Gene, first drive of the game was atrocious. 3 passes in a row and went 3 and out. Yeah, it was too many offensive possessions where we just kind of punt through on those possessions, you know. Yeah, head coaches are terrible general managers, Chase. You're absolutely right about that. They want that power and control, but it's ego that drives them to do it. Because anybody that would really look at the history of these general managers trying to run or head coaches trying to be general managers would see that the failure rate is insane. And you are not better suited by taking on more. It's again, I just think it's such ego to believe that you hard enough to be a great head coach, to think that you can be a great head coach and a great general manager at the same time. Really the hubris involved to think that is pretty crazy, especially in this point in time when we've had so many coaches try to get that level of control in prior years. Brady says Belichick might be the only exception to the rule, but we've seen that situation twice, once with Holmgren and once with Pete. We've seen it here twice, and those are 2 of your last 4 coaches that you've had here that you've given that power and control to, that you've come up to that same spot. And even in Belichick's case, it might have worked for a little bit of time. I will say the second he lost Belichick, his drafting ability and all of that, you know, and certainly when it comes to offense and what he was getting Brady at the end, but Belichick's is much like go from the Patriots, not because of what he was as a coach, but because of what he was as a general manager. And I think part of the lack of giving Belichick even a job this offseason doesn't have to do with the fact that people believe that he can still coach. It had more to do with the fact that he wanted some personnel control at that point, coming into a different organization. And teams I don't think were as willing or wanting to give him that level of control. T. Favor, yeah, D. Williams needs to get off the team like now. I agree. I'm done with him. G.D. McDonald's put us in a position to win almost every game. It's the players messing up. TikTok, Brandon, the first red zone failure was the same formation, the formation where Sharp scored, I think. Williams and or Geno messed up. Stuff happens, AK Force Gump. Yeah, just bad red zone. Young Guns, I was at the game. Our defense was giving up 8+ yards of play like it was nothing. Coleman was the MVP receiver, jumping over our defensive backs, one-handing it when it mattered. Their running back was faster than anyone we had. There we go. Yeah, Spoon hasn't been too particularly good today, this season so far. Brandon, glad you agree with my point about Schneider failing to admit a failed pick. Maybe free agency he pulls the trigger faster. Good point. Yeah, I've seen it for years. It's been too many players that have come through that he does it on, and you are going to make mistakes as an organization. And can you pivot off of them? Can you realize a mistake, or do you just stay with the mistake and keep it going? And sometimes in some of the problems of this organization in recent years, and whether it's Carroll or Schneider, I don't know, but The team has had problems in recent years of holding on to things for too long. I mean, D. Eskridge is bouncing around here for years. Another guy from the moment he walked on the field, you go, okay, there's some issues here. Trying to make this work. Sometimes it is what it is. Can we turn Spoon into a safety? It's possible. People were wondering if he was eventually going to make a safety transition. Not sure the team will look to do that, but it's possible, David. T. Favor says Geno's got one more year in his deal. He'll finish the deal, I think. It's possible, man. He was wanting a contract at the start of the year. If he comes out and comes near close to leading the league in passing and yardage, I think he's going to push heavily for a deal or to be traded at that point if you're not going to give it to him. Dick Docs, Brandon, another great point about John's past reputation and now. K9's a great pick. DK, not sure how old he is. 27 right now. Reek and Spoon, struggling to think of more. About it. Even I honestly think the football gods hate us because so many flukes swung the momentum of that game. Yeah, just ball wasn't bouncing the right way today either for us, was it? On top of other things. On top of other things at play. Chaos Gaming, watching them play today actually hurt. I don't often turn off games even when we're losing, but it was genuinely discouraging. I had a strong feeling we would lose, but I thought we would keep it close. I thought we were going to be competitive in this one too. I think we're going to get outclassed like we had been in a couple of these games recently this year. That part caught me off guard, and like you, I was in a position of feeling like I could turn this game off halfway in and not miss anything out in my life, you know. And Lead Lance, I still like the last 3 drafts overall. I don't know, I'm okay for the most part, but Dig to Brandon, are you a long distance runner? Some of your points you're making at the end of the chat are spot on. Missed this channel while I was in Europe. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate you. I don't long distance run in real life, but I do play a long distance runner on television. Greg says DK is the only all-pro I can think of in the last 7 years for the Hawks, and he was second team. It's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. The best is Josh Jobe put his IG on private. Oh, I don't know why he should do that. He didn't play bad today necessarily. He was doing fine because there he got you that pick. I mean, he's done all he can the past couple of weeks. Mike says oh shoot, sorry. Boy, the chat your chat is firing tonight. You guys are rolling. Holy mackerel. And again, we have a lot of discussion in the chat between people. I just want to put this out there. If you do want me to reference on your comment or you have a question, if you can, make sure you put Brando, Hawks Nest, B, just something reference to me, because sometimes there's so much chat that goes on between you guys in the chat. I can't always poke out when you're trying to talk necessarily to me or when you're talking inner chat on that. So just as you're wondering on me not necessarily touching on a comment you might have to say, just make sure you're putting my name reference in there. I don't really know for sure. We got so many in the chat. It's hard to keep up if I don't have you guys kind of put that in there. If you can for me, please. Mike, we need more than drafting offensive line. We need to sign in free agents. Maybe you trade something. We are like the Packers with wide receivers. Just give them some help, man. Just need to make it a point of a priority. And you haven't done that with your offensive line in past off seasons. Make it a priority. Haley says, I think we got dicked by Adams and Diggs dead money in this offseason, or we would have kept Lewis. You got about $30 million of dead money attributed to both of those two guys. And that definitely is impinging the rest of your ability to build this roster out. That's for sure. Bad money on the books, man. There's always bad money in our books. And usually a significant amount of it. Probably would say that should make them a little more careful on who they're paying out. And part of the reason why they say this offseason is going to have some tough evaluations take place. Be sure about the money you're spending. VMB, there's also the fact that Seahawks players have to go above and beyond to get all pros. It's still a vote system, and they don't really pick Seattle players. Who in the last 7 years has gotten the short end of the shiv, I'd say to that, feed me. Who's the guy that should have been an all-pro that wasn't? I'd be hard-pressed to come up with pretty much anybody. There's no point that I would add Tyler Lockett as an all-pro. There's no tight ends that you'd have as an all-pro. There's nobody on your offensive line that you'd have as an all-pro through that period. So I think your base point is right. It's hard for guys on the West Coast to get acknowledgement, but you also didn't make it close on the voting either. Haley says, GSN has a lead separation to be fair. He led the league as of like 2 weeks ago. The separation stat is one that I do not give a lot to, Haley. It's a new stat that's come up. It's not a common stat. It's one of those new analytics stats that's being derived, and it doesn't have a lot baked into it as far as really referencing that yards of separation. So, Haley, if I've got a slot wide receiver that runs out to the flat post-snap, and then that defense does what defenses will tend to do, which is drop into zone depth, they'll count that defender that dropped at zone depth, and they'll say, hey, there's 9 yards between him and JSN. JSN's created 9 yards of separation on this route. And my proof to this, Haley, is if you look at the players that have generated the most separation on that page, you'll notice that they're all slot receivers and tight ends. So it speaks to a little bit of the fact that those are the guys creating that separation, because their routes will naturally, by the context of the coverages that they play, give them those openings. And so with JSN, I can't really use that as a stat that's really worth anything measurable to me. Not when he's averaging 8 yards per catch. JSN's been disappointing. He's been disappointing. He's not been a failure. He's not been a bust. But he's not bringing any kind of impact on the field, really. He's playing like just a guy. He's playing like a replacement level slot wide receiver. John says, I had real concerns about Grubb, but JSN wasn't drafted to be the number one. But then again, John should have thought about that unless it was Pete. Where it gets hard to say. Who knows what on that? You know, that's the guessing game that exists there, John. Yeah. And I had some concerns with taking him at the time you did, and that you're getting a guy that's going to only be really a slot guy. But if he could be a difference-making slot, if he could be an Amon St. Brown, if he could be a Cooper Kupp, then the pick made a ton of sense. He's not been close to those level of players and what he brings to the table. And it's very hard to put as much on the offensive line to JSN's lack of production as necessarily, because those slot guys are the ones that do tend to get the quick, easy separation. They got the free releases off the line of scrimmage. They tend to get to be moved in motion. They get a lot of help to allow them to create their early separation. And yeah. Lewis hasn't played that well and was a liability last season. Not worth the contract he got to play. Yeah, I wouldn't have kept Damon Lewis. But you could use that money on something else. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. I'd have rather kept Eskridge over D. Williams. I would have as well, Jordan. I would have as well. I think some of it was the money. I think you're going to be on the hook for $3 million versus $700,000, $800,000 you're going to pay for Williams this year. So they were trying to save a couple extra millions of dollars for that deal. But can't think that Eskridge would have been worse. For sure. The Young Guns, when we played zone, they got easy yards. When we played man, they caught the ball anyway. When they ran, it was through us. The 4th and 1 leveled our whole team for an easy yard. Very true. Very, very, very true. Corey Scoff, thank you for your first super chat. Corey, I really appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. Thanks for the $2 dono drop. And thanks for that, man. Very, very kind of you. Appreciate that support. Didn't have any note put in your donation, but thank you for that. Very kind of you. ER says, I'm angry. You should be angry, AR. Team's been embarrassed for a fourth time this year. That's hard to swallow. Haley says, Beeb, drafts the last 3 years had Cross, Mafe, Walker, Lucas Spoon, JSN, Hall, Sharbs, and Murphy. Of those, maybe 2 we should have gone elsewhere. JSN, Sharbs, maybe. My problem with the Walker pick comes down to just like drafting a quarterback without an offensive line. I am good with taking in the difference maker running back, but if you're going to put him behind a porous, awful offensive line and tell that guy to be the difference maker to overcome that, then the pick is not worthwhile. And because John, in conjunction with that pick, Haley decided to go so light on his offensive line, that's the way that this is played out. So, I mean, it's a little bit of, you're going to do one, then do the other. Don't expect the running back to solve your offensive line problems. Give him some help down there to make it work. So Walker, I mean, yeah, I'm vaguely okay with that one. Lucas is a good pick. Spoon, good pick, sure. Hall, sure. Murphy's a little bit in the debatable side of it, to be honest with you, at this point. I trusted the value at the time, and he's not been bad, but you had offers on the table to trade back and gather more draft capital. Could you have double dipped on the offensive line and doing that? Would that have been better than Murphy? I mean, I don't know. I don't know on that. I don't have as much a problem, Haley, with how John's necessarily drafted in the last 3 years. I think he's leaned into value, and that's been a good part of it. More of the issue comes into play for me on the lack of the trading, the lack of willingness to spend money at certain positions, the money that they have spent at other positions that don't always make sense. Boy, good morning, football breakdowns. You are on Malachi Starks, bro, huh? Like, you are on it. He says, hey, B, can you tell me how you feel about Malachi Starks? So I swear I've said about 5 times, good player, good all-around player. He's going to go in the first round. Good morning, football breakdowns. I don't really like the thought of taking another cornerback in the first round again, especially for a guy that's going to be really mainly a slot-only guy. I would much rather put that draft capital to the offensive line, good morning breakdowns, especially if I have a general manager who utterly refuses to spend any money on the open market on the offensive line and utterly refuses to make any trades for any great offensive linemen. If that's going to be the case, then let's draft, baby. Let's draft, you know? I think you've got a hair of redundancy in what you have with Devon Witherspoon going over there and grabbing this guy. I think that we're also getting to a point on this again when we come back to just defense. It's just, I feel like we're pouring endless amounts of draft capital here through these years into our defensive side of the ball, and we'll keep waiting for the returns to come. I'd much rather be dumping those assets into the offensive side of the ball myself. And again, specifically to the offensive line, one way or the other. Trade back, get a couple picks, get those on the offensive line, make the first round pick an offensive lineman, find a way to make it go. But I'd have a hard time with a slot sub-package player with the first round pick, and I think he's going to go in the first round because this draft is not a good one. I don't think he's going to go like Brian Branch did in the second round a couple of years ago as a kind of a similar type of player. They're Good Morning Football breakdowns in this draft and how weak it is. I think he goes up in the first round. If they take him, I mean, I'm fine with him. He does fit to the, theoretically, I don't even know what Mike McDonald's scheme is anymore, to be honest with you. Maybe he does. I mean, maybe that was Mike McDonald just ran it with the Ravens because he had Kyle Hamilton, and maybe he'll never run that scheme the same way here with Seattle. I don't know. But, you know, he can tackle, he can cover, but he's a slot guy who can maybe play some safety. But really, he'll be a slot specialist guy. Can he be one of the better slots in the league? Sure. I guess why you're hearing a little bit of hesitancy here, Good Morning Football breakdowns. I love all players. I know certainly get love for certain players in this, but again, understanding with my philosophy is draft to value, right? So if I'm drafting to value, there's going to be less of me getting like, this is the guy I want to go get. It's more about who's the most valuable guy on your board where you're picking. How can we maximize out the draft a little bit better? I love that you're here. I love to hear that you are as excited about this Starks kid. I love seeing people in my chat that are so hyped on giving prospects, and you're probably going to be right on it. This kid can really, really play. So if we pick him, great. No problem with it whatsoever. Very useful all-around player. Is there a little bit of spinning wheels feeling from my standpoint on it, where you already have kind of this player in-house at Devin Witherspoon. Rather than solving the best way to use him, you just kind of go, toss him to outside corner. Let's bring in another guy here. And let's draft another first-round cornerback after we just drafted a first-round defensive tackle, after we just spent $22 million for Leonard and $17.5 million for Draymond Jones and 2 second-round picks to the defensive ends and defense and defense and defense and defense. And I kind of get to the spot where I go diminishing returns. Like eventually, if the defense is going to be a league worst unit that's going to get embarrassed by any cogent offensive attack, and you keep dumping these resources endlessly into it, I go, the returns don't seem to be there. I also kind of wonder a little bit on this Good Morning Breakdown on if Mike Macdonald's a great defensive-minded head coach, but he needs all of this talent for it to be good. I felt this about Coach Carroll too. And where Coach Carroll comes in, where it's like, you're a great defensive mind, but I need elite talent all over the place for my defense to work. Wait, hold on. Are you an elite defensive mind or are you not? Because I can go get an offensive minded head coach and just dump endless resources to the defensive side of the ball and probably get functional play. So are you a good defensive mind? Do I have to dump? Does every position got to be grade A for your defense to take off? That don't make sense. So I like Malachi. I do. Good morning. Don't get me wrong on this one, but I also would be a little bit worried where that'd be our concentration. I feel like we're not really addressing at that point, because that means one more first round pick, one less high pick you're now putting towards the offensive line. And for a secondary player at that. I love Starks though, dude. Don't get me wrong. He's a really good player, but the timing and where you're at as a football team is probably not aligned right to be going after necessarily that guy. Doesn't mean they might not. I mean, maybe they look at him as a safety slot guy and they want to move Devin to the outside, to your point. Could be the way they want to go with it. Could be. John, people want to blame the defense, but they got a turnover and the offense just kept putting them back on the field. You're not going to hold Josh Allen to under 20 points in this defense. Nope, you're not. T Favor, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm a fan of Reed getting in Hall's face. That's what a leader does, and we haven't had that the last couple of years. Reed needed to little brother him. I agree with you, T Favor. Thank you for the $5 donation. And but I agree with you 100% on this. I think Jaron Reed did exactly the right thing he's supposed to do. Hall was out of pocket. Hall was in the wrong. Hall is the one that I want to hear apologize for that behavior this week. You got a leader trying to lead you, and you're knocking his hand away. Is essentially what you're doing as an equivalency. It's unacceptable. He needs to grow and learn from it. And Reed was right for doing it, T Favor. So I'm in the same camp you are on that, and that I fully agree that that's what Reed's got to do. We've got people here in the chat who for weeks have been asking for more leadership. When are the leaders going to emerge? Hey, there's your leader emerging. Now the young pups got to take their ears and open it up to it. The young pups actually got to listen to what they're telling them rather than all the answers, listen to what he's telling you there. That's unacceptable in that moment. That's inexcusable in that moment. That changes the whole trajectory and course of this game, Derek. I'm not bringing it to rub your nose in it. I'm bringing it to say, hey, this can't happen ever again, which is what Jaron's trying to do in that moment. This isn't just some little small mistake caught in the moment. That's a big deal in this game. Travel Fanatic, there's a lot of money that's going to be saved from guys that aren't performing or injured on this team. Draymond Jones, Nwosu, Noah Fant. You'll be able to save some money. William, maybe why is there a fight on the sidelines, Hall and Reed? And can we get back together and make a run at this and get the playoffs? We're trading away, and are we trading for anyone else? I think, William, go back to front on your questions. A good number of questions. Thank you for that. I think we're more in sell mode than we're going to be in buy mode at this point, William. I don't know how you can look at this team and say we're one player away from getting this right. I don't think so. As we were just talking above on this, that William, that's a veteran trying to teach a young player in the moment and get his head right. And that's a young player that's fighting against that because he's got ego and pride that he wants to lead with instead. And why we see this team making the same mistakes over and over again, why we don't see them correcting and fixing things, probably a little bit of an example of as to why that in that moment. Your leaders are going to your young players and saying, do this, and yet they're fighting back against that vet. It's a bad look. It's a bad moment in the game. And certainly I think probably a little bit emblematic of the bigger issues at play here with this team. Lack of accountability. And this is stuff that's been going on for a couple of years now. But Reed's doing what he's supposed to be doing there, William. The young player is not doing what he's supposed to be doing there. Hi, Brandon. Dak sucks. Taker610, thank you for another $5 donation. Taker610. Hey, Brando, you guys always want the freaking, you guys always after 9 hours of streaming are like, hey, give me the impressions now, man. I'll try here, Taker. Please, guys, if I'm in 7 hours in and I've done my stream for this long, don't make me do the impressions at that point because my voice is toast. I'm tired. My brain's hurting. It's really hard. Hey, Brando, if Christopher Walken was a disgruntled Jets fan, what would he be saying? This Jets team sucks every year and they're horrible. I never want to watch them again. That's why I'm a Giants fan. Sorry, guys, on the impressions this year right now, too. It's really tough. I got to be in kind of good spirits a little bit, Taker, and I'm in a spot right now with it where you got to catch me earlier, brother. You guys got to catch me. If you guys want you guys want the impressions, you got to get me in the first like 3 hours of streaming day. I always get the dono requests on this when I'm 9 hours in, man. And it's imagine talking for 9 hours straight, and then somebody says, "Hey, can you do an impression of this guy now?" It's like, ugh, and be inventive. And like, I'm in that spot where I'm snarled out. I'm pissed off at my team. I'm in a disgruntled state. I'm angry about what I have to watch. I'm watching shitty ass football on a weekly basis. I'm watching my team get embarrassed. I got to stand in and walk in on Tuesday and watch people rub my nose and how bad my team is. So it's going to be hard to do the fun stuff a little bit as much when I'm in this kind of state of mind. Please forgive me for that. I'll try to be better about not getting as emotional up on this team, but I love the team and it's hard. It's hard this late, Taker, to do the impressions on it. I get the request on. I know that you guys want, but you got to hit me earlier on it because otherwise I'm just tapped out a little bit. You know, we're 5 hours in the stream on this. I did 3.5 hours early. I did another 45 minutes on the Bleacher Report. So it's just the voice by this point. It's just got not a blot left in it to kind of dial deep there to find the impressions on it. Sorry, man. I'll try to see if I can do it on the way out the door. I'll give you one on the way out the door, right? When we do the sign off, I'll try to wrap one up for you on that side of it. Whew. Yeah, I do think we're going to go ahead and start dialing this down. As I'm 5 hours in, I planned on going just a couple hours tonight. I thought you guys would be checked out on this. I'm kind of surprised to see so many people here in the chat throughout this night. I figured after this loss, we'd have way more people just going, yep, I'm done. T-Favor, thank you for another $5 donation. T-Favor, whose fault is it that DK is the only fast receiver we have? We lose DK and we can't run the ball at all because the box is stacked and we have no answer. Well, that would be John Schneider's fault at that point. You know, he's wanted to rock with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and JSN. And you having two guys there that you're going to be running with now that are what we call intermediate receivers or, you know, short. I don't know how to. John Schneider's the one to blame, my man T-Favor. So, you know, he tried to address this and getting some additional help on this with D. Eskridge, right? That was going to be one of your other burner. That was a guy to go in this final year of his contract. And then you could have him as a guy that is insurance policy for DK. But when you got an NFL team like we do, where there's 53 men on the roster, where there's a finite amount of cap space, where you got to dedicate this to that, to this, to that, you put your cards and you hedge your bet on the fact that Eskridge was going to be able to develop into that backup guy to DK on that outside if you had to call upon him to do that. He didn't develop in that way. The team kept holding on to Eskridge, hoping he could be that guy. It's a failure of John Schneider. Probably should have recognized it after year two. This guy's broken. He's going to be injured every single year. He can't catch particularly well. He doesn't run very good routes. Let's move off of him. But like we were talking about earlier on this T-Favor, something this team loves to do with their draft picks is hold on forever. They really trust their ability to develop, which is kind of ironic because they haven't developed particularly well over the past 10 years, but they really trust their development process. So if you don't hit year one, you know, you don't hit year two, hey man, it's just a matter of time, man. It's just a matter of time, man. You don't hit year three. No. Just got to give it a little bit more in the oven, man. A little bit more time in the oven, man. So year four, okay, it failed. 4 years forward, now we can acknowledge finally LJ Collier, Rasheem Green, Dwayne Eskridge. Okay, we'll acknowledge that one didn't work. Okay, you got us. But that's the way it works. And so what that leads you to do is not look for other answers or other follow-up spots. You don't have any more money or any more investment you can put in the wide receiver position at that point. It's coming in this year. You got a second-round pick on Eskridge. You got DK Metcalf that you're paying a phenomenal amount of money. You got Tyler Lockett that you're paying a phenomenal amount of money. You got a first-round pick in JSN. You're looking at that and you're saying, okay, that should be enough as a wide receiver room as far as that much investment goes into it. But you fail out on the fast guy. You're leaning too much on DK. JSN and Tyler Lockett don't have really a lot to give you. They can give you a little bit throughout the course of a game, but not a lot. And you need more of a lot at this point. So Schneider would be the answer on that, T. Favor. And man, thank you for your 5th super dono on the stream here today. I appreciate you for that. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and kind of wrap this up. I got to know, guys, you go all night. I'm 5 hours in. I'm definitely getting to the tap point on the voice where I need to get some food. I'm getting into that hangry mode. You guys know how it goes. So we'll just kind of run through, see what we got here. As last questions in. Wayne G, what's good, Brandon? Right at the end here. I just want to say, is that Grubb and Huff has to go ASAP? Grubb may not last the year if this continues, or he may not last past this year if this continues on this way. And I got no problem moving off coordinators year by year, Wayne G. And it's not like coach, where a coach, you got to give him a couple of years to let things set or fail, or just give it time to kind of take root. You can make a determination on that really quickly if you want to with the coordinators. So if they want to move off this year, if they're seeing not enough there to make it work, then so be it from my perspective on it. I've referenced back to this Wayne G that a guy like Campbell out there with Detroit moved off of his offensive coordinator mid-year of his first season to Ben Johnson, and it paid off. So if they've got to go that route, I get it. I understand, and I'm with it. I'm with it. T. Favor, thank you for another $5 donation. T. Favor, you are very kind for all that support to the channel tonight. I don't understand the offensive line thing JSN has invested. Abe, Cross, Olu, Haynes, Bradford, then won the bid for Connor. Y'all make it sound like he did nothing. Well, thank you for the donation. This has been a 10-year problem, in my opinion, when it comes to the offensive line. And what John Schneider has done the past 3 years is dial up more drafting to the offensive line, especially higher up than he had through those prior 5 years. If we go back to 2015, T. Favor. Okay. So has the investment in the offensive line been there? Sure. The offensive line's been there the past 3 years. There are 3 quantitative ways to improve your offensive line. You can draft them, you can trade for them, and you can sign them. Now, when it comes to signing and you go, we won the bidding war for Connor Williams. Connor Williams was a guy coming off his ACL who nobody was really paying, that you gave a $3 million deal to with incentives. That's not you putting significant investments into the offensive line. Laken Tomlinson was a $3 million signing this offensive line. That's not significant investment. George Fant was a guy, again, that what the team does on this T. Favor for a 10-year period, not a 1-year period, not a 2-year period, not a 5-year period, but a 10-year period, is that you will draft at a bare minimum level. You'll draft like one good guy every 3 years high, and then you make a couple of picks at the end of the draft. And then you go in and you stock that out to your line for the year. And then what you do is you go sign this veteran who's on his last legs, who's like literally just on the very end of just this close to retirement. And you say, you know what? Here's $3 million on a 1-year deal. Let's see if we can squeeze out one final season of productivity out of those old ass legs. And it fails for a year, and it fails for another year. And you go and do it again and say, hey, Luke Jokel, $8 million, 1-year deal, failed. And we keep doing this. Austin Blythe, Evan Brown, Laken Tomlinson. You just keep doing it. It keeps failing. So why we have issues with the offensive line on this T. Favor is that they've taken the same approach. You only draft, you don't sign big market deals, and you don't make trades. The only trade John Schneider has made in his 14-year period here for an offensive lineman, a real high-quality offensive lineman at that, has been Dwayne Brown. And it was a wild, successful swing at that. That's the only one. That's it. No other trades. So the problem comes in is that you've reduced down your ability to make your line better by going, we're only going down this hallway. This is our only method. All these other doors and ways other teams utilize to improve that offensive line, we're going to ignore because we've determined that they are overdrafted and they're overpaid. And then you have a piss poor league worst offensive line on a regular basis. They've also, for as good as they've done in recent years in drafting these guys high T. Favor, they've not necessarily gotten these guys developed. Cross is the only guy coming forward in that development. The reason that you have to sign Connor Williams is because Olu failed. Haynes can't even get out there while you have the 49ers who drafted Dominic Pooney in the 3rd round after Christian Haynes, who's been out there playing every single game for the Niners and playing like a top 10 right guard in this sport. You can't even get Haynes out there past rotating him through with Bradford. And you can't get Bradford to develop in year 2 after you made him a 4th round pick. So again, we come back to, you're only going to make your narrow hallway on how you build your offensive line that we either draft and we sign old ass offensive linemen on their last legs. That's our only method. That will be our only method for 10 years, and it will fail by and large for a 10-year period, and we will not change our ways on it. And if you're going to have your development not take those steps forward, if a Bradford, if an Olawatimi, if a Haynes, if they're not going to come forward in their game, if they're not going to improve, then you've got to use those other 2 ways to improve your line. You've got to go sign somebody. You've got to go make a trade for somebody then. You can't just sit there and keep doing the same thing, which is why we're mad about this, T-Favor, is that it's not a matter of you got this wrong. It's that you continue to get this wrong and you get it wrong in the same way, and you have done so for 10 years. Thank you, though, man. T-Favor, I appreciate all of those donations and those support. I really do. Cameron, crazy. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Cameron. Appreciate you for that. Lucky LaRue, the Bills are a very good team, man. No doubt about that. Empire Code, hey, B, tuning in on the late night. I'm spent, man. I'm spent. Usually have some nuanced analysis points to me, but not today. Today is a day of mourning. Sigh. I feel very much the similar way. I tried to explain through a little bit on this loss, but I think it's just got us very disheartened at this point. And it's not that the season's over or anything's out, but it's just, this one's a tough one. This one's just a tough one to just turn right over. Bills are a really good team, no doubt about that, but you got embarrassed 4 times this year and just supremely so at that. Brandon Janis says, yeah, D Hall's awesome, but Hall likely won't be committing dumbass penalties like that for a good while, thanks to Reed's confrontation. I hope so. God, do I ever hope so. John says the defense has been bad for the past 6 years with 2 different head coaches and 4 defensive coordinators. At some point, you got to look at the players and the general manager. Agreed. That's the thing I talk about, John, where I just don't know what was John, what was Pete through the years on that. I don't know how close the committee is with John Schneider on his decision-making and what he's done and what he's been responsible for. So it's the hard part I have been commenting on because I just don't know how that exactly kind of plays out. Anthony Robles, I feel all the emotions you feel. I'm glad I'm not the only one, Anthony. Definitely a bit of this one's a tough one for me on this, man. And doing this channel for 5+ years, I've been waiting for this team to get one season where we can be a legitimately good team and have not gotten even 1 year of it. It's been nothing since I've started this channel, but basically turning over a middling to sub-failing kind of team. And boy, does it get, there are some weeks that are just rough. It just gets where you just go, boy, just come on. Give me one just good year at least. Just 1 year where I can get a little bit of heartening. Need some heartening. Anthony Robles, appreciate your coverage as always. Well, thank you, Anthony. I appreciate you watching, man. Braden Larson. Hey, Brandon, thoughts on trading a 1st and a 3rd for a superstar young guard, even if it means not re-signing a Woolen type? All day, every day. Where this begins from my perspective, Braden, is this. We go into the offseason with a plan. And you got to say as a general manager, we got to make something a number 1 priority. What is our number 1 priority this offseason? What's the number 1 thing we've got to do? Before we got to go get all of the specialized pieces and parts and pieces that McDonald needs for his scheme to be perfectly crystal clear, run at a minute level, we make the number 1 priority offensive line. That is the priority, bar none. And none of these stop with the half measure approaches. Full measure. For the very first time in 14 years, John Schneider, make offensive line a GD priority. And that means that everything's on the table for what it will take to make that happen. I don't care at this point. I don't care about sacred cows. I don't care about untouchables. What I care about is stop watching an offensive line that is the worst in the league every single year in football. They can't run block. They can't pass protect. That gets outclassed on a weekly basis. I'm tired of watching it. I've watched it for 10 GD years. I'm over it. So it really comes down to that, Braden, where they say this is the number one priority. We're not looking for veterans on their last legs. You know, we'll make a second round guard, and then we'll look for veterans on their last legs, and then we'll draft another guard in about the 5th round. And won't that be good enough? Won't that get it done? Won't that get us across the line? That's what they've done every offseason. That can't happen again this offseason. And I swear to God, I swear, hand the Bible, God, I swear to you guys right now, if Schneider takes the same path this offseason, I am going to light him the up. There will be no patience from me. You guys can unsub, resub. I don't care what anybody does at that point. I will go off. And I won't be able to handle it. Watching a guy again do the same thing he's been doing over and over again, I will think he's inept at that point. I will think that he's not capable of doing this job anymore. What do you need? How many times do you need to be slapped in the face with something to finally get it? We learn lessons here really slowly in Seattle, it seems, but this lesson as slowly as any other. And Taker 610, we'll get you a walk in here, man. I'm sorry, I'm in that hangry mode too, man. I'm in that 5-hour spot, so I got to put the wrap on it. But I just, yeah, you know how it goes. Jets are broken, though, brother. They're broken. Maybe as broken as us, maybe worse. They got more years to turn it over. They don't have a coach. But Watkins is a Giants fan, Taker. I'm Giants. We get a championship once every 10 years. I'm happy with that. I am. There are organizations that have a worse, Taker. I'll say that. There are organizations in worse shape than us, and we do have things in pretty good state, all things being considered on that side. As Lucky says, look on the bright side, you could be a Panthers fan. That's true. Kevin says it's insane to think if we just tried a little bit to get into the 15 to 20 range on the offensive line, we would win substantially more. I agree. I believe in that. It's part of the frustration here is that you're not asking them to be made into a top 5 unit. You're asking them to be made into middle of the road. That's where we've reached in this state of disrepair on this offensive line, and this craptastic look of things is just merely get me to middle of the road. And that has become impossible. There are mission impossible scripts that are more plausible in getting done than what we're able to get done to get this just to a middle of the road state. SL Hazard, it's the same thing over and over again. I can accept losing a clean game, but we are giving away games bow-wrapped as a departing Lumen present. Yeah, see, I feel the same way. Bills did certainly enough to win this game, but we are giving these things away at times. Anthony says, I'm done. I don't want to stress this much anymore. I will watch and support, but not as invested this season to ruin my days. Not worth it right now. I get it, man. If that's the product they're going to get on the field and you're going to see that every other week, hard for me to sell anybody on having to watch that stuff on a Sunday. Haley says, I like Mike McDonald, but linebacker guru whose worst performing unit through 6 weeks is the linebacker feels kind of weird. Yeah, it does, Haley. Admittedly so, yeah. Hard to be a guru if that's the worst part of your point, the worst part of the unit. I like to see Chenault get more snaps too, Addicted. Your offensive struggle, there's a guy that can kind of manufacture some stuff. They don't even try it, though, with him, really. Randy Roberts. I don't understand Coach Mike. He is supposed to be a defensive guru, but it does not appear we're seeing much of the defense that he ran in Baltimore. Is it possible he was not the mastermind? I mean, it's possible, Randy. I don't know why we're seeing such a different look to that question, to your question of it. It's the part I don't have any explanation for, and I usually can at least kind of come up with something, even if it's not what it is. It's like, well, I think I'm knocking around the area of what the reasoning is here. But on this one, I have no explanation. Why not? If you're going to lose, at least lose with what you did in Baltimore. And we're playing scared defensively. That's what stands out to me. Like, they're so scared of them failing that they're keeping everything ultra simplistic. And if you're supposed to be so smart as a defensive coach, why is it that way? That doesn't go with that. 2 and 2 don't make 4 on this one. And I'm not coming to any ultimate determinations about Mike, but it is disappointing to see that there's nothing he can do to manufacture anything here. He's just sort of feeling like, well, I'm in over my head. It's going to take a year to figure this one out. Power code, Brandon, if things get worse, you should do a drunk stream. I'll probably do a drunk stream if it keeps going like this. Ricardo says, fair, but paying $15 million a year for an average offensive lineman is a bad deal. Then again, that might be the new normal. Who knows? Well, you touch on where I think we're at with this. I think John's correct in saying that interior guards are overdrafted and overpaid. Valid. The problem I come into play, though, is that the cost is the cost at a certain point in time. You can get mad about the cost. You can, act like a child and stomp your feet, but eventually it is what it is. And if the offshoot of that, if the, counter to you spending 15 to get average league play, the counter to it is that you're going to get league worse play by the alternative of the choice you're going to make, that's not the right choice either. And then to me, I come back around and go, well, you got to pay the price then at that point. Sucks to pay. Don't like doing it. Would rather have drafted him. But if we're going to fail as a drafting team and taking offensive linemen, then that's what we got to do. Because it's holding everything else back by not getting this up to snuff. Charcoal Sweater says we need to start running the ball now to develop proficiency or else we'll die with a shotgun. True. Very true. Crispy Chris says, what do we do from here? I think that we've got to set our expectations in a more realistic state for this year. Nothing wrong with saying we're still in it and we can fight it out to the end and anything's possible over a long NFL season and this division's wide open. Completely good with that. At the same point in time, as we get close to this trade deadline, if there's somebody out there that will offer for us prime real estate for some of our capital house, hey, we like this guy on your team. We'll give you a second round pick for this. We'll give you a third round pick for that. If I'm John Schneider, I'd jump on those kind of deals. I would be more in sell mode at the deadline right now. I would. Brandon Jan says multiple drunk streams. It'll be a bunch of heated takes and half-baked Pacino walking demeanors. It would be. It'd get probably pretty ugly pretty quick. Thanks for understanding too, Taker 610, by the way. Thanks for putting up on that side of it with me on it. I'll get back to walking on it. I'm in my feelings today a little bit. I'm trying to shake it off. Thank you for the $5 though, man, on that. Crispy Chris, are we extending DK and Geno? I think we got to let the season play out to see where this is all going to go. If you're not close to being a contender, and right now you don't look close to a contender to me, you've lost 3 straight home matches. You've lost 4 out of 5 games. You've been embarrassed in those 4 losses. It's getting harder and harder for me to see us being a contending status in 225. And that informs you, Crispy Crisp, on whether to sign DK or Geno. Are you a contender in 2025? And if not, it makes those determinations harder. Less straightforward than they would be if you were a contender. John says, John Schneider's never been high on Geno. I doubt he's going to extend him. He wanted Locke to surpass him, and he traded for Howell. Yeah, I mean, outside of Russell, though, keeping in mind on this, John, that go back years ago, Charlie Weishurst, Tavares Jackson, Matt Flynn, Russell Wilson. Now, there was more of John looking at it as, rather than looking for that tried and true number one guy I'm going to go seek out, he was more going to put a numbers game to the quarterback position and let the cream rise to the top, let the best man win. There's a little bit of that at play, I think, between the Geno and the Sam Howell thing here, in the same kind of way. It doesn't mean that he's on board with Geno necessarily, but it just means that I think he has that outlook for the position a little bit, as it stands based on his past. But I think the team's not ready to compete. I don't think you're signing Geno. No matter how John feels about him, I think if he looks at the team and says, this ain't ready to happen, then it's going to be hard to do that. It's going to be impossible almost to do that. So Hazard, I had a bad feeling about today, but Jordan Brooks was making highlight plays. The day usually ends up horrible for us whenever former Seahawks players have baller days. Yeah. Crispy, in the draft, do we target more defense than O-line? I'd like O-line more than defense myself. And we trade back in the draft every single effing year, says Anthony. Yeah, we do tend to do that. Not as much recently, but a little bit last year even. Ricardo, I think investing the Noah Fant money into left guard would have been a better option. Draft 2 tight ends. Agreed. Agreed. Even it's going to be Hal and a rookie competing next year, and our floor will be like 5 wins. That's another thing, too. I think it's less of the investment and more of the evaluation. Yeah, I could see it going that way, DVN, if this year continues down the path it's heading. Carlos says, or keep Disley at $3 million instead of Noah Fant. I would have preferred to do that, too, and Fant's over there balling out with the Chargers. I think he's even outperforming all the way around Noah Fant as a pass catcher and as a blocker. I would have, too. Johnson's Sharps feels like a Pete Carroll pick, though. It might have been. Hard to say on those picks and how that dynamic worked. It's very much an open-ended kind of question, I think. I wouldn't have kept Parkinson, Ricardo. And don't think, guys, I can say this with certainty. The Rams fans are definitely having buyer's remorse on Colby Parkinson. Crispy, draft offensive line. Crispy, it's more for me about drafting the value. So if you draft the value, you're not targeting on positions. You're drafting who the highest valued guy is on your board. I certainly would like to get those positions addressed if it sets up, but I don't want to reach for need to make that happen. It's not a great draft class as it's shaping up right now, hand grenade. It might have some decent depth, but it's not going to have great blue chip talent. I think the first round is going to end up looking very weak overall. You're going to see some odd players drafted in the first round, I think, because of how weak it is. Ricardo says, I think K9 theoretically is the running back you pay $10 million to, but him on this team is like Saquon on the Giants. Wasted talent. Amen. K9's certainly a guy I wouldn't mind investing in if I had something that could do better to get the most out of his skills, but I don't. I have an offensive line that's going to tell him to carry the load every week, to make it happen himself, by and large, every week. And it's hard to spend that money on him knowing that that's going to be the case. T-Favor, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you, T-Favor, for that. Let's go get some food and sleep, Brandon. Well, thank you, T-Favor. Unfortunately for me, I will be up to about 5 or 6 in the morning because I still have the wrap-up video I got to put together, which takes me quite a bit of time, but it's well worth it as we get a lot of subs and a lot of views off those. So it's one of those parts about the season that's just the hard part where you just got to grind on these days long because there's no other days like it, and how they play. But thank you, man. We'll be wrapping up here soon, I promise. I know always takes me about an hour to get fully signed off. I'm a little slow. Kevin says, we love you, B. Much love to you too. We appreciate all you do, and we feel the same way. I'm glad I'm not alone. I'm in my emotions today, and I do apologize, guys. I try to stay even keeled, and I know it doesn't come off well, me getting up in my emotions and losing my stuff. I know it doesn't. So I fight it. It's not that I try to lean into it, but I am with you guys on it. I still get pulled by the emotionality. I love this sport. I love this team. I want to see them do better. It's so frustrating to see them sometimes so stuck in place. SL Hazard, who is trading their superstar guard? What are these pipe dreams? I can't handle this. I'm going to bed. Good night. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, brother. Yeah, probably not a line you're going to be able to find on that side of it, but you never know. Just takes one team willing to move a guy. And I'm beyond superstar guard. We just need to get functional guard. Give me functional guard at this point. Give me middle of the road guard, and that would be a huge upgrade. Brandon Johnson, yeah, agreed. Got to be offensive line. Let's see what happens, Johnny boy. Very fair request. Yeah, they time to be like the Rams and not be a poverty franchise. F them picks. We obviously can't develop. John says, that's true. No one's trading good guards. Laughing out loud, we're screwed because John can't draft. It's going to be hard to get them. You can definitely still trade for them. There's teams that potentially can maybe send you a guy. You're going to have to give up maximum draft capital to make it happen. But, Anthony says, I'll be right there with you. I'll chant fire RGM with you. Yeah, it will go beyond neglect if he goes another offseason taking the same approach to this is now an Achilles problem for John Schneider that's holding everything back. Because there's all sorts of other stuff you still have to fix and get right anyway, but this thing is at the centerpiece point that this cannot continue to be a failure again another year. You can't be league worst again next year. I don't care whether the team is competing or not. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable that it's taken him 10 years to realize it, much less it'll take him 11th year of an offseason to finally have the light bulb go on. But the light bulb needs to turn on and full max light. Turn that adjuster all the way up, John. And I will. I'm not a guy that likes to call into question the team in offseason. Let it play out before I start to make determinations about your approach. But if you take that same approach, I will light him up come training camp. I'll be doing it throughout the offseason. I'll be telling you guys that this is broken and this is not going to be fixed. You cannot take the same approach to this offensive line and think it will not fail out in the same manner it has for a 10-year period. It's completely asinine to believe it won't. Ethan says, damn, Brando, I'm on your side, but haven't heard you talk about GSS like that. Respect, brother. As we say with this, I have my things I believe and think, but I always take the new information in. You guys are going to rarely see me on it where I'm on some hill that you can never move me off of. A good argument brought up to me, a consideration I haven't considered can shift me off my spot. New data can shift me off my spot. It's not about being right ultimately, which I think a lot of us get caught up in this content creation world of, oh, I got to be right. I got to be right. It's get it right. If you're wrong in an angle, and we're all going to be wrong in an outlook and a thinking and a process, get it right, adjust, fix, get better, improve. And that's where I think it's at. And this thing with the line is, I'm at my wit's end with it. And you know, you've been here for years, Ethan. You know, you've heard me every offseason. I'm not a man of just Johnny come lately in the moment on this issue. I've been every offseason hammering this. Please make this a priority, John. Please make this a priority, John. Please make this a priority, John. 18, 19, 20, 21. And it's crazy when you ask for something like that, and then it seems like, no, we know better. We're smarter. We've got the authority on this. We've got the much surer hand. And then it just fails, completely fails. And you go, why won't you change? Well, they're too expensive. They're overdrafted. They're overpaid. Yeah, but it's failing on you yearly. Yeah, but they're overexpensive and they're overdrafted and they're overpaid. Something's got to move here. Crispy Chris says Jets are tanking. Jets on tanking the scrambling, Crispy. Scramble, scramble, Jets. Here you go. Know where you're going. They're definitely, it ain't looking good for the Jets. It ain't looking good for the Jets, that's for sure. We'll probably make them look like superstars, though, when we go to play them in a couple weeks. God's gang says no discipline out there today. No discipline. No self-control. Very little self-control. And that's a double dip of craptastic nature that's not going to help you win football games. Ricardo says, Jets accidentally tanking. The worst type of tank. Oops, we tanked. Didn't mean to. Deviant says, how do you trade for Devontae Adams and still get beat? I don't know. That other receiver they got there, boy, he's had some regression this year with Rodgers. Those guys have not sunk, they've not gotten together on the same page at all. Layla Lance, possible to get Cody Whitehair from the Raiders? I mean, possibly. I don't know how good of an addition he'd be to helping you here, or what he would really, he's getting a little long in the tooth himself. John says the fact the Jets moved on from Tomlinson should have been a red flag for John. It should have, but he's been caught in this automatic mode in how he wants to address the position. That's why it doesn't really matter the name you want to fill in. You're going to get the same performance and you're going to get the same cost. 1 year, $4 million. 1 year, $3 million. And he always goes out there bargain basement shopping every year where he's going over to that, that bin there that's in the store. And he's like looking around in there for that. Come on, there's a guy who's got like 7 games left in him. He's got 7 games I can grind out of him here. Sure, it's got to be in here somewhere. No, John, it's bargain basement for a reason. Nobody wanted those shirts. None of those sizes fit. Go pay the cost of true price to get the right quality. DVN says, it makes me mad that they half-ass Chenault. Yeah. No plan there. Roger will retire at the end of the season. Adams will be in the same boat he was in when he was with Vegas. Very true, Crispy. Very, very true. DJ Jimenez in the house. What's up, DJ? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for the $5 donation. It says, our only consistent 1-2 combo is Chris Stoll and Michael Dixon. That's true. Your most consistent 2 players on this team, probably. It's never good when your long snapper and punter are that. DVN Ravens fans still feel Mike is the truth, so I can't say that. Yeah, they still like what they see from him. And there's some backwards, some stepping of the back of that defense this year from the Ravens' perspective. Doc Brandon, I wonder if McDonald didn't want to blitz too much on Allen. I would see Allen's success failure rate on blitzes. I mean, I can get a little bit his reasoning on maybe not wanting to do that to a degree, and I can kind of get it, but at the same point in time as well, like you're getting your butt beat all the way around, up, down, left, right, not blitzing. So if you're failing in every way, going the other path by not blitzing, what do you got to lose by trying to take it to him? And Addicted to Ox, my issue with this kind of comes down to you as well, that line of thinking on this one is, was that also the same model you're going to apply with Goff? Was that also the same model that you're applying with Daniel Jones? Was that also the same model that you were applying with Brock Purdy? Because you didn't run stacked boxes, you didn't run simulated pressures, you didn't run any kind of blitzes with them either. And that makes me think it's more part and parcel of the identity of this defense this year, which is, not working. John says, yeah, Brandon is seeing the light. Geno's time is expiring and this team is nowhere close. Yeah. It's something that's got to be a part of why we look at this team in the offseason is you got a lot of decisions to make, and it's got to be at the forefront of, does it make sense? Are you in a position to compete? And you've got to ask yourself that question and be very honest with yourself in the response, be it Schneider, be it us as fans on this one, or you could make a real wrong decision would set yourself back from an organizational standpoint for years. Very important question. Nate says the D. Williams muff was just the cherry on top. Too much muff from that man. Might as well have a muff hat. So much muffin from D. Williams. Yeah, that was that point in the game where you're not even mad. You're just like, of course. Of course. And set. Delta, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you for that. Delta, welcome aboard. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, we haven't had a top 5 pick my entire life. That was our pick. Tragic part of never being a total circus is we never get one of those top prospect quarterbacks. True enough. True enough. It's been quite a bit of time, and you're right. Throughout the course of my entire life, you got the Warner pick back in the day in A3, top 3 pick there, I think, top 4 pick. Aaron Curry is a top 4 pick. You got Rick Meyer in the top 3. But you're right, in my lifetime too as well, just haven't been picking very often in that spot. Certainly you haven't been in a position to really ever take the great quarterback. You're always just a little bit away from being able to grab the guy. Even the year they grabbed Meyer, the team would have really, I think, most loved to have gotten their hands on Drew Bledsoe. But you got kind of stuck with Meyer as sort of the consolation prize. And what a difference that would have made maybe bringing Bledsoe in instead. But, yeah, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while, and I don't know where we're going to get the next quarterback if it's not Geno at that point. This quarterback class sucks. I hate this quarterback class. Maybe we can find another second, third rounder who's got like great skills, a little bit like Russ, where you can find some really great skills. Maybe he's got some deficiencies and you can work around it. But we haven't gotten to pick there very often. To your point, Jeffrey, it is tough on that front. Very true. Very true, brother. Delta, thank you again for subscribing. Appreciate you on that. Randy Roberts, strange, as bad as it is, take away the mistakes at the goal line and the fluke interception. We likely are still in this game. I don't know, Randy. It's hard for me on this one to look at this as being you're a couple plays away. You got beat 31-10. You got outclassed in every way on the football field. Addicted, Brandon, I really think Damian Lewis would have been a bargain after seeing our offensive line now. I mean, maybe the problem there, though, too, comes into that he's not very mobile. And, a lot of these screen games we're running here to this year, a lot of the bubble stuff that we're running this year, the tunnel screens we're running this year, he wouldn't have been able to do any of that stuff, Addicted. He's not a real move in space kind of guy. He's a functional left guard, but that's the only problem I had with that, in addition to the fact that the price is that he wasn't quite a fit to the spread scheme you're trying to install. Devian Williams is arguably the highest on the blame list. We had some bad calls, hit, and luck, but add damn Connor. Yeah, Connor didn't have a good day, that's for sure. Brandon Jan, I think Grubb is doing all right, given the context, but does anyone think we'd have better success this season with Frank Reich at OC? No. Honestly, I don't think Frank Tessa would have been better. I think the guy that we were looking at before Grubb on this that may or may not have been better was Arthur Smith. And that might have been the one that, if you look in retrospect, would he have made a difference? I don't know on that. He's a pretty good coordinator. SL Hazard, of course, the number one highly paid guy I wanted off the team, Draymond Jones, got injured too. GD it. He got injured as well. Oh my God, the hits just keep on coming. Yeah, I didn't know that. Kevin O'Connell, I look to Dan Campbell to maintain hope in the process and in 3 years be absolutely kicking ass. I would like to see Geno here for that. Might be hard on that one if you're 3 years away. Anthony, I think part of our problem is being team friendly is we want to get the places we talk about treated like a business. I love our guys, but it's not working. No, sir. Christopher would love for Gino to be here, but if they move on from him, he's wanting more money, or if the right offer comes from a team that's more ready, stock is the highest it's been. That's the way this could very well play out. I think it's way where if it goes this way that we're standing right now and you're middle of the road, you're not really pushing for playoff contention this year, and Gino goes in that final of the year of that deal, I think it's more likely than not that he gets moved to a team that would sign him to an extension and you get a little bit of draft capital back in return, and that's the way it goes. So I think you're right about that, Chris. I do. Like, damn, you're an absolute legend going this long after such a bad game. I don't mind. You guys are keeping it fun for me in here, and I appreciate the discussion. Even if I am a little moody. John says John Schneider effed up and he should have sold Jody on a rebuild, not just coaching change. Probably should have. Probably hard to sell that when he was a bit of the decision making on why you need to get to a rebuild. But probably more of the proper decision in retrospect. Haley, Pete Carroll would have absolutely not won this game or the Giants game. We also probably would have lost the Pats and Broncos game. I agree. I don't think Carroll would have done any better with this team so far this year. No chance. Sell Hazard, how much of our season ticket holders selling their tickets to our opponent's issue is Jody Allen not giving an F about the team? I think that's just that people want to see the team winning, and it's been a while since we've been a winner, and that they can get a profit by selling their ticket online. So it all kind of goes together logically for them. I don't think that they're doing the math that Jody doesn't give an F of the team. I have a hard time with Jody doesn't give an F of the team when the team is top 3 in the NFL in the amount of brass tacks, bottom line money that they've spent as an organization the past 3 years. That's for an organization that's not been winning divisions, that's not been contending, yet she's still coming forward with the pocketbook and spending the money. She moved off of Coach Carroll last year, which was not a necessarily straightforward choice. It caught a lot of people by shock and surprise. That speaks to somebody that's trying, that says this isn't working and I need to be aggressive in making a change here. So I think it's more of that the fans and the season ticket holders that are selling this stuff, SL, are doing so because of the fact that the team hasn't won in a while. They can earn the profit on the tickets by selling them. And the tickets are worth so much, you know. You buy a ticket for $300, you can scalp it for $500 to a Bills fan. You make $200 for a game that you don't really want to go see because you don't trust the team's going to be good. The team's not been good, but I don't think that's because of lack of Jody Allen not being committed to the team. It's been because your coach sucks and your general manager's probably left a lot to be desired. Dick Brand at minimum, I hope you catch a San Diego sunset this week. You deserve a break after today. Well, thank you, Dick. We're midway through the year, man. My break ain't going to come till probably January on this thing. But that's okay. I know what I'm in for, and I don't mind it. It's the nature of the beast. Got a lot of the off season to catch my breath. SL, we all got to cool off a little bit, man. I'm in the same boat. So you know we're all there, brother. John, is there any way for the Seahawks organization to stop so many away fans from being at the game? Making people show ID, maybe? They're tainting Paul Allen's legacy. I wish there was, John. Sadly, there's not. I think a lot of this is season ticket holders, like I say, that are looking at the situation and saying, now, if the team was good, I'd go and, if I'm going to pay $300 for a ticket, I want to see good football. If I'm going to go in and I'm going to see crap football, I'll sell the ticket to a Bills fan. I'll go earn $200 of profit or even just $50 in profit because I'm not going to go see the game. And then that's going to continue until the team is better, until the ticket's a hotter ticket, until people have to go see that game because the Seahawks, and the way they play, and they're so cool to watch. And it's back to that state of mind of things. So until you get back to there, and you're going to see fans, I think, filling up in force. And when there's a profit margin in play where there didn't used to be profit margins, 90s, here's a ticket that's $30. Maybe I go scalp it for $50. Oh, it's a $20 difference. Well, now you're talking about scalping a ticket for $100, $200 more. There's more of a profit margin in there to go do it. So it's sad to see, but I don't think it's changing anytime soon. And unfortunately, I think that we have lost that great home field advantage that we once had. I don't know that it will ever come back. Maybe the pricing of the tickets, as high as they are, has forced this to happen, but I don't think it's changing anytime soon. John says, it seemed to me McDonald was seething in the press conference. I hope he is. I know I am. Dig the Hawks. Brandon, got to go. Catch you on the B&B show. Patting you on the back for the frustration of the upcoming roundtable show. Go Hawks. Thank you, man. I got some medicine I'm going to take on the roundtable this week. Boy, they all won, and they're going to give it to me. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'll stand tall to it. I'll take my medicine. Flags of the Titans heavily penalized their season ticket holders for not going to the majority of their games. That's how they prevent scalping. I'd like to see the same thing from our Seahawks then, Flag, because it's getting out of control. It's getting worse. Ethan says, I think the other side of the argument is the very gray area of quality linemen and saying we overpaid like that. What the Panthers did this offseason, there just isn't much out there or college. No, but I mean, it's Panthers overpaid on those guys, Ethan, but those guys are bringing the performance to play. Damian Lewis is playing really strong football this year. Robert Hunt's playing really strong football this year. So you got to pay the top prices, but you do get the performance in paying for those top prices too. Even if, again, it's just slightly above average, that is wholly far from where we are in the performative level it's currently at. And I agree with you, John. I think there's too many tells right now in the run game for Grubb. Just too much stuff is indicating where things are going. Specs is, in my opinion, it'll take a couple of off seasons to probably get where we want to, but hope they can prove me wrong. I think that's where it's looking right now, Spec. I think that's realistic. Yamo, Gino, DK, and K9 are the only non-tradable players. Everyone else should be on the market or cut. Ooh, love it, man. Flag Sabbath says, you know what statistically happens the most at Lumen Field? Opposing teams' fans sexually harass our fans. The league took a survey about the safest stadiums, and apparently we get harassed. Yeah, God, things have just really shifted in that stadium. I mean, John, maybe a rebranding. I don't know. I just feel like it's a generational thing, and it's just being lost. And I don't think that it matters as much to the new generation of things, and I don't know if there's a whole hell of a lot we can do about it. I really don't. Chris's Meyer pick. I still wish it could have been Bledsoe, though we sucked pretty bad and probably would have wasted his talent. We might have, Chris. We might have. Certainly Rick was able to get away with bad pass protection back then too, bad offensive line back then, and Rick was able to get away from that pressure a little bit with his legs. But boy, Bledsoe was such a talent. He could really sling it back there. Imagine Bledsoe paired up with a Joey Galloway. Like, are we talking about Dion coming here? Not me. No. John, I'm beginning to think they have to make a switch from Geno just to change Juju. I guess people after the game talk crap about Geno. It's not fair, but an idea to change up the Juju. No, I mean, Hal's not close to Geno Smith, John. I mean, he's not close to Geno Smith. Not close. I saw this in person. You throw Sam Howell out there and it's going to get worse in a hurry. So how Seahawks fans are Thanos on the internet, but victims in real life. DM, Witherspoon played pretty poor. Sophomore slump's a real thing. He's looking like a real thing with him on this. You're right. He's having a tough one now this year. It's starting to kind of shift, and it's been going in this way the past couple of weeks. Christopher Crown, this will take time. We're just paying the price for all those just good enough teams from the last 10 years. Let's not forget how many times the Rams, Niners, Cards picked in the top 5 in those years. Well, the Rams haven't picked very often in the top 5 in that frame. But hey, your point still stands. This is going to take some time, Christopher. Got to be patient with it. I agree with you there. With Lance, the only free agent left guard that we should even consider is Tevin Jenkins, 71 offensive grade. Other than that, it's probably going to be a draft or a big blockbuster trade. Yeah, agreed. John, I went back and looked at Geno's game as a Seahawk. He really never won a big game. Every time we're supposed to turn a corner and theoretically jump. Hard for me to give quarterbacks wins and losses stat, John. It's on the team, those wins and losses. It's not really on a quarterback. He beat the Detroit Lions last year on the road. That's the team that got to the conference championship. That's a quality win. You beat the Atlanta Falcons on the road. That's the Atlanta Falcon team that's in first place this year. That's a quality win. So I really don't like John applying quarterbacks with wins and losses. It's really a team sport. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $5 donation, Jeffrey. Trade Geno to the Jets so he can start over 2 Hall of Famers in New York just to piss off New York fans. That'd make me feel better. Well, thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate that. For the donation, and that'd be a way to go. That'd be a way to go. Right, if we have a losing record this year, we can get Geno on another good deal. Yeah, maybe. I think Geno does want to try to be paid here. He's looking for it. Stand tall, Brandon. Take the medicine. You'll eventually create the sound of madness and write the book on pain for those fellas, especially Jake. Jake sucks. I'll do what I gotta do. I'll do what I gotta do. I'll take that medicine. DM says K9 is a dog, but I feel like we run a lot of A-B gap. We don't run zone runs. That actually helps K9's ability to cut back. Us sitting in gun all game is so one-dimensional. Yep, run game is pretty futile, pretty unimaginative, pretty boring. I agree with you on that. It's got too much of a heavy prevalence on A and B gap runs, which is not Kenneth Walker's game. Team just doesn't seem to trust its ability to block to the edges. I think that's a big part of why they don't run more outside zone or pitch plays or even fly sweeps. I just don't think Grubb trusts his run blocking at all. Ethan, okay, I'll admit, didn't know that Lewis was playing well. Thanks for correcting me. But you and I both know we would have been pretty furious if we gave Lewis all the money. No, I don't think that we should have paid Lewis necessarily. And there's some other reasons beyond him playing well there. It's that he wouldn't have been a fit for this scheme, Ethan, and that you need more mobile-based offensive linemen now. Guys that can move in space and get out in front. That's not Lewis's game. But it's more of an example of if you do go find the guy that's a fit to your scheme and you do pay the high prices on that, you do get the guy that can fit to what you want to have done, and he can be a pretty good player for you. And hell, beyond just getting a good player here, we're just looking for average play. It's the thing to consider again with this. And we're not looking for necessarily superstardom. It'd be great to get that. But if we can just get league average play from left guard, if we could just league average play from right guard, that would take this offensive line up quite considerably. John says, I'm not talking about switching to Hal, but just moving on in the offseason. I'm just grasping at straws. There seems to be no fix with the bad draft class. I think that's a fair assessment of this, John. I'm a pro Geno guy. I would love to see Geno here long term, but there's no way to get around it that if this team is far away and they're not ready to compete in 2025, I can see little reason to sign Geno Smith to a contract extension. You have got to be in a position to compete for 2025. And we can't just say that blindly. We can't just say that because we got a glass half full outlook on the situation. You got to say that because you believe it in your bones. From a John Schneider perspective, from a front office perspective. And right now, there's no way if the season ended today that I could say that in my bones. So everything's got to be on the table when the team looks this way. Every possibility's got to be on the table for a solution because we don't want to limit ourselves. You limit yourselves and maybe you don't get the proper fix. DM says if we don't extend K9, make him play on his rookie contract, we turn Sharp into a Chris Carson Lynch and start turning back into a balanced team. Another guy to make a decision on there, DM. And I'm not sure what the team's going to be willing or won't willing to do on that deal as well. Yeah, Lions Super Bowl champions, best team in the league. Boy, they look good, man. They're a well-oiled machine right now. SL Hazard says, I think I heard a report that John is head over heels for Quinn Ewers. If he drafts him, I think I'm going to be sick. I'm going to have a very hard time with it if they pick him. That guy's trash. He's just garbage. God, is he overrated. I have really soured on Ewers. I was out on him to start the year. I'm done with him. John, did Geno help today in this big game? He certainly didn't help the Seahawks because a lot knowing how bad the game plan line was. There's never been a game where Geno killed it and we lost. I think that there have been games where he's killed it and we lost. I think the Lions game, he played really good in that game, John. I think last year in the Dallas Cowboy game, he played really good. So again, why it comes down to, John, it's really hard to start giving quarterbacks wins and losses when there's so many other factors that come into play in these football games. So all I can do, John, is responding the same way that I've responded to so many on this. And I don't seem to get much resonance on this when I bring this up, but it's still an answer and response that I've yet to get from anybody to counter this. If I have a quarterback who has a shit defense, if I have a quarterback that doesn't have a run game, if I have a quarterback that doesn't have an offensive line pass protecting, if I have a defense that's living on the football field, if I have an offensive scheme that's rudimentary and very easy, as you said yourself, you can see everything coming from a mile away. If those are the conditions I'm providing to any quarterback, Geno Smith, Quinn Ewers, any quarterback, they will fail. The fact that Geno has kept this ship a sail and up above the water, and he's been able to keep this thing functional through the past couple of years, despite this being what you face on a weekly basis, speaks to how good Geno is, not how bad Geno is, John. You put quarterbacks in this environment, they suck, they fail, they get broken. That works that way at almost a near 100% level of certainty. We are looking at an outlier right now in his ability to rise above that. Was he able to rise above it this week? Was he able to put on the cape this week and make it? No, he wasn't. But we shouldn't be asking him to put on that cape. That's the base problem and the root issue here, is that you're asking your quarterback to carry too much. But nobody's succeeding in this environment, John. Maybe you can go to Holmes, maybe go to Mahomes, maybe go to an Allen. But you take 30 other quarterbacks in this sport and you put them behind this team and what they've been dealing with all the way around in those supporting parts, it's Failureville. It's Failureville by a mile. Yeah, John, this is the thing that I have a problem with the quarterback thing, is it becomes too much of the obsession point. The quarterback starts to become this thing that's affixed in people's mind, and how you're kind of talking about him a little bit like this, where it's like, if I can get just that thing right, it fixes everything else. If I can just get the quarterback right, it gets my lack of investment in the offensive line, my lack of development of defense and offensive players, my ability to pass protect or to tackle or to be disciplined or to be prepared to play. It doesn't fix those things. Those things still remain if you go get that magical quarterback in your mind. And the issues with this team, as somebody else said in this stream, John, Geno's like the 20th worst problem on this team if we're going to go to problems or things that need to be dealt with. But he gets talked about over and over again because of this obsession with the quarterback position that exists in the fandoms. I understand quarterback is wildly important. I'm not understating that part, but it's also not the end all be all. And if you're looking at this team right now going, well, it's a quarterback holding this team back, John, I don't know what to say, man. The problems with this team right now are not the quarterback position. The problems with this team, as I said, are about 19 other things that we can point to that are major, major problems that don't just plague this team on a game basis, but plague this team years basis, by the year, by the game, every individual game. Consumer, you're the GM, Brando. What do you do? If it continues on at this point to the place where we're heading right now, which is that this team seems to be 9-8, 8-9, barely missed the playoffs, somewhere in that territory, then I'm in the mode of clear house. That's where I'm at. I'm in the mode of that we're not close. I don't care what we've done recently. I don't care of how close we thought we were coming into this year. This is not progressing forward. This is not making progress with the personnel we have in the house. And so everything needs to be on the table now as a potentiality to maxing out picks, to clearing out dead money, to realizing that this is going to be a couple of years down the line to get this right. That's if it continues consumer in the current state it's heading, right? If I've got another 4 or 5 embarrassing losses on the season like we've had to suffered through already so far through 4 of these in the last 5 games, if it continues in that same pathway, then I'm going to be at the spot of blow it the F up. And any deal that's even close to being a bad deal in the books is gone. If only to send a message through this locker room. The one point in time with Coach Carroll after that first year, you churned through like 1,400 players in 3 years. And if that's got to be what we've got to do to set the understanding on here that you will play hard, you will show up on Sundays, and you will be prepared to play. And that is the standard. Whether you play great or not, we'll see. But you are going to be ready to play. You are going to give it everything you got. And I'm going to feel that energy when I turn on the tape. I'm not going to have questions about that in my mind. And if we get to the end of the year and there's plenty of guys right now I got questions about that in my mind, I'm going to start swatting and cutting and moving and trading. I would be almost completely heartless in my approach at that point, quite frankly. Because something major's got to change here, and we're not just an inch away at that point. We're feet away. So, can't get Geno on an extension if we're not contending. It's going to be hard to do an extension to even a guy DK at that point if we're not contending. I'm certainly slicing out all the bad money. I'm moving guys who don't quite fit to the scheme in the way I need them to fit. Even a guy like a Tariq Woolen. You ain't going to tackle. That ain't going to work in this defense. McDonald's defense requires corners to tackle. You don't want to do it. Too bad, so sad. Offload and get what I can capital-wise back. I would be merciless. Merciless. Enough sentimentality, enough holding on to the old that's never quite clicking into play. DM says, could we please sign a petition for the team to release D. Williams? What a waste of a pick and a roster spot. Would have kept DJ Dallas over that clown, and that's not saying much. Amen. John says the situation's never going to be perfect. You have to be able to overcome as a quarterback. You got to steel man my argument here, John. So you're not captivated. You're not captivating my argument appropriately here, right? So don't straw man me. Make sure that you're what we call a steel man, right? Straw man is I build your argument up in the way that you're not exactly saying, but the way that then I can easily take it apart, right? So it's not to say the quarterback's not going to have some aspects of things he has to overcome, John. Failing defense, offensive line that does not run block and does not pass protect, offensive coordinator that's somewhat inept / a very rudimentary stream that you yourself said this defense is seeing things coming. Everything, especially in the ground game and the run game, they're seeing coming. Then on the other side, defensively, you live on the football field. I'm being very specific in these things I'm bringing up, John. I'm not just bringing up like one cherry pick thing where I'm like, well, he doesn't have a run game to operate off of. But he's got this. No. That's not the way it's going here. He doesn't have this. They don't have that. This isn't working. That ain't working. You can't tackle. You're undisciplined. Your team's not ready to play the game. Offenses can do whatever the hell they want to do, and this has been something that he's had to deal with by and large, John, for over 2.5 years. It's one thing to say, I've got to have you overcome this or that. It's another thing to say you got to overcome it all, absent maybe your skill position players. And even that hasn't been terribly consistent, John, because your skill position players have a lot of drop-itis going on over the past couple of years in addition to that. And not just DK, but JSN and Tyler. Tyler had his worst year last year that I saw throughout his pro career with drops. So you got to put my argument in the way that I'm placing it, John. It's not merely Geno's been up against some slightly failing parts. It's been failing across the board. And you can't ask any quarterback to be successful in that environment. So I guess respond to that if you can on that part of it, John, and explain to me how you're getting to that, me saying that it's all of these parts and you're driving it down to guys got to go overcome. No quarterback is asked to overcome those kind of situations. Any quarterback that you find in recent years, John, that's gone to a conference championship has not had that much that's been failing on them to get to the conference championship. And that's my bottom line point here, is if that stuff is failing, it doesn't matter what magical quarterback you bring in here, it will continue to fail because you're not dealing with the root problem, you're dealing with the symptom. And I'm advocating for getting to the root cause here, which is not the quarterback position. The problem for what's holding back this team right now, John, by the argument you're kind of making is what? It's the quarterback that's holding us back? But we just had a star quarterback, but we just had our quarterback of the future, this would be all great. Like if we had Anthony Richardson here right now, John, if we had Anthony Richardson running right now, You can't tell me that this wouldn't be epically worse with him here. He's got a pretty good offensive line, and he's failing with that right now. He's probably got a better defense than we got, and he's failing with this right now. So that's my problem with this, is I think you're more getting onto this thing that I see people get caught up on, which is the quarterback becomes the end-all be-all, overlooking all of the rest of this crap, this wasteland of crap. Again, go through it, John. You don't rush the passer with any consistency over the past 2 years. You are a league worst team at stopping the run just basically over the last 2.5 years. You don't cause turnovers. You don't get consistent pressure. You can't tackle like you're a league worst team as far as tackling goes. Schematically, you do nothing to put your players in a position to succeed. In fact, you look rudimentary and simplistic in the way that you're running your scheme. And this is just the defensive side of the ball. I haven't even gotten to the offense yet. You can't run block. You can't pass protect. Your use of pre-snap motion over the last 2.5 years has been an effing joke. You have no gadget guy in this offense. No quarterback would be able to overcome those kind of parameters, John. That is setting a quarterback up to fail. And fail at like a 99 percentile level. It really is. Randy Roberts, Geno is not the problem. Number 1, defense, still the problem. Number 2, offensive line, still the problem. Fix those, then Geno's very good. Bingo. John says, Geno might not be the problem, but he's not the solution either, so what the hell do we do? We don't get caught up on the quarterback position. I'm okay with moving off of Geno, John. I'm not saying Geno's a sacred cow for me or that I'm not okay with moving off of him. What I'm just trying to say with this is just that let's target what is truly the problem on this team. And what I see happen, John, and this is an issue that I see in my chat a lot with people and talking about the quarterback position, is it becomes everybody's all-encompassing thing. This becomes the everything fix for us. And it's not the everything fix. It's not going to resolve these issues that continue to plague us on a yearly basis. It really won't. And in fact, things will be made worse, John, if we do things, for instance, like, hey, let's package a whole bunch of our picks now and in the future to go get a quarterback in this draft so we can go get our guy. That would be a failing approach. That would fall right on its face. And that's why I'm pushing back so much against it. Because there's other things here that need to be dealt with and handled. But I'm not against moving off of Geno. It's just that let's also not assess Geno wrongly. Let's not sell ourselves on him being a bad player because we haven't put the conditions in the right place for him to be successful. That's not fair as well, right? And that's not accurate as well. SL Hazard, Lions scored 50 plus points with only 80 passing yards, but a superstar top 5 quarterback is the end all be all. That's the team we should emulate. Build our own Lambo with mud tires. Let's go. I love how you put that. Build our own Lambo with mud tires. Yeah, there we go. I love that. And I agree, SL. I agree. Lions show you the way it can be done. Look at that offensive line, how they built that up and what that could do for their team. In Deck World, who are some of the guys off the top of your head that aren't playing to the ready-to-play standard? Draymond Jones, Jonathan Hankins, any of the inside linebackers that we played so far this season, Rayshon Jenkins. I don't think Kobe Bryant works as a safety. He should be a cornerback, but playing by safety by necessity. Tariq Woolen by the end-all be-all when we consider with Tariq on having to pay him after this year and making the call on that or not. I wouldn't want to pay him at this point with the tackling issues that we have to deal with on that side. Offensive line, everybody but Charles Cross. Noah Fant, bye. I'm getting to a spot by the end of this year with JSN where I'm even on him like, hey, somebody wants him, I'm good with that too. I think he's limited. I think he's just another guy at this point. Tyler Lockett, he's fine. He's been pretty consistent this year. He's doing what we would ask him to do. But again, I don't think that that's part of the future going forward. So quite a few guys, Ethan, quite a few guys. Greg, Brandon, can you think of any O-line players in the last 5 years that haven't worked out for their current team that drafted them, or contract that is coming up and might fit hot seam you'd be interested in? I looked for some contracts. I couldn't find really anybody that was standing out to me. To your point, in recent years, not really. No. Teams that have drafted for the guards in the higher rounds, we saw a guy today, Osiris Torrance, starting for your Bills, playing for the Bills, playing from day one, steady as she goes in there. Had a good day for them today. Steve Avila, starting day one for the Rams. I think second round pick from last year. He's fitted right in there. He's rolling. It works this way with centers too. Tyler Linderbaum, and they're rolling, right? Taken by the Ravens a couple of years ago, very high. So I really can't think of a guard that's been taken high that's actually really talented that's, going to be available on the market. I did look for free agents recently, Greg, and I just didn't see many free agents that stood out to me on that side of it. And I got no problem with the fire sale at the current roster, Zorn, at this point. You're going to put up this many embarrassing games, and these have been embarrassing games. I got no issue with it at that point. This just doesn't work. Watching this on a weekly basis this bad, this is awful. Brody, sadly, I don't think we get back to a Super Bowl anytime soon unless we somehow get lucky picking a franchise quarterback in the middle late first or second round. I think it's going to be a bit of time. Well, and John says, Woolen had a bad game. Why doesn't he get his head around ever? He should be manhandling receivers with his length, especially on fade routes. Getting beat on a fade route's inexcusable for a guy that size, that length, with that good of ball skills, John. And they just ran the fade ball to him 2 plays prior, so I don't get why he didn't get his head around there. I don't know what he was expecting. But once again, we come back to these players defensively, especially where they just seem to be all kind of empty-headed. Like they're just kind of all walking through, just reacting to what's happening out there. They can't see anything coming. They can't anticipate what's happening. They're just sort of reacting, like this team, just kind of reacting to everything. D-Nugget, we be rebuilding for a while. Winning isn't easy. Let's put some respect on Pete's name. Daniel Bailey, the only loss I didn't expect was the Giants' loss on paper, but to me it was the way we lost to these good teams. Where's the fight? And he's kind of looking like a team of professionals. It's my problem too, Daniel. I don't mind the losses. I can take the losses. I don't mind losing by double-digit points. I can take losing by double-digit points in this first year of Mike McDonald. But getting embarrassed and having some of the worst losses we've seen here over the past 10 years, and that's saying something, over these past 5 games, is pretty hellacious to watch and pretty eye-opening to watch and sobering. Jefferson says, could be worse, could be the Browns. That's true. John says, nobody's going to win here in this environment. I get it. Yeah, and again, I'm with you, John, in that I'm not trying to say like it's run with Geno or nothing, right? I just want to make sure that we're not getting caught too much on that quarterback thing. And this isn't as much just to you on this as much as it's just something I get a lot from my chat, where it'll be a little bit all about the quarterback. And there's so much on this team that's failing across the board in so many other places. And the issue with drafting a young quarterback when you do that is we have so many organizations recently who have taken this approach. Carolina Panthers, just go get the quarterback. New York Jets, just go get the quarterback. Colts, get the quarterback. Do you have the thing in the right place, in the right condition? You have the right coach. Do you have everything right? Kind of as much as you can do that. And maybe it's not always going to be perfect, John. I'll get that, right? Sometimes you got to strike when you got to strike and do what you got to do. And I get that part of it, but there's got to be way more cleaned up. We got to give whatever the next quarterback is to take over for Geno, if it's not Geno, way more of a supporting cast. We can't throw him out into the deep end without a floaty and without any kind of instruction of how to swim and say, figure it out. Because we just seen that fail too many times, in my opinion, across this league. That should be our lesson of other teams. They've stepped in that poo. How about we avoid it? And that's really what's at the heart of this, from why I push on that so hard a little bit. I don't know if a God offer would have allowed us to get Stroud consumer. I kind of tended to agree with Flag on this. I think Houston was pretty locked into wanting him, and they want their QB. They had their guy. On Live King, expecting your quarterback to play hero every week is not a way to win this league. No, it's not. No, it's not. Well said. Ricardo, yep, the Bills know better than to ask Allen to be a hero. He has complemented running game and good blocking. He does. And he's had a good, consistent defense since he's been there too, in addition to that. Helps. Sounds got lucky, but a blind goat still finds food still. So our standards are high. Good, it's supposed to be that way. Even though this team has been disappointing, I think we're heading in the right direction. I know Coach Mack is pissed just like me. Let's go. Anthony says AR will be even more hurt than he already is. Plus, he's literally quit on his team because I quote, I'm tired. Eesh. That's a tough look there from our guy, Anthony. DM, Brandon is Geno. Brandon is a Geno stan, and I'm here for it. Geno's got that ball on the line. He's one of the most accurate quarterbacks today. I really love his talent. You know, it's not a matter of don't trust in that. I do, and he's a good player. It's tough. It's been 3 years that we're not going to get him that supporting cast when we get to the end of this. When we go, well, Geno got in there and you never gave him that supporting cast. Who knows? Maybe we can use it in our favor where some team will say, man, Geno was that good with that much crap-tastic stuff around him. Let's go make a trade for him this offseason because he'll be just awesome here once we can get him that stuff. We have that stuff. Flag says we would have had to trade with the Panthers and they already traded with the Bears. We'd be filling that trade for years and we'd be putting our rookie quarterback in peril every game behind that line. Amen. Without a way to really improve it, right? Flag, to your point. Johns is in the perfect situation with run game, defense, and offensive line. I still don't trust Geno in those big moments. Well, the problem comes down to on this, John, is that's an exercise in both futility and theory because you've never given him that, John. You know, you can say that that's the case in what you believe, and you might be right on that. But unfortunately, and this is the part that drives me nuts here, is we've not been able to run that one up the flagpole. We've not been able to put that on the track and let that run a couple of laps and see what that looks like. See how fast that car gets around that track. Because every game, by and large, it's been pretty much in the same moment, in the same point. And that's the part where I say to it is like, you guys might be right on the Geno's not the guy. You guys might be right on that he can't get you there, but you've not done the stuff that needs to be done to really make that determination because of how poor a supporting cast that you put around him the past 2.5 years, collectively speaking. From coaching to scheme to just pure supporting cast of other players around him. Flag says, imagine leveraging 4 years of future capital just to get your rookie quarterback killed. Yeah. Teams sprint. Teams will act like it's Black Friday and they're going and they're all up at the Walmart front doors trying to get in for the sales. They will act like that to do just that, Flag. They will scratch each other's eyes out. They'll throw guys out of the way to go be that one to go make that mistake of grabbing that quarterback who can then fail in their environment because they've done nothing else to set the stage for them. How many teams, how many picks, how many quarterbacks these last years have we seen take that approach? Earl J. Keoli says, what's sad is that someone on the NFC West roundtable is going to bring up replacing Geno as if that's the only thing we've got to fix. It will be. It will be. You're right. I'm not looking forward to that part, Earl. But you're not wrong. Anthony says, Geno's won us more games than lost games for us. That's for sure, Anthony. Well said. Dan says, I also think coaching is a potential problem. Very few games have the team looked ready and coached up. Amen. Amen. Brandon says, I only tune into the Tuesday roundtable to S on the Niners, which I'll be doing again this week. There we go. John says, we all know the team stinks and we can't really put the hope on John Schneider to fix the line he's never fixed. I say get a new quarterback because I don't know what else is going to bring us back to win. I just don't think, John, that's going to get you back to where you're trying to get to wins. You're not doing things at that point from a purposeful approach. You're just sort of throwing something up in the air and hoping it sticks. And it's not going to. You know, there's too many things that are wrong here that need to be fixed before a quarterback's going to be anything close to a solution for you. Well, every QB you bring in here is going to be behind Geno, especially if it's a rookie quarterback for the first couple of years from where he's played. But again, I know this is a part where The quarterback becomes the kind of the figment and the imagination of the end all be all a little bit. But I can't be in that same stage, John. I'm in the opposite place myself. Flag, I'm pretty down on JS right now. I think I've been in some serious denial about him. It's going to start to turn that way for me too. I've been a big supporter of him, and I think you got to give him time. I'm not calling for anybody's head, but it's problematic that some of the same problems have been showing up again and again on a yearly basis, and we're not seeing a course correction here. I don't ever hold it again over a team over the barrel for making a mistake. Mistakes will happen. You'll get things wrong. Players will be bad picks that you think are going to be great picks, but you can correct what is a continual mistake. You can correct what has been a plaguing issue for years on end. You can take more of a tactical choice and make it that point of emphasis than we have at times. For instance, in regards to the offensive line. John says, quarterbacks can make a tackle or miss when poor pass blocking allows a free runner and throw a laser from the back foot. Yeah. But piss poor, worst of the worst offensive line, that guy's going to get killed at one point or another. He gets away from some of it, but he's going to get broken. Again, I brought up Anthony Richardson on this, John, which should be just kind of a glaring example here for you. Here's a guy that can get away from everybody. Here's a guy that's can do just what you're saying, right? He's got that famous pass this year of off his back foot, throwing it 75 yards down the field. But the consistency between those wow throws, that's what you'll then be missing. Some of that same consistency that you've actually gotten from Geno Smith throughout these past couple of years. So yeah, you get the splash play, but do you get the consistency of play? No, you won't. And the position will net take a big step backwards. Unless you just happen to land one of those two walk-on air kind of quarterbacks that exist in the sport. Sean says, Brandon, I thank you and the Nest for helping me grieve. Anytime, brother. That's what I'm here to do. Either Brandon, I have a video or a topic of discussion idea for you. Talk about the extreme turmoil. Talk about what the extreme turnover was like when Carroll and John Snyder got here, and if they do that again, and what that could look like. For sure, maybe a good idea on that one. I'll take a look into maybe trying to put something together on that side of it. Great suggestion, brother. Randy says, "Can we hire Bill Belichick to run the defense?" I'll take him over Dirty at this point, that's for sure. Dird. Yeah, Gino wasn't crying, folks. I know he's got the squishy face and they do the slow motion and he's in anguish. But again, if you were dealing with this for 2.5 years of this crap to it, your job every day, every time you went out there to go do your job, you got everyone else failing around you. And meanwhile, you got half the fan base that has an itchy trigger at the first sign to come back and blame you. Yeah, you might get a little bit over it, especially when you're in a contract year. Yeah, you might start getting a little bit frustrated with that. Can we blame him? And I'd love to hear from the people in my chat who are such strong human beings that they could weather 2.5 years of that storm and still never show any frustration on the sideline, still just remain super stoic and strong. It boggles my mind. It really just boggles my mind. Your defense today gave up 445 yards and the Bills offense basically stopped even really trying about halfway into the fourth quarter, early on the fourth quarter. 8 of 15 on third downs. Allen throws for 283 yards on 24 attempts, 102 rating. They run for 164 yards collectively. Defensively in this game, you got 0 quarterback hits, and 1 sack. How do we not... and we get this on a weekly basis from this defense. Run on us, throw deep, throw short. Luis Bernardo, quarterbacks are overrated. Goff isn't putting up huge numbers, yet is winning. Mahomes has been playing like trash, yet he still wins games. It's not the quarterback, it's how the team complements the quarterback. Bingo. A-. mother effing mem, Luis. A mother effing amen. Dave Wolf, Brando, random question, but speaking of the Colts, what do you think of Josh Downs this year? He's been a slot. I think he's been a solid slot for them this year, to my eyes. 32 catches, 351 yards, had a nice year for them, rookie year for them. And they've got some receivers that they've been drafting over the past couple of years. They also want to be a balanced running attack with Taylor. So, he's not going to get necessarily as many targets because of that. Adonai Mitchell, you got the kid that they drafted out of Cincinnati a couple of years ago, and then Pierce, and then you even have Pittman, the other kid that they got there that they signed to a contract extension. So, they got some guys to throw to there. They got some other targets there, but I think he's been pretty efficient and relatively effective for them as a slot guy. I don't think he's setting the world on fire or anything, but he's been solid. Kevin says it has been frustrating to want to compete, but your team is self-destructing. You know you are good, but you can't show it because your O-line can't block for S. It upsets me. Me as well. Just, you're non-functioning at times as a football team, and it's hard to watch. Really hard to watch. B, I think I have more patience on defense than you, but I will explain the call-in. Sounds good, man. Kevin, it's like Russell. He wasn't the problem, but his ability to run around declined the O-line the bed for years, and that exposed him into enough frustration to attempt to Game of Thrones. Yes, it did. And that's one where it's a little more at the time understandable for me why you didn't do as much in the offensive line from John's perspective, because he had Coach Carroll in one ear saying, make sure my defense is still up to snuff. He had Russell Wilson in the other ear saying, I want to be the highest paid quarterback in the league, or around that, not highest paid, but around that area. I want to be my top 5 state of things. And so then, he had to pull from something at that point, and he was kind of boxed in by what he could do there. But, yeah. It's not good to have a quarterback under those conditions for a long period of time. It doesn't end up creating the best of situations for that quarterback. Gavin says, what if Abe Lucas came back and was like Jesus making miracles? Well, he'll help. That's for sure. He'll definitely help. Definitely can't hurt. Russell, so the fact that this defense can't get to a league average state of things after all these years of rebuilding and pouring assets into it is disheartening. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, Hovan, Gino's got a noodle arm. So much of a noodle arm that he led the league in passing yardage coming into this game for a team that was first place in the division. I don't know how you get to that spot on. Russell says the fact the defense can't get to a league average state of things after all these years. Oh, sorry. That was defense you said, not offense. Man, I read that wrong. Zoran, I think that the thing with it is that people aren't just saying they disagree that the 34. I have no problem with the position of saying the team's not ready to compete. And if you're going to pay a 34-year-old quarterback, you can't pay that guy if you don't have the supporting cast and you're not ready to compete. I haven't pushed back against that outlook or that sentiment at all, one iota. What happens is that people move the goalposts on this, and they sort of try to draw out Geno as being this type of player that is just piss poor, not bad. This is why it was a bust. This is why New York gave up on him. This is why nobody else gave him a start. And that's the part I'm pushing back against, is that I'm perfectly fine the way that you phrase that and to say that that's the reason why I can't sign up this guy long term. But let's not also misevaluate who he has been as a player for us and what he's done for us as a player either. And I think we can do both of those things at the same time. And unfortunately, I think that there's sometimes a contingent that's so on board with wanting to see Geno moved out that it has nothing to do with investing in a 34-year-old quarterback. It's just they don't just like the guy. I just don't like him. I just don't like him. And I've gotten a lot of that in my chat. I can attest to that. I've gotten a lot of that in my chat over years span. And it's why you guys see me speak to it a lot, is I see it quite a bit. Don't have a problem with the former, do have a problem with the latter, though. He says, I'm telling you, they need to make quarterback passing yards based off air yards, or at least separate the stats. That'll show how the quarterbacks isn't the end-all be-all. I'd be with that. I'd be with that totally. It's a great idea. Jovan, one okay season for Geno has Seahawks fans gawking over the guy like he wasn't just a journeyman trash man sitting behind Russ. It's really funny because I remember you saying Russ was a problem. It's correct. Russ was a problem. And I was proven right on that, Jovan, right? And I'll be proven right on this Geno thing as well. The problem is that folks in your camp can't seem to make the evaluation with any sort of depth. You sort of look generally over the situation and you say, oh, well, he failed with the Jets. You use these things that have nothing to do with his level of performance of play and what he's doing on the football field. And advanced analytics stats over the past couple of years don't back up what you're saying, as well as, and you're another person that's mentioned nothing about it, the supporting cast has been a crap show for 2.5 years for Geno Smith by and large. And as I said, there's no quarterback in the sport that would have succeeded in that environment, Jovan. None. Maybe a Mahomes, maybe an Allen, but you were going to get one of those guys. That was not going to be a possibility. And what Geno's done that's different from Russell Wilson is, first off, not demanded to be the highest paid quarterback and then bitched and moaned about the supporting cast around him while he did not elevate that supporting cast, while he could not play on time, while he wanted things all set up really right and good for him to have that kind of success. Maybe not the pass protection, but some of that was on his back at times because of how long he held onto the football. He would be 32nd in the league on a yearly basis in how long he held on the ball. And guys that hold on the ball are going to be under more pressure. But Geno plays on time. Geno elevates the supporting cast around him. Geno's been able to weather that storm. So, Jovan, there's no quarterback, if you give him a bad defense with a bad defensive scheme that can't rush the passer, that can't stop the run, that can't stop the pass, that allows long drives to the point last year you spent a collective game and a half extra on the football field last year because of your defense. Your offense had a whole game and a half taken off their books by and large, by average, if you were to compare them to the rest of the teams in the NFL. But it's Geno's fault? I think, Jovan, you're not doing enough of a job here of looking at the supporting cast and taking that into account, of looking at what Russell had as a supporting cast and taking that account. You got to take it all into account. Nothing in this is simplistic. And unfortunately, like you say in your comments, what did you say? Gawking over journeyman trash man. You simplify it. That's what I see people do in this discussion with the Geno thing, is rather than draw to the depths of the discussion, rather than debate the actual points that are being discussed, you'll just throw out insults and think that that stands in for an argument. And that's not an argument. You're speaking magnanimously. You may feel confident in what you're saying on it, but you're not really arguing or debating the points at hand. You just seem to emotionally feel a certain way about that guy, and you're holding on to that and clutching onto it with two hands. The same problem I had with that same Russell Wilson camps that I had to deal with and push back at that. And as I was right about the Russell Wilson thing, so too will I be right about this Geno Smith thing. You'd think that's be something that you would say in your very thing. I remember you mentioned about Russell and you've been proven right about that, but you see no irony in it, that you're still bailing out on me on this Geno thing, rather than maybe sitting there thinking, well, maybe he's got a point on this. Maybe considering his track record's been pretty good on this type of stuff, that maybe he's actually right on this one. But the anti-Geno folks don't operate that way. Why? Because you guys don't think about it too deep. It's all very simple and easy. Great, bad. There is no in between. There is never any room for nuance in the discussion, I find, with you guys. And it always comes down to this. And it's always the insults and all these that stuff. So, I mean, do what you do on it, Jovan. But I think your position is paper thin. I think it's shallow as a foot end pool on that side for the toddlers. And I think that this discussion, if we're really going to want to drive it to a place of seeing this team at their best, has got to be one that we got to start angling away from the simplified and going a little bit more to these things are complicated. Nothing is simple. It's complicated. Takes a little bit more depth of thought on that than just simplifying it down to, let me throw an insult out and that'll stand in for me not having to make my argument or my case. It's weak. It's so weak. Catalyst, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. Hey, Brandon. This Hawks loss felt super draining. Very draining. Very draining. Very tough to swallow. And one that another embarrassing loss, 4 on the season that have been just horrible, man. Not much good to pick from on the plus side. Where are the silver linings? Not too many of them to be had coming off the other end of this game. That is for sure, man. That is for sure. Jeffrey Thistle. Sorry, man, I missed your $2 donation, but thank you for that. He says, my bones say we're boned. I can feel it. I've had some suspicions that's where we're at here in a couple of these games in recent weeks, but this one seems to really put that into effect, doesn't it, Jeffrey? And I feel that the same way. It's just, this does feel like a little bit of more of a, it's got too much that needs to be fixed, too much that needs to be corrected, too much that's in that disrepair state, and probably going to take some time to get this thing right. Catalyst, hey, Brandon, the Hawks felt super draining. It's been draining, man. It's been cool to be able to chop it up with you and the folks in the chat here and try to make some sense of it. It's made it a little easier for me, but it still hurts. Still hurts. Zorn76, thank you for the $20 donation. Zorn, I appreciate you for that, man. Very kind. He says, have a drink. Cheers, everybody. Well, cheers to you too, man. Definitely going to have a drink at some point this week off this one, man. Definitely. But I appreciate you, Zorn. Thank you for the great discussion today on the chat, and really appreciate you for all your support to the channel, man. Thanks for that $20 drop. I know you've dropped some big donos before. Flag says not a lot of bigger linebackers coming out in college, though. No. 225 is kind of the new norm. Have a good day at work there, Flag. Carter says, once Geno has a pocket for more than 3 seconds and isn't backpedaling on every third down, we can talk about his performance. Amen. Jobin says, how long did it take for Russ to say anything? That's what you're not talking about. And what was Seattle doing all those years with receivers you never heard of from, again, when they left Seattle? When Russell Wilson first walked in the door, you put a heavy investment in a mountain guys on Sidney Rice, and you made trade for first-round picks for Percy Harvin and Doug Baldwin's and Zach Miller's that were highly paid, and he had guys walking in. Over his time, Doug Baldwin, Tyler Lockett, those are, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think those guys are 2 of your top 3 all-time receiving wide receivers on this team. You made a trade for Jimmy Graham for the first-round pick to get him that guy. I think you gave him quite a bit there to work with, actually. I do. And the thing with this, Jovan, that you're missing on the point with this is Russell was also asking to be paid at a very high amount. So, your quarterback, and this is the problem I have with a lot of the quarterbacks in this modern era, you're going to come back to the team and say, pay me 50, 55, 60 million. Okay, are you going to elevate the supporting cast? No, get the supporting cast around me. I need that too. Well, we don't have endless assets here. We have a finite amount of money. I don't care about that. You figure that out. The fact that Russell opened his mouth in the first place after being that willing to spend that, be that way on that and ask for that kind of money, I think is asinine. The other part of it is that he has a big part of the failure of those sacks, a part that you didn't reference in what I just mentioned to you above on that. He held the ball as long as any quarterback for a 10-year period on a yearly given basis. Well over 3 seconds. If a quarterback's going to hold the ball that long, you're going to get sacked more. Did he say, I hold the ball too much and that's a bit of my sack, or did he just try to kind of throw his line all under the bus like that's on them? And that's the problem with Russ, and that's why Russ didn't get better with his game, Jovan, was because he didn't take responsibility. He didn't try to grow his game. He thought, I'm good. I'm perfect as is. I'm perfectly good as I am. But yeah, I have a problem with the audacity of a quarterback to say, make me the highest pay and then give me the supporting cast. Whereas Geno Smith on the other side of this, Jovan, if I'm not mistaken, has been 17th highest paid quarterback in the sport over the past 2 years. Has he played above that? Yeah. Did Russ pay above his quarterback contract when he was being paid that amount? You better believe no is the answer on that one. Maybe he was in certain years paid up to snuff, but you weren't getting bargains on that. And if you're as a quarterback going to be asked to be paid one of the highest in the sport, then you need to shut the F up when it comes to talking about supporting cast, because I only got the finite amount of resources, man. I can't make everything great if I'm making you that high paid player. That's the whole point of having a guy that's making more than double that of the guy in the next guy on the roster at that point. Russell Marquez, Geno was as bad as people say he is. This team would never win a game. I know. I talk about trash. Like, how has he won it all if he's this trash? Flags says, remember the last time we played the Bills? That's when the wheels really fell off. Russ bus. Yeah, very true. John, I still would have loved to hire an offensive coach because offensive community continuity is the most important thing. Offense is so much harder than the defense in the NFL. Definitely looking like that. Yeah, and I don't know where you're really coming from, man. I can see you're not interested in a deep discussion of this, that you're a Russell Wilsonite, and you seem to be a bit bitter about the fact that we pushed off for Wilson. And I think that that's where some of this Geno hate's coming from as I read your comment. Because your next comment is Russell Wilson had 40 game-winning drives and fourth quarter comebacks. The media brainwashed you all to disrespect the best quarterback we've ever had. So you're showing your true colors here, which is not, you're not interested in thinking deeply, that you're doing exactly the thing I talked about on this, which is that you've got your dog in the fight. You've got your dog in the fight and you're Russell Wilson. You probably grew up on him. That was your first quarterback. He's the magic man to you. He can do no wrong to you. And I've dealt with your type of folks for multiple years, and I'm at my wit's end on it. I'm here to have deep discussions on these kind of quarterbacks. I don't have a sacred cow in Geno Smith. I've said a couple times on this stream, Yo Van, that the decision on Geno Smith is going to be based on a lot of different factors. It's not just so simple as you just do it. So I'm standing up to exactly what I'm preaching for. I'd ask you to do the same. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with you. And I don't understand the type of persona that goes in this realm where I understand you love these athletes to a certain degree, but that you hold them on this high that they can do no wrong suddenly in your mind. Russell earned his way out of town, my guy. He can't play on script. You notice he's kind of on his third team. Now, did you notice that he didn't last too long with the Broncos? Almost like that wasn't really working there. Almost like they kind of didn't like what they did as the trade on that. But your kind of folks don't acknowledge that as saying, yeah, Russell had shortcomings. You probably still don't think he has shortcomings. You probably think it's just a matter of Russ just needs to be given the right environment here for him to really go and take off. Give me a break. Give me a literal break on that stuff. Miss me with that. Yo, Van, I've had this for 2 years, this discussion with your type of folks. And it's so frustrating because you just absolutely, utterly refuse to have any kind of conversation here with it. You just want to tell people, no, this guy's trash, my guy's good. I'm not backing anything up of what I say. I'm just going to say things magnanimously, and we should just take your word for it, I guess. But you're going to have to back up what you say. Now? Again, I'm right on the Russell thing. You were wrong. You should be coming in here holding your hat going, oh, I was wrong on that. Let me give you a little respect for being right on this thing I was wrong about. Instead, you're just doubling down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How many game-winning drives does Geno have? But that probably doesn't count for you, right, Joe Van? Because you're saying game-winning drives now matter to you for a quarterback and how well a quarterback plays. If I told you that Geno Smith, for his starts, has more game-winning drives by starts than Russell did, that he got those 40 quarter game-winning comebacks by and large by starting for well over a decade in this sport, would that then mean Geno's better as a fourth quarter player? Or because you love Russell so much, you couldn't then admit that, even though I'm just taking the mirror and facing it back to your same argument. I take Geno Smith and the number of starts he's had in his pro career versus Russell Wilson, and who has more comeback from behind wins per game started, because Russell obviously is going to outpace him by the cumulative, right? You can't take the 40 because Geno hasn't had the 10 years of starting. Geno does better. Geno's had more fourth quarter comebacks by percentage. But again, you'll pivot in a different direction now. I know how this goes. I've been down this roller coaster many times. Now you'll pivot off to a different thing. So let's move the argument over here now. John says, I really don't think, you don't think people hate Geno? Are you listening to this conversation I'm having right now with this guy? Yeah. People have a hate for Geno, man. Take my word on it, John. Doing this for 2 years, doing a show 5 days a week, talking to endless amounts of Seahawks fans. Yes. Yeah. There's an actual hatred out there for Geno Smith. And it's existed from day one. Catalyst, there's no redeeming quality about this game. The fundamentals were non-existent, and we could not execute in a football game. Blame Geno doesn't do anything for me when there's so much more wrong. Agreed. Well said. Dan says, to me, I think it comes down to football being gladiator, multi-layered chess, but some fans think of it as checkers. Get the quarterback and go to the end zone, like a checker getting across the board. Agreed. That's the way they look at it. I agreed with you on the first part. It's more complicated than that. Nothing is that simple in football. Part of what makes the sport so cool is that it's not simple. It's not basketball where you throw it over to the guard on the wing and tell him to one-on-one the guy. It's not baseball where you go up and tell your home run hitter to put it up over the fence. It's not the same thing. Just not. Dave Old B, probably won't be a fix with the O-line needs, but does Durrell have any experience at guard? Not that I'm aware of having any experience at guard. He was purely tackle in college to my eyes on that Dave, at least the tape that I saw of him. But he is, a little, I think he's like 6'2", 6'3" guy necessarily. He's not super big. So could he go kick inside to left guard potentially long-term? I think potentially. I'm open to it as a process, especially if Lucas comes back healthy. That would certainly open the door to that. Yo Van says, look at the list of all-time game-winning drives and tell me what you think. Tell me what you think Geno is, and see if Geno's on pace for that. Laughing out loud. What I mean, you see how easy to disrespect him. No, it's not disrespect. I raised the mirror on your argument. It's wrong on that. What you're saying. Russell Wilson's got this many starts to get the 40 comeback from behind. If you go his start, how many starts does he have to have that come back from behind victory in Russell Wilson? Well, once every 6 starts or something, he gets you a comeback win. With Geno, it's going to be lower. Meaning that he, by and large, gets you coming back at a higher rate than Russell Wilson did. And the reason I brought that up to you is that I'm not an end-all, be-all guy. You're trying to use that as one of the end-all, be-all stats to show the valuability of Russell Wilson. Well, if that's, then let's see if you're being consistent in your argument. Let's see if you're principled in your approach. And I just exposed the fact that you're not being principled in your approach. Because that comeback from behinds that, Geno had, right? Led the league in it last year. Had a couple here this year already. Had 3 the prior year before that in his first year starting for you. But now we pivot, right? Now the pivot comes. No, oh wait, my argument doesn't sit because that actually Geno's better than him in that. What else? You can go to quantity, I guess, if you want, but he's not had the opportunities that Russell had in that moment. That's why using quantity is not exactly a fair evaluation on that. It's not dollar for dollar on that one. That's why to me it's more about the percentage basis. How many games does it take you to come back win? Well, I do it once every 4 games. Well, I do it once every 7 games. Okay, well, you're more efficient at coming from behind this other guy. But I think you're pretty locked in probably on where you're at on that, my man. Michael Scott, do you think Geno can realistically bring us a championship? I don't think so. I think if you had the supporting cast around Geno Smith, he could get you a Super Bowl. I do. I think there's a lot of quarterbacks that can get a Super Bowl in this league. I don't think it's rarefied air where there's only 4 or 5 select guys that can get you a Super Bowl title. So that's my outlook of the quarterback position that I think runs a little different than others. But to the bottom line point, do we have a team in place that's championship ready right now, Michael? No, we don't. No, we don't. Not even close. Jack Pozo, I've never wanted to see a player succeed more than Geno Smith. I'd love to see it too, man. I think he has put in that work. I think he's earned this opportunity, and it sucks that the next opportunity you get after the Jets is the one that he's been put in here in Seattle, which is not set up to be successful. And if he can't be here, hopefully he gets a shot somewhere with some legitimacy at that point. And realistically, nobody should have expected to be contending for a Super Bowl in Mike's first year. We still have some stink to be removed. The expectations are not realistic. Oh, I agree with you there. 100%. We found some common ground here, Yovan. Chris Russ had great years here. I'll be forever thankful for that. He did. Yeah. Nick says, Russ. Yeah, 187. We all love Russ. It's not about that. It's about talking about where Russ was at the end of his time here in Seattle and where it had run its course and where Russell's career had run its course at that point. And it was what it was. But I think, again, you can do two things at once here, 187, where you can celebrate his run and helping you get you the Super Bowl win as he did, helping. And then also looking at the end and saying at the end it was time for him to go and that he was limited as a quarterback. And that's why the Broncos moved on from him. That's why Sean Payton moved on from Bo Nix. That's why they're spending all of that dead money. It's not because Russell's still good. It's not because he's still fully capable. It's because there's limitations you have to work around so heartily with him. Even right now with the Steelers, what are they going to do with Russell throughout the course of this year? Low volume passing attack. Minimize his attempts. Rollouts off of play action. Simplified progression reading. This is the type of stuff you would do for a rookie or a young quarterback. It's not the thing that you would expect to have to do for a 34-year-old quarterback who should have some of these things from the head up mastered a little bit by this point. I'm not disrespecting, yeah. It's just more about accurately putting all of this into where guys are playing and where they're at right now in the here and now. Yeah, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl, Luis. You're right. And it's a place where I say it's the effect of Mahomes and Brady in the last 15 years. These guys have won so many Super Bowls collectively that it's more sort of made people think that that's the guy you have to get to make this happen. And my whole point on that is, number one, that's very hard to find one of those guys. We might see these might be the two best GOATs of all of NFL history coming back to back in this sport here as it's happened, number one. And number two, that there are other track records of being able to get to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl without having to have that kind of guy. Russell Wilson himself. Russell Wilson was not prime Russell Wilson when he walked in and you were winning Super Bowls. He was a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. He was at times a league manager in what he could do. And you were able to utilize this basic blueprint to go and get that Super Bowl title. And in fact, when Russell was at his best, when he was out there balling at the height of his powers, you weren't winning as much. Because you weren't able to build as much of a supporting cast around him, because why? You had so much damn investment into the quarterback position. Not that solely. There was plenty of other decision making that was wrong around that, but that was a part of it that can't be ignored. Yeah, Goldie Cobb, 0 balls over the middle. Playing on time. Why was the offense under Russ at times so inconsistent? It's because it was too much of the boom and bust. Not enough of the moving the chains. Russ was a great player for us. And he had a run that were a couple years there where he was a top quarterback of the sport, no doubt about it. But his fall off came fast. And it was tough. So did you ever get tired of repeating yourself? Sometimes, man. Sometimes. And Jovan, I don't apply, when I have a team that's failing on the supporting cast front like we have been here, Jovan, it's going to get extra especially hard for me to apply quarterback wins or apply wins to quarterbacks. I don't think that you can really do that. I don't know why people do that. How do we determine that a 53-man roster should all be determined down to one player driving the win or loss? That doesn't make much sense to me. And Goldie Cobb, I agree. Russ has gone to exactly the right place. If Russ is looking to have an opportunity here to reclimate and find some success here, he's gone to the right team. He's eaten the humble pie, and the humble pie is that he can't be a high-volume passer anymore. He's got to learn to be in that 25 to 30 attempts a game, use his legs at the utmost, extend where he can, play within himself, don't make mistakes, be great in the red zone. He does that with the Steelers team that's got the defense they do and the running game that they have. They can be dangerous, and they can be dangerous in the playoffs. But, yeah. All right. Well, I went way past where I thought I was today. We went almost 7 hours today, folks. I think I've hit about the end point of my spot on the discussion here today. I want to thank the sponsor of the show today. Sponsor of the show is Underdog Fantasy. I haven't given them a shout out yet today. Got to do that. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the show throughout the course of the season. They will match you on 2-to-1 right now. So you put $100 down, they'll match you $50. You put $200 down, they'll match you $100. You put $500, they'll match you $250. So great deals ongoing right now with Underdog Fantasy in that way. So up to $2,000, they'll match you $1,000 on that when you use my code today, NEST. So use my code right now or click in the bottom of the description link below. They've got great ongoing pick'em contests here throughout the year. We go head to head with fellow other human beings, not the house itself. If you fancy yourself a good weekly fantasy guy, you can get in on that, and they will hook you up in that realm of things. So thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. Please do use my code. Get a little bit of extra money in your pocket. Support the show at the same point in time. There are limitations in the state of Washington, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full. And it's a great time to use the app. You got baseball still going. You got basketball starting up. You got football. You could parlay them all in together. Get a nice crispy little bet in there. Go win yourself some money today on Underdog Fantasy. Well, it speaks to you guys here in the chat. I'll tell you what, it speaks to you guys in the chat, how cool you guys, how awesome you guys are. I do love the discussion, even when it gets hot and heavy in here, I do. This is what I'm about. This is what I love about in this channel, is the opportunity to be able to chop up this team and talk about this team and get into the depths of this team. And we're going to have some great discussions in the next couple months about what this team needs to do and where they need to go. So whether we're in agreement or disagreement, I don't care on that. I do appreciate the interaction. And where you guys are all coming from on that. You guys kept me going today, almost 7 hours here after we did about 3.5 hours on the live stream on the play-by-play. So that's a testament to you guys that you're able to keep me rolling and going and cooking. And I appreciate you guys on that for keeping me rolling on this. I really do. I really do. He says, the sun will shine on the Seahawks again. Thanks, Brandon. 12s, go Hawks. Dave says, Russ being here on his price tag would magnify the problems we have at the O-line. He wouldn't be able to improv behind this line. The struggling defense would be on the field the whole game. You would be in much worse shape over the last 2.5 years if Russell had been your quarterback. You would have won less games over this last 2.5 years with Russ at quarterback versus Geno. I agree with that 100%, Dave. And it's not to say Russ, again, can't find some success in other places, but it wouldn't have worked here. He's going to need to have some of that supporting cast built up for him to find that success, and that was not going to happen here if he was going to remain. It just wasn't. So a good point on your part. Agree with you 100%. Jose says, sure, we can do one more hour. Yeah, we're definitely going to wrap up on this, man. I gotta call it a day. I'm supposed to still put up this wrap up video together, but I don't know if I'm going to get that done. We'll have to see if maybe today I won't do a wrap up one. We'll see how it goes on that. He says, at least we got other sports to distract us from the Seahawks. Yeah, it's brutal too. No basketball. Baseball's looking rough. It's tough. It's tough. Brandon, see you the man. Thanks for the stream. Can't wait for after a dub again. Let's effing get it. Much love 12s. Go Hawks. Well, let's get that dub this next week. And look, we're down to the dumps. Things are looking pretty dark and miserable. You've lost 4 of 5. You've got embarrassed in 4 of those games. But this season is still fully within the grasp of anything being possible. And that is football for you. It's a long year. You can be as down in the dumps as ever, but find your travails turned around wildly in a way you never expected it. You never know what's going to happen. So we'll just have to see how this season and this team plays out. And I will be here with you guys step for step through the whole process of it. I don't know how this year is going to end out. I don't know what the right way is going to go. When it's all said and done, we're just going to have to let it play out and see how it goes. So I really thank you guys today for hanging on in here with me for the full almost 7 hours today on the show. We went crazy long today. If you can for me, please, if you could, hit that like button. I'm going out the door. Maybe sub on up if you're not subbed up already. That does help. That does make this show up to other people who are looking for Hawk content and trying to understand this loss better, trying to make some kind of sense of it. So you can help that happen by subbing up, by hitting that like button if you are already subbed up. And I really, really do appreciate it. I thank you guys who all donated to the chat. Almost too many to mention. Zorn says Catalyst, Jeffrey, DJ, him and his T Flavor multiple times over. Corey, Jordan, Taker, 610, Young Gun, Ski Nation, Chase, Radu, Turkin, Y2K, Randall, all of the donators in here today. You guys are absolutely unbelievable. We come off a loss like this. I thought we'd have barely anybody here watching today, but you guys just turned out in force, showing the love as always on that. I really do thank you. It is that support that lets me do this full time, that lets me go to the middle of the night with you guys chopping up a loss as we have done today. So tough loss for our team, but not a tough day for me here in the stream to be able to chop this up and have fun with you guys, even after a loss. We're in a disheartened state. It's a long year. See if the Hawks team can get this turned around. Not looking forward to that roundtable on Tuesday, but I'm going to go take my medicine and let's see if the Hawks get back this W against the Rams this week. So be back at it this week with plenty of content for you guys on that side of it. See if our Seattle Seahawks can turn it around. But don't forget, after a tough loss like this, don't check out yet on this year. Don't say you're out yet. We're not saying nothing about mathematically in it. You're just in this. So let's not give up. Let's keep the faith. Let's see how the season plays out. And let's remain hopeful. But by and large, don't you forget above all else, beyond that, never forget. Go Hawks.